What's going on, guys? It's me, Airliner Fan HC here, and today we have mass unboxing number 18 for you guys, the Airliners International 2025 edition. I hope you guys are excited for today's video. I'm super excited to do this mass unboxing as we're going to be going over all the models I got during the Airliners International 2025 convention in Atlanta, Georgia. And yeah, just looking forward to this. I got dozens of models, and honestly, I do want to have this video separate. So this is the model portion of the Airliners haul I got, as the previous video on the haul was from like all the various aviation memorabilia items. I ended up for the 2023 and 2024 convention include models on a haul video. However, I think that's impractical because I'm just jamming up like models and then like memorabilia haul at the same time. So I do want to change things up and include just models. And as for like the haul video for Airliners 2025, it's all aviation memorabilia items. So if you haven't seen that video, I would highly recommend checking that out first before going into this mass unboxing. But as you can see, we got quite a haul, I'll add. It's going to be a really long video, so I would highly recommend getting a refreshment, get some popcorn, get a snack, and grab a drink. So yeah, it's going to be a really long video. Hopefully I don't make this video too long, because like I don't want to like make it like 3 hours, 4 hours, because I got a lot of models, so I want to try to make these reviews a little quicker. But we're just gonna get into this unboxing and let's see where this goes. So as you can see, we got our Final Approach Collectibles bag right there, or booty bag. So shout out to Final Approach Collectibles for this booty bag. Like when I first got some purchases from them, they hand me out a booty bag so that way I can store some models, because of course with the Airliners 2025 booty bag, it's quite smaller as compared to what you would see on those Final Approach Collectibles. They're kind of like similar to like the 2024 and 2023 convention. And as you can see from the bottom, you can see 3 flyers from the convention itself. So I actually do have one that I'm holding right now. So here it is. So I'll just give you guys a closer look at it. So this is the flyer for the Airliners International 2025 convention in Atlanta, Georgia. It was the 48th annual convention overall, and it lasted from June 25th to the 28th of 2025. And as you can see at the bottom, you got the Renaissance Concourse Airport Hotel, and they also have the Kimpton Hotel that's also kind of like maybe north, south of, I'm not sure, I kind of forgot the location, but the Kimpton Airport Hotel was another hotel that's included in for like the attendees. And of course, the vendor hall was held at the famous Delta Flight Museum. And yeah, here's like a picture right there. This is actually the previous like iteration of the Delta Flight Museum before they ended up renovating it. And of course, here is the back right there. Was our World Airline Historical Society runs this convention. And yeah, looking pretty nice right there. So overall, yeah, I'm just really super excited for this mass unboxing. Once again, we got a lot of models to take a look at. And yeah, like, once again, like, it's gonna be a long video. So I would highly recommend getting a refreshment or a snack to keep you guys not bored. So without being said, or like just, you know, like just enjoy the show in this case. So without being said, we're gonna get started right away. But before I get into the models, I do want to go over some GSC equipment I have. So I did bought a couple of GSC equipment from various like retailers, so I'm just looking forward to getting those or like unboxing those. So without being said, let's move on to the next clip as we're gonna be taking a look at some GSC equipment. Alright, let's get started with our first products from Mass Unboxing 18, and of course those are going to be the GSC equipment, so like accessories in that case, but primarily GSC stuff. I also have some additional stuff as well, but we're going to get started with some GSC products. So we're going to get started with some GSC products from Jet Set Malls, and of course Jet Set Malls, I love purchasing products from them. Of course they're based out of the SoCal region, so they were able to make it during this year's Airliners, well the 2025 Airliners International Convention. And what I got for them are these lovely things. So we first have the GSC equipment accessories from United Airlines, but I also got a new product for them, which is the cargo accessory set. So looking forward to having this, and these should be really cool to have for all my cargo fleets. So we're going to get started with the United Airlines GSC equipment. Now the United Airlines GSC, they're pretty much new to my collection. I did unbox these on Mass Unboxing, I think it was 13, where I have the Airliners International 2024 haul. So these kinds of equipment are not really new to me, so these are just like the standard, pretty much like the standard GSC equipment you would have for Jet Set models. So as I take them out, but I just want to add more because of course United Airlines, it's my favorite airline. So why not get some more products in them? So I'm not gonna go into further much details about this. I'm gonna grab which one's which. So this is the catering truck. Of course, these are the ones that load the foods and all that stuff, all the carts. Here are the two pushback tugs. So one of them is like a pushback tug with a shorter tow bar, and one is like a really long tow bar. So that's one of those. Oops. Next up, we do have the air stairs. So these are the air stairs that you would have. Of course, like you just, if the plane were to be parked on the open air, like with no gate, then that comes in handy. We also have these baggage carts right there. So these are the baggage carts. Of course, those hook up to the tow bar, which I'm gonna show you guys right now. So this is the tiny little United Airlines tow bar. Doesn't really show any, well, kinda in a way. Like you can see like a blue stripe over there. You also got the belt loader as well. So this is the belt loader where the bags will be loaded. And is that it? Oh, forgot to mention these. So this is technically like a GPU. I mean, like, it's somewhat like a representation of a GPU, but yeah, these are just the GPU ground power units. And yeah, that's it. This comes, I think, yeah, the catering truck has 2 sets, the belt loader has 4 sets, and I guess the tugs and the dollies, I'm not sure they're dollies, like the trailers comes in a set of 4, and the GPUs come in a set of 2. So those are the United Airlines GSE equipment. So yeah, that's kind of like a quick review on them since I already have those kinds of products. But we're going to be going over this new stuff right there. So this is the cargo accessory set from Jet Set Models, and honestly, safe to say, like, I never had something like this before. It's really cool to expand some GSE equipment from various like parts of like the airport. So this will be representing the cargo aspect of aviation. So as I take this out, they come in a separate small plastic bag, which I think it's kind of like helpful for, like, you know, let's say I want to move this away. Let's say if I want to, like, you know, like transport them. So these will come in handy. So as I take this out, all right, and just like take it out like so. There they are. Now, in a separate video clip, I'll go over each of them. Like, I'll just set them up and I'll just, like, you know, like go over each of them. So yeah, as I take it out, here they all are, just scattered all over the place. And yeah, again, like, I don't want to make this review too long because, like, of course I want to kind of like, I mean, like, in a way, just like make this video a little, like, this mass unboxing a lot shorter. Of course, this is gonna be like over an hour long, but I do like the aspects of like the cargo GSE equipment. So I'll be right back, guys, while I set the cargo GSE equipment up. Sorry guys, I'll be right back once I set all these GSE equipment up. So with that being said, let me just pause the video, and then we're going to be back as I go into the review of each one of these GSE equipment for the cargo aircrafts. Okay, and after setting all of them up, this is what the Jet Set Models GSE cargo equipment looks like. Overall, it looks really nice, and yeah, these seem really different as compared to what I would see with the passenger GSE equipment. So I'm gonna go each of them one by one. So we're gonna start here with these can loaders or ULD loaders. Can loaders is kind of like how my work likes to call it. And as you can see, I really do like this detail. I do like on how there's like one that is lowered and one that's in the up position. So that's the unique detail right there for your Jet Set Models to have. Next up, we do have the tug and the, I guess, the cargo dolly. Yeah, they're dollies. My work also likes to call them dollies. And honestly, like, the dollies itself, they kind of seemed a little wider as compared to, like, you know, like what I would see usually at work, because I believe I mean, in my opinion, it kind of looks a little inaccurate just to see how wide it is, because of course you got this tiny little tug right there. And as for that wide of a dolly, it kind of seems like not as accurate as compared to what it is in real life. But what I do like is like the details you would see on these like cans. So these are like the cans. You also got the double can right there, or just like the longer can, and then all of these smaller cans, and then you can see a row of cans right there. You got the air stairs. So one of them has like a regular air stairs. I believe that's for like aircrafts like a 757 or yeah, 757. But then you also got this unique stair. So this could be like for like the bigger planes like the 747, 767, or McDonnell Douglas MD-11. So I like it how Jet Set Models were able to have this kind of like stairs, because, you know, like there's like different cargo planes that comes in different sizes. So that's really cool. I also ended up including like a separate dolly with a can loader right there, or just a can itself. And what I found really odd is these forklifts. I'm not sure why they included forklifts on this cargo set, but I don't know if they actually can, like, you know, lift, like in a way, like lift these cans into like these dollies. But yeah, that's quite weird on how like they add in some forklifts there. But I can try to use them for like maybe if they're gonna like load some smaller crates into like the dollies, for instance. Which, in addition to that, there's some kind of like, I also found it odd seeing these kinds of like, you can call them like cardboard boxes, something like that. I found it kind of like interesting on how they included these kinds of like cargo over there. But overall, this is a this is like a nice set for jet set models for the cargo aspect, and yeah, really nice to have these. So maybe in some airport updates I'm going to be doing, I'm going to feature some cargo airplanes in the future. So I'm just looking forward to that, and these GSC equipment will come in handy for that. So that's it with all the jet set models accessories. Now we're gonna move on to the different GSC company accessories. So without being said, excuse me, let's move on to our next GSC equipment. The next GSC equipment we're gonna be looking at is not really like a GSC equipment in a way, but they're just jet bridges. So I ended up getting some really interesting jet bridges. Now, this is not really the first time I purchased jet bridges from the convention. Well, this year's convention, as I got another set of jet bridges as well. But these kinds of jet bridges are really unique, and it's really unique for its design. So as I go into the frame, we have Tarmac Designs' 1/400 scale Airbus A380 jet bridge kit. So of course I do have it. Well, as of this recording, I do have an A380 in my collection already, but that's gonna be coming up on a model unboxing soon. But yes, an Airbus A380 is in my collection, and just for $15. Now, how I got this product is, I originally was gonna be going for like the dual jet bridges. I think they had like a pack of dual jet bridges, like just 2 jet bridges for LAX. That's already sold out, so I was left with this. It kind of functions similar in a way, but these are just the A380 jet bridges, which if you would see A380 jet bridges, they basically have 3 jet bridges. And yeah, like one of them is for like the lower deck, and 1 jet bridge is for the upper deck. So as I take it out, here it is. Now I can technically set this up just like so. So all I can just do is like place this there. And okay, so that's good. So that's 1. You also got these jet bridge, I guess these are jet bridge extenders, or maybe just like extras. I'm not really quite sure on. Okay, so alright, I think it's been a while since I last, like taking a look at it, but this is kind of like my first time having something like this. So I'm guessing maybe like this. I guess this one kind of sits a little bit too low. Yeah, it kind of sits a little too low, so I will have to like, or maybe it's not really sitting properly as compared to this one. So though these jet bridges not really high in quality, but I mean, unlike clipper models, I'll get into clipper models in a moment. Okay, I think these are the ones that, I think these could be the ones where you would feature a design like this, and then there would be like a jet bridge mounter if I were to take a guess. But as I put this in the middle, let me just like scoot this over. Here it is. So these are this is the A380 jet bridge. So yeah, quite an interesting design. So yeah, this is what the jet bridge would look like if an A380 were to be added to skate. So these bottom ones will be for the lower deck, and then this one would be the upper deck. So yeah, quite an interesting design. Really interesting to have from Tarmac Designs. And I also have another Tarmac Designs product that's going to be coming in a few video clips, but I do want to save that for later. Now, I'm not sure why, but I have a feeling this one tends to not really sit that very well. But yeah, like not sure why though. Maybe it's kind of like, maybe it's because of the placement, but hopefully I can try to get that fixed. But other than that, it's really cool to have anyway. Of course I do have an A380, and who knows, I might have like a A380 gate in some future airport updates to do. But yeah, really interesting design. So that's it for like this kind of product from Tarmac Designs. Let's move on to our next GSC equipment. Alright, the next set of GSC equipment I have come from Clipper Models. Now, these were actually the first purchases I ever got from Clipper Models, as I had a separate video of some Clipper Models unboxings of the jet bridges, and some ground construction equipment. Well, I decided to actually get something similar to that, except these are actually the first iterations of their ground service equipment, or ground construction equipment as they like to call it, and the jet bridges. So let's get started with the ground service equipment first. Now these are actually the ones that come with the construction equipment, so like the construction vehicles as you're seeing. So let me just take this off, or okay, they're actually sealed in a plastic, like a Ziploc bag. So just a simple Ziploc bag. So as I take this out, I should dump them all out. But I still want to be careful because these are 3D printed. So here they are. So these are the ground construction equipment, the first iterations of the ground construction equipment from Clipper Models. As you can see, we got some really interesting cranes alongside some scaffolding. So here are the scaffoldings from that equipment set. And all you can just basically do is just like stack them up like so. Here, let me zoom on my camera. There we go. So all you just gotta do is just like stack them up like so. So you can come up with your various possibilities with these. So I can just like, you know, make it something like this. So yeah, that's that. Alongside with that, we do have the crane. So this is a really interesting crane design. I'm not sure where they got this inspiration from, but this is a really unique crane design for Clipper Models, I'll say. They're all like to the point where it's like extended, so they come in a set of 5. So here are those Clipper Models construction equipment right there. So those are those. So let me just put that aside, as we're going to be going over the jet bridges as well. So let me just like set those aside, and let's go over the jet bridges. So these are the Clipper Models aircraft jet bridge set. These are the first iterations they've done. The second iteration was like a more advanced, or like kind of like an advanced version of them. So as I open it, let me zoom out at my camera again. So as I open it, I first have is their business card right there. So Clipper Models, you can follow them on their Instagram page. There's their email, and you can also check them out on their website at clippermodels.com. So as I take out these paper, the packing paper, here they are right there, the Clipper Models jet bridges. And as you can see, they look different as compared to like normal. They come in a set of 5, so let me just take these out. I'll just actually take one out, so just for the sake, because of course I don't want to take them all out, otherwise I might end up making this video a little too long. So they also come with a Ziploc bag featuring some jet bridge adapters and the air stairs. So yeah. Although I have a couple of Gemini jet bridges, having these Clipper Models jet bridges really takes jet bridges or 1/400 airports to a different level. So as I place it in like so, okay, they kind of function similar to what Gemini Jets does. Not sure if I can try like fit this in one go. There we go. Yeah, I'm trying to be careful, otherwise, because these are flimsy, and it appears I accidentally broke one of these. So yeah, quite unfortunate, but hey, I was trying to like put them in. So yeah, this part of the video is kind of running around 3 minutes. So yeah, but here we go. All right, and yeah, there it is. So this is the jet bridge from Clipper Models. Once again, their first iterations, different compared to like their current iterations of the jet bridges. But as you can see, you got the canopy right there, you got your adapter, and of course, what I do like is this kind of like boom piece right there. So if you extend it all the way like this, it kind of like extends, but I do want to be careful, otherwise I would overstretch it. Therefore, this could technically break. Now here is like the Clipper Models, like the stand piece. Now as you can see, because these are first iterations, they don't really function as properly as compared to what their current iterations are. But yeah, as you can see, these actually look really nice. And usually what I would do, now I did this for like the A380 jet bridges, is I would take this piece out. Well, technically speaking, it's already standing like that. Okay, it should look something like that, but these kinds of pieces, they kind of tend to like fall a little bit, so I want to try to be careful with that. But other than that, these are really nice jet bridges, and overall, really nice to have it. Once again, these are just the first iterations of Clipper Models jet bridges, and they should be nice for my KRVL airport updates or any other airport update I do. So yeah, really nice to feature these Clipper Models jet bridges alongside their ground construction equipment. So yeah, really nice to feature those, and yeah, I can use them if there's like a construction that's going on. and awesome sort of thing. So yeah, really nice to be featuring these on this mass unboxing, and overall great work clipping models on this, and I'm looking forward to purchasing more products from them in the near future. Alright, so that is it for all the GSU equipment. Now we get into the model planes basically. So I'm just looking forward to unboxing all these model planes I got from the convention. So without being said, let's move on to the next clip as we get into our first model. Alright, and now it's time to get into the models for this unboxing. Now, I got a bunch of models during the convention, and honestly, despite the number of models, which I will tell you at the end, but trust me, I have a feeling I got a lot. But yeah, we're gonna go into this unboxing of the models, so I'm just super excited about that. But we're actually not gonna start with diecast right away, as I got a couple of models, so we're gonna shift back to Tarmac Designs, as they offer some really interesting 3D design or 3D printed airplanes. So I ended up getting a couple. So we're gonna get started with these ones. So these are the FedEx Caravans or Cargo Masters from Tarmac Designs. They cost $15 and I get a set of 2, which is really nice. I always wanted to have like these kinds of cargo aircrafts or cargo small planes in my collection, and as I take it out, here it is. So this is the tiny little Cessna 208 Cargo Master from FedEx Express. So look at that. Really cool. Once again, they come in a set of 2 and they came with a small clear package box. But as you can see, these are what the Cessna Caravans or Cargo Masters look like. So as you can see, I don't want to get into too much details. There isn't really that many details to begin with for a 3D printed model. But as you can see, you got your propeller right there, you got the forward area of the aircraft, your cockpit right there. There's your high wing view right there, so these are aircrafts with high wings. There's your pillars as well. There's the nose landing gear, the nose gear, which is technically not classified as a landing gear in terms of like standards, but these are the landing gears right there. So these are the 2 main wheels, the main tires, and of course, I also like the fact, is this like a pitot tube or some sort, or maybe just like a landing light? But whatever that is really nice attention to detail right there. And as I go into the back, you can see the FedEx logo right there, and of course you got the tail. No FedEx logo on the tail as well, but again, this is just a 1/400 model, and I think it might be hard to replicate in 1/400 scale. Now, because this airplane tends to kind of be a little tail heavy when you don't, like, it can be a little tail heavy, so this is why Tarmac Designs ending up adding a little black support piece right there. So really nice that they were able to add that, and here is a profile view. But yeah, there isn't really that much details to begin, like much details to this model. It's just like a 3D printed model, but still, I think like Tarmac Designs, having them create this, that's actually really cool. So really nice to have these for my collection. And the horizontal stabilizers are green, which technically it's not how it is in real life. I mean, not green, purple, sorry. But yeah, it's technically not how it is in real life, but hey, it's the 3D printed model. I know making a really good accurate detail, like an accurate model out of this Cargo Master is really hard, so makes sense right there. So really nice to have these for my collection, at least. I mean, like, just some diecast models. I also like the fact they were able to add some antennas right there. So here is, yeah, these are antennas right there. So I'm going to show you guys the top view. Not sure why one of them is trying to stick out, but here's the top view right there. And here's the bottom view right there. Also, they featured with great underbelly as well. So really nice model here. Really glad to have these 2 for my 3D printed monoplane collection. And yeah, these are really nice assets. Maybe I can feature those in future airport updates whenever I add some FedEx aircraft to that lineup. So really nice to have these for the purpose of that. So yeah, really nice stuff from Tarmac Designs. And yeah, that's it for all the Tarmac Design stuff. Now let's get into the diecast model aircraft, which I'm super excited of. Alright, and let's begin the diecast model aircraft section. Super excited to cover some diecast model aircraft, and let's just say that I got a lot of diecast model planes during the convention. So we're gonna start with one. Now I already have this model in my collection, but I just want to like get a different brand out of the aircraft I have in my collection already. So yeah, and I also been wanting engines to make this, but yeah, I'm just really glad to have this at my disposal. So we're gonna get started with our first model with the NG models 1/400 scale United Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 in the Evil Blue livery. Now, I do have the Continental Globe livery from NG from February 2023, and I was wondering if NG can make the Evil Blue, but until the November 2024 releases, they did so. So they actually did release 2. This is one of the models I got out of the 2 batches from that release set. So just looking forward to having this, and overall it should be a nice asset and comparison to the previous Evil Blue United Max 9 from Gemini Jets. So you got the United tiles right there, Boeing 737 Max 9 tiles as well. CGI image of the plane, you got a very nice design showcasing the Evil Blue livery. Registration of the plane is November 27520. I have seen this aircraft at San Francisco International Airport, maybe somewhere around, I guess, January 2024. 1.1 scale diecast model aircraft, 1.1 scale collectible models diecast metal in that case, Boeing licensed product right there. Here is the bottom of the box. Paid $48 for this model, so not a bad price. Here is the right, top, and left side of the box. Here is the back side as well. Nothing much on the back, but you got the warning hazards, age 14 plus, Boeing licensed product right there, and the item number of this model is 89012. So, just looking forward to having this model in my collection, and yeah, really nice to have a counterpart to my Gemini Jets one I have already. So, as I take out what's inside the box, you can see the warning hazards, so like the warning, do not hold the fuselage with whole palm, and here's their CRP. This is showing like a different CRP, so I already have this, so nothing really too new to me. But as I take her out, like so, here she is, and honestly, that is a really nice model from NG Models, and of course their Max 9 is really good. So here she is. Let me make sure that the quality, let me make sure the wings are good, horizontal stabilizers, good, antennas, all antennas are there. So here she is, the United 737 Max 9 from NG Models, and yeah, looking very nice here for NG on this United Max 9. Really nice on how this one turned out. So I have the Max 8 on a previous unboxing, I had the Max 10, and I have the Max 9. So pretty much the United Max lineup from NG is complete. So yeah, really nice model right here, and overall, it's just a very nice model to have in my collection, and once again, NG Models did a fantastic job on it. And here's the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale United Airlines Boeing 737 Max 9 in the Evil Blue livery. Looking very nice here from NG Models, and safe to say that NG Models did a wonderful job on representing this model in 1/400 scale. Now I'm just, of course, going to be doing a quick review. Once again, you know the reason why. So you got the cockpit windows right there, you got your nose landing gear and all your details on the nose landing gear door, you got your nose shape of the plane. Of course, NG Models does a nice job on the nose, feeder tubes, details right there, Star Alliance logo, connecting people United World tiles right there. You got your L1 Boeing door, United Billboard tiles as well. You got the navy blue swoop and the gray underbelly. As we go into the middle, you got your top antenna right there, your emergency exit doors. There's your Leap 1B engine right there. There's your bottom antenna and the main landing gear as well. And of course, you got your beautiful AT winglet, which I think NG Models did a nice job on the representation of the aircraft's AT winglet. And as we look into the wings, as you can see, nice details and all the molding details, like all your various details on the wings. So great work, NG Models, on that. And then as we move on to the back, you got your door plug right there. Most Max 9s have like a door plug. You also got some dual bottom antennas right there. There's your Wi-Fi dome, and then your back antenna right there. There's your L2 door contained alongside the aircraft ship number, and then there's your US flag and the aircraft registration. Once again, November 27520. And as we move on to the empennage of the plane, you got your tail skid dragger right there. There's your APU, horizontal stabilizers as well, and the United Airlines Evil Blue tail, which they did a good job on the printing. And then there's your dorsal fin right there. Moving on to the front, as you can see, front's looking very nice as well. You got all your various, you can technically cannot see any fan blade details, but the fan blade details are there, which is nice to see from NG Models. And as we move on to the starboard section, right on this side of the plane, everything is pretty much the same, but you got all your cargo doors, which are situated on the forward and aft side. And as I give you guys a top view of the plane, here is the top view of the plane. Of course, you got your details right there. Bottom also looking very nice as well. No stand hole on this model right here. But I also like the fact they also added in some molded in landing gear compartments. There's your front view of the plane. Let me just zoom in a little more. So front view of the plane, nice ground flex. And of course you got your back view of the plane, which also looks very nice. So overall, really nice model from NG Models. Really nice to have this Max 9. I always wanted NG to make a Evil Blue Max 9 as well, but Gemini just ended up making that first before NG did. But other than that, it's nice to diverse my model plane fleet, as I both have this in Gemini and NG's version. So really nice to have this in my collection. Let's move on. The next model we'll be taking a look at is another United Airlines Evo Blue aircraft, and it's safe to say it's not really considered a white whale model, but it's a model I've been wanting to have for like a while. So yeah, really nice to have this. This is a Gemini Jets model, and shout out goes to Fly MDM or David for this model. He was kind enough to give me this model for $80 on day one. So yeah, really nice to have it. He has been having this in his collection for quite a while, and I'm really glad to take part on having this model for myself. So coming into the frame, we have the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale United Express Bombardier CRJ 200. This is a really nice model to have in my collection, another United regional aircraft, and technically my first modern United Express aircraft. I do have the E175, which I unboxed already, but technically this is my first modern United Express aircraft. So really nice model here. This came out in the popular Gemini Jets March 2021 releases, and it's safe to say it is a really popular release. Of course, with the Southwest Desert Retro, the Steve the Eagle A321 Frontier, and the Delta CRJ 900. And this model is also included too, so really nice to have this. So yeah, really nice model right here. So I got the Gemini Jets logo made for collectors by collectors. You got the CJ image of the plane, Bombardier CRJ 200, United Airlines logo, 1/4 scale that got small aircraft. Of course, with their CRJ 200s, they come in a very tiny box for Gemini Jets. Here's the bottom of the box, right side of the box, top of the box, and left side of the box. And over here, here's the back of the box. You got the CJ image of the plane with some clouds in the background, as well as it gets features. There's your bullet points, there's your social media pages right there, and of course the United Airlines licensing trademark product right there, and your 2021 Gemini Jets copyright label right there, which once again this model came out in the March 2021 releases. And the honor number of this model is GJUL 1966. And as I open up the pamphlet, there she is inside, which honestly it looks really nice. And if you want to pause and read, here is the description of the aircraft and the registration itself. So you can pause and read. And let's get into the unboxing. So yeah, really nice model. Once again, thank you so much, David, for this model. Really happy to have a model this rare, because like who knows, maybe this can sell on eBay for like a hefty price. And take a look at that. Wow, honestly, this looks really nice. And yeah, great job Gemini Jets on this. This honestly looks really awesome to have in my collection. So I have the E175 and the CR2, and safe to say it's a really nice model from Gemini Jets, and I'm really glad to have it for my collection. And here's the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale United Express Bombardier CRJ 200 in the Evo Blue livery. Looking very nice here in 1/400 scale, and yeah, it's safe to say that Gemini Jets did a wonderful job on making this model in 1/400 scale. Now, I'm not going to zoom in into the camera, as this is kind of like the closest as I can zoom. Either way, it pretty much fills in the aircraft itself, like it captures the whole entire view of the aircraft. So let's get started with a review. So you got the cockpit windows right there, and of course you got your nose shape of the plane, United Express titles connecting people united the world. Well, there's your United Express titles. You got the connecting people united world titles, Star Alliance logo, your big L1 boarding door right there, and then there's your nose landing gear, which technically speaking, all what Gemini Jets did was add a dot to like the wheel part. So yeah, there isn't really much details on the nose landing gear. There's your operated by Skyward's titles. You got your windows right there. There's your emergency exit door. There's your CRJ 200 winglet right there, and of course your cantilever wing. I also want to go into detail of the wing. Well, not really too much into detail, but you can see the wing right there. Overall, Gemini just did a nice job on the printing and the molding of the spoilers and all of the various details. And then as we move on to the back area, there's your CF34 engines. I think there are CF34 engines, or probably like different engines. You got the aircraft registration, November 246, Papa Sierra, and your US flag. And there's your empennage of the plane. You got all the various like stuff right there. Nothing, I don't see an APU anywhere, but you got your United Evo Blue tail right there, which Gemini just did a nice job on the printing. And then there's your horizontal stabilizers, which shapes the aircraft's T-tail. As we move on to the front view of the plane, so here is the front view of the plane. Of course, looking very nice from Gemini Jets as always. And then as we move on to the starboard section, of course, quite different for the starboard section. You got your small R1 door right there, and I believe I forgot to mention that the cargo doors are also in the forward part of the plane, which I believe they might be somewhere right there, if I would take a guess. Now, as I open up the pamphlet, I will need to make sure what the engines are. So they're there are the CF34 engines. I just want to double check to make sure. As we go into the top view of the plane, here is the top view of the plane. Of course, no antennas or anything, but you got some details over there. Bottom shows the stand hole right there. One-piece mold for the wing, and your Gemini Jets logo right there. Moving on to the front, here is the front. Love the spacing of the landing gears. And as we move on to the back, here is the back view on the plane right there. So looking very nice from Gemini Jets. Once again, thank you so much, David or Fly MDM, for this model. And yeah, really nice to have this model. So pretty much I have all of the modern United Express fleet, excluding the ERJ-145, which I don't know if I'll be able to see that. Well, technically speaking, not really. I still need to get that CRJ-550, which technically is a CRJ-700, but still, but yeah. But it's nice to have the CR2 and the E175 as well. All that's left is the CRJ-700 or CRJ-550. So yeah, nice model right there, and I'm really glad to have it for my United Express collection. So the next model is a modern classic, and it's one of the models that many collectors have been wanting a re-release for years. And it's safe to say I decided to get this because this used to be a workhorse for this particular airline, and considering that Atlanta is Delta Airlines theme, I thought, why not get it during the day one, like the day one basically of the collectible show. So purchase model from day one. So coming into the frame, we have the engine models 1/400 scale, Delta Airlines McDonnell Douglas MD-88. Looking forward to having a Delta MD-88 in my collection. I mean, I already have the Colors of Motion MD-88, but this is my first time having this aircraft wearing the upward and onward livery, which is basically their current livery. So let's get into the review. So you got the Delta Airlines Keep Climbing Together. You got the MD-88 titles, which basically the MD-88 is just like an aircraft, the MD-80 with a modernized cockpit. And you also got the McDonnell Douglas logo right there. CGI image of the plane. Registration November 999 Delta November. And you got a really nice theme for the Delta Airlines branding, of course. Here is the bottom of the box, $48.99. And here is the right, top, left. And here is the back of the box. Same as the front. And the number is 83012. So let's get into the unboxing, and once again, really nice to add this to my Delta Airlines collection. I believe I've saw these in the past, but I have a feeling I don't really have a picture of one. But as we get into the other features, so here is the CRP card right there. There is the warning card, and of course, I like the fact they also added in the model card as well. So you got the card of this, and then at the back, you can scan this barcode to basically add that. Yeah, you can just scan that barcode. But as I take out the model, ooh, wow. Honestly, when I first saw this looks really nice, and I think Engine Models did a wonderful job making this model in 1/4 scale. And yeah, here she is, the Delta MD-88, looking very nice from Engine Models. And yeah, NG does have a very nice MD-80 mold ever since they debuted that back in May 2024. So it's safe to say that NG's, well, technically, you could say that NG is kind of utilizing the MD-80 mold a little bit, but I would like to see them make more of those in the future. But under that, really nice to feature this model for my collection. And here's the NG Models 1/400 scale Delta Airlines McDonnell Douglas MD-88. Looking very nice here. I think NG Models did a fantastic job on it, and overall it's really nice to have another Delta MD-88, but this time in their current livery. So let's get started with the review. As always, you got your cockpit windows right there and your nose shape, which I think Engine Models did a great job on. Nose land gear and nose landing gear door, and of course you got your extra details right there, extra panels. You got your forward ventral fins right there. You got your L1 boarding door with the SkyTeam logo on the door. And of course you got your decal that says Delta is the most awarded airline, and you can see all the companies over there. You also got your windows as well and your top antenna, and then there's your bottom antenna as well. You also got the Delta Airlines logo and their upward and onward logo. And over here on the middle section, you can see the wing joints right there from the fuselage to the wing itself. And of course you got your cantilever wing right there. Do apologize, that's like a notification from my MacBook. But anyways, as we move on, we do got our emergency exits right there. And then you also got the L2 door. Yeah, there's the L2 door right there. And then as I go into the wing details, so here are the wing details. Overall, I think Engine Models did a nice job on the wing details of the ND80. You can see your fairings right there at the bottom. And of course, you got your flap slats, details, and all that, and your spoilers as well. And as we move on to the back side of the plane, close to the back in this case, you got your US flag and your aircraft registration, November 999 Delta November. And as we move all the way to the back of the plane, you got your JT8D engines right there, and then your like ventral fins on the engines, and then your bottom antenna right there. There's your screwdriver empennage as well. And then maybe this could be like the APU area if I were to take a guess. Or maybe like somewhere. Maybe this would be the APU, maybe here. Oh wait, maybe this could be the APU right there, or the ND80. And then as we look at the tail, here is the Delta Airlines upward and onward tail, which I think Engine Models did a great job on the printing.
You got the 9999 ship number, the registration on the tail, and of course you got your horizontal stabilizers, which represents the plane's T-tail. And as I go into another view right here, so here is another view so you can see the front. You can't barely, I can barely see, yeah, I can see a little bit of the fan blade details of the engines. So yeah, I think Engine Models did a nice job on adding those. And then here is the front side right there. I'll go to a different front side view later. And then as we move on to the starboard section, you only got one door on the right side, which is this tiny little R door right there. And then you got your two forward cargo bins right there, and your aft cargo bins, which is, well, the aft cargo bin, only one, which is located right there. And as I give you guys a top view of the plane, let me zoom out. There we go. So as I give you guys a top view, here is the top view of the aircraft. Not much on details. You got your red beacon light right there. Here's your bottom. Of course, really nice on the really nice details on the bottom. Got your stand hole right there, and then there is the door where the passengers would board or disembark. They would sometimes use the rear door as like another alternate in case like it's like an alternate for like the R door, the L door I mean. So yeah, that's there. And then as I give you guys a front view, another front view of the plane. Let me just like position it like so. Okay, I'm trying to like, oh yeah, this is kind of like the best I could do. So here is a front view of the plane right there, looking very nice. Nice and level cockpit window printing right there. And of course you got your back side of the plane right there. So overall, really nice model from Engine Models. Once again, really nice to have another Delta MD-88. And yeah, overall, Engine Models does a really nice job on their MD-80 molds. They're not really as used as frequently as compared to some other molds they do, but it still gets the job done. I hope NG can make more MD-80s as, you know, like the years progress, or this year progresses in that case. But overall, really nice model right here, and I'm really glad to have it for my Delta Airlines collection. Moving on to our next model. This model in particular is something that I've been wanting to have in my collection for quite a while. It comes from a new brand, and it's safe to say, like, this brand has really shaped on One for One collecting. So I decided to get something like this, and it's pretty much really new to my collection as well, and a unique aircraft as well. So coming into the frame, new brand coming up. Well, technically speaking, it'll be the second time featuring this brand, but coming into the frame, we have the 3D design deck, 1/4 scale, FAA Challenger 605. So quite an oddball for this particular model. I got this model from West Coast Diecast, and yeah, they have some 3D design deck models, but as of that time I was in airlines, this was actually my first 3D design deck model. So yeah, really cool to feature 3D design deck for the first time. Well, not really the first time on my channel, as I did unbox that Skywest CRJ200, but this is my first 3D design deck model. So yeah, looking forward to having this in my collection. This model came out in the March 2025 release set from 3D design deck. So with that being said, let's get into the review. You got the 3D design deck logo right there. You got the Federal Aviation logo right there, and their seal. You got the Challenger 605. So they would operate these to pretty much inspect the airport. Like, they would send these planes to various airports to, you know, like check the operations there. You got the CGI image of the plane. You got the handmade in Canada tiles and the Canadian flag, 1/4 scale. And what I like about these 3D design deck products is it shows you what model it is out of the total models they have. So this will be model 10 out of 120 total made. So that's really cool. No top and bottom boxes, as it's basically inside this, like, what you could say is like a, I forgot what it is. It's just a cover is the actual box itself. So 3D printed model, Challenger 605. Here is the back, nothing in the back, warning, small parts not intended for children under 14. This model is 3D printed and handmade in Canada, and the right side, or the left side, shows the same. Not sure what's this dot here though, maybe it's just like the price, but other than that, we're looking forward to featuring 3D design deck models for the second time. And once again, this was my first purchase from 3D design deck, and it's safe to say, like, once again, they really shape up on how model plane collectors collect models, because they make things like, you know, Challenger, like smaller general aviation aircrafts, including some CRJ200 like regional jets too. So as I take it out slowly, oh boy, this is gonna take a bit, but there we go. Wow, and honestly, this model is really tiny, like it can literally fit at the palm of my hand. But here it is, the FAA Challenger 609, which honestly, this looks really cool to have in my collection. Great work 3D design deck on this, and yeah, safe to say they are really a huge staple point to the model plane collecting community, as they make these models like this. So really nice to have this for my collection, and maybe let's see where I can use this model in future airport updates I do. But under that, really nice model right here. And here's a 3D design deck 1/400 scale Federal Aviation Administration Aircraft Challenger 605. Looking very nice here for 3D design deck, and despite how small the model is, I'm surprised to see all this detailing for a 1/400 scale aircraft. So let's get into the review. So you got the cockpit windows right there, you got the nose shaded plane. Of course, 3D design deck did a phenomenal job for the nose shape of the plane. You got your nose landing gear, there's your door right there, there's your windows, there's your antennas, which I love the fact that 3D design deck gets the antennas correctly on these 1/400 scale Challengers and general aviation aircraft, including some bottom antennas as well. There's your wing and your winglet as well. Not much on the details on the wings on the top side, but you can see some rudder details. Rudder details, not kinda, but you can see some aileron spoiler details there on this model. And then there's your engine right there, which I'm guessing they could be maybe they're CF34 engines if I were to take a guess. Maybe, they could be. And it's really it's kind of mainly a simple plain white aircraft, but there's some kind of thunderbolt pattern that I'm seeing on this side. So it runs all the way from here all the way to here. So I really like this design for this aircraft right there. There's your tail. The aircraft registration has 3 words or just 3 numbers or 3 digits. November 89er. And then there's your T-tail aircraft with your horizontal stabilizers. And then moving on to the front. Front looks very nice, of course, really unique front. Ooh, better watch out, otherwise this thing will fall. And then moving on to the starboard section. There's nothing really much to go over the starboard section. There's no door on this aircraft. But as I'm going to the top, so here is the top view, which honestly that looks very nice. Here is the bottom view, so you got your one-piece wing mold right there, and then all your bottom details as well. And then moving on to the front. So here is another view of the front. As you can see, really nice ground flex on these models right here. And then moving on to the back, as I maneuver like so. Here is the back of the model, which honestly I also like the position of the horizontal stabilizers as well. So overall, nice model. I'm not sure if I want to try to how I'm gonna use this model in some of my airport updates I do, but other than that, really nice model. Really nice to have my first 3D design deck model, even though I already have 2 3D design deck models already. But I'm just looking forward to getting another one from them in the future. I might as well get some NetJets and the Visa Jet that they just recently released. But other than that, really nice product right there, and I'm real glad to have it for my 3D printed model plane collection. This next model actually doesn't come from the collectible show itself, but rather from a trade. And honestly, I was not expecting to get this aircraft, but hey, I guess the trade is all worth it. So I was trading models with other collectors, and he was kind enough to give me this particular model in general, this particular model. So I'm just looking forward to having this and a rather unique aircraft to add to my collection. So coming into the frame, we have the Gemini Jets, 1/400 scale, American Eagle, and Embraer J145. Big shout out goes to my friend Ed, or Pokey Aviation. He's been going to numerous name changes, so he was Aviation Alias when I first met him, but then in mid-2025 he changed his name to Ed Aviation, and just recently he changed his name again to Pokey Aviation. I would highly recommend subscribing to his channel. He makes a lot of really unique fictional airport updates, and he also does some amazing plane spotting videos from Los Angeles International Airport and his hometown, Las Vegas Harry Reid International Airport. So you're gonna actually be seeing multiple models from him. So he really got a lot of models. He traded in a lot of models to me. So there is gonna be a lot of models from Mr. Eduardo. So let's get into the review. I'm not really gonna go into the box review too much. I'm just gonna expedite this, but here's all your details right there. Standard Gemini Jets box, American Airlines logo, 1/400 scale diecast model aircraft, Embraer J145 logo as well, and the CGI image of the plane. Here is the bottom, right, top, and left. And here is the back of the box. As you can see, as well as gets features, bullet points right there, licensing trademark product from American and their social media pages, and the 2021 Gemini Jets copyright label right there. Now, I believe this came out on Gemini Jets' November 2021 releases, if I'm correct on that. But as we get into the item number of this model is GJAAL 2035. And as I open up the pamphlet, here is the model itself, looking very nice right there in 1/400 scale inside that box. And here is the description of the plane, so you can pause and read. So let's get into the unboxing. Now, I actually did see these American Eagle ERJ-145s at Charlotte Douglas International Airport during my layover there. So it's safe to say this trade was all worth it. So I also want to see some American Eagle ERJ-145s before those are retired, but I'm really happy to see them in person while I was there in Charlotte. And honestly, this model looks really nice. And yeah, Gemini Jets does a really nice job on their ERJ-145 mold. So here it is, the American Eagle ERJ-145. Thank you so much, Ed, for this. And overall, it's safe to say it's a nice asset for my American regional collection. And here's the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale American Eagle Embraer ERJ-145. What a nice model this is from Gemini Jets, and yeah, safe to say this is a really cool model to add. And yeah, not that many ERJ-145s in my collection, so it's really nice to add another one. So let's get started with the review of the model. You got the cockpit windows right there, of course, with the nose shape. Here is like the nose shape of the ERJ-145, which I think Gemini Jets did a good job on. Here's your nose landing gear and nose landing gear door. And then you can see the Piedmont tiles right there. American Eagle is now mainly operating ERJ-145s operated by Piedmont. You also got your L1 boarding door right there. Now, I believe this could be the One World logo, which it kind of looks like it looks like it's fading, but I mean, it's a 1/400 model, but I can technically still see that it is a One World logo, but yeah, this is a really small model. And yeah, really cool though. And here are your windows right there, American Eagle tiles as well. There's your cantilever wing, and you can see at the bottom the main landing gear, and then there's your emergency exit door as well. No antennas on this particular model. And as I go into the wing details, so here are the wing details, looking very nice. And yeah, no need to really explain too much. Other than that, Gemini Jets does a nice job on these various wing details. And then you got the US flag right there, aircraft registration, November 603, Kilo Charlie. And then there is your engines, which I think they are the AN AE3007A1 engines, which they produce a really nice sound during takeoff roll. So yeah, really cool engines right there. And then here is the empennage of the plane. You got your APU, which is slanted upwards, which is technically supposed to be like that for ERJ-145. And of course, you got the American Airlines tail, and then there's your horizontal stabilizers, which shows off an aircraft's T-tail, and there are also one piece as well. As we go into the front section, so here is the front section, looking very nice on the cockpit windows, and you can technically say there might be some printed details, like fan blade details on the engines, but yeah, it's kind of hard to see. And then as we move on to the starboard section, so nothing much to go over on the starboard section. The boarding door or the RDR door is much smaller, but I think there's some cargo doors on the front. It's kind of hard to see, or maybe they're at the back, because it's not like those CRJs where they have the the cargo doors on the port side. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell where the cargo doors are on this aircraft, but yeah. But as we go into the top view of the plane, here is the top view of the plane. Not really much to go over too much. I do like the fact that the color looks, the gray color looks really interesting, but I think the color on this model looks accurate to what it is in real life. Not really accurate in a way, but I think the color is what it should be in real life. Moving on to the bottom, as you can see, you can see some bottom details right there. There's your stand hole and your Gemini Jets logo as well. Moving on to the front. Here is the front view of the aircraft, and then yeah, the horizontal stabilizers look really interesting and how they're positioned. And here is the back view of the aircraft right there. So really nice model right here from my collection. Once again, thank you so much, Pokey Aviation, for this model, and overall unique model for my American Eagle fleet. So I have the CRJ 900, the E175, the CRJ 700, and this aircraft. I don't think American Eagle no longer has CRJ 200, so yeah, I believe those are the contract for Air Wisconsin has already ended. But other than that, really nice model to have for my collection, and overall, this is a nice model from Gemini Jets once again. This next model also comes from Pokey Aviation. Now, I think he wanted to train this to me because he's trying to look for a Gemini Jets version of this or another engine models version of this. But he decided to give this to me anyway because, I think he wanted to say that it'll be nice for my collection. So I got another model, and we're actually going to be starting with the retro models already with this one, as we have the NG models 1/400 scale American Airlines Boeing 757-200 with the chrome livery. Really cool to have this. Now, this also features no winglets, so yeah, really cool model, and yeah, really nice model. So yeah, another American Airlines chrome aircraft added to my collection, or American Airlines collection. This model came out on the August 2020 releases, so this is considered to be one of my oldest models, so 5 years ago, which is crazy. And I actually do have a American 757 chrome livery in my collection, but that's more particular a American TWA hybrid. So this is just basically a full-fledged American Airlines chrome livery on the Boeing 757-200 without winglets. So looking forward to having this. You got the Boeing 757-200 tiles right there. You got the 757 tiles and luxury jet tiles right there. Old American Airlines logo and Engine Models logo, which they used to place their logo back then before they ended up like removing it on their recent releases. You got the CGI image of the plane. You got the nice representation of the chrome. Boeing licensed product, 1 scale to collect model, SciCast model. Aircraft registration November 645 Alpha Alpha. Here is the bottom of the box, right, top, and left side. And here is the back. Same as the front. Engine Models logo right there. Warning hazards, item number of this model, and here's their Facebook page. But the item number of this model is 53153. So yeah, looking forward to adding another chrome aircraft to my collection. So I have the 777, MD-80, and yeah, that's the only known aircraft. I will have to look at MadB to see if I have more. But as I take it out, and honestly, these NG chromes looks really nice, and they, wow. Man, that honestly looks really cool. Again, this has been in this collection for a while, ever since he got it, so really nice to have this in my collection as well to build a small American chrome fleet. I mean, I don't want to try to get any chrome aircraft in my collection, but other than that, this is still a cool model, and I'm really glad to have it for my American Airlines retro collection, and overall, it's a really nice aircraft right here from Engine Models. And here's the Gemini Jet's 1/400 scale American Airlines Boeing 757-200 in their iconic chrome livery without winglets. Looking very nice here from Engine Models, and honestly, it looks really stunning. And yeah, from the chrome itself to the printing and the mold, this is considered to be one of the most popular models from its time. And yeah, many collectors really like this model back then when Engine Models likes to release a lot of US releases. So let's get started with the review of the model with the cockpit windows right there. Of course, the nose shape on the 757s looks very nice. I'm not sure I'm seeing any like maybe some kind of like residue of the model. Once again, like he has been having this model for quite some time, so maybe like dust could have like came into the plane or maybe some other things. You also got your nose landing gear as well, and the nose landing gear door with the ship number of the plane. 757 luxury liner right there, L1 boarding door and L2 boarding door. You got the American Airlines titles, and then of course you got the navy blue, white, and red sheet lines that runs all the way to the side of the plane to pretty much the back of the plane. Here's your bottom antenna as well. There's your Rolls-Royce RB211 engines, which Engine Models did a nice job on the sizing of it. There's your main landing gear as well, and then there's your emergency exit doors. And then there's your wing joint as well with some landing light details too, which I do like. And as I go into the wings, I do like the details of the wings. As you can see, the inner part has like a more of a darker metallic gray on it, while the rest is kind of like a matte finish. And as you can see all your various details from spoilers, rudders, and a whole lot more. And then moving on to the back, you also got all your various like windows right there, and the windows out the front as well. Forgot to mention that. You also got your aircraft registration, November 645 Alpha Alpha once again. And then moving on, you also got your L3 door right there. And then moving on to the empennage of the plane, there's your APU and the aircraft's horizontal stabilizer or elevators, and the iconic American Airlines old logo with the US flag at the top. And I love that rudder detail as well. And then as we move on to the front section of the plane, you can see some details on the RB211 engines, which I do like to see from Engine Models. And as we move on to the starboard section of the plane, let me zoom out real quick. You got your forward cargo bin, which is right there, and your R doors, and your aft cargo bin right there. And as I go into a top view of the plane, here is the top view. So, actually there is one missing antenna on the top. But again, that's probably like, he probably has this in his collection for quite some time. While there is a missing antenna, it is what it is. And at least there's actually there is another missing antenna right there as well. So, and he also, I guess, glued some engines. So he apparently glued the port engine and the nose landing gear, because I have a feeling they ended up falling off when he had this. So, but at least he was able to fix it, which I do like. And as you can see, here is the bottom details, looking very nice. And then there's your stand hole as well. Here is the front view of the plane, also looking very nice. And at the back, here is your back view of the plane. So really cool model right here from my collection and American Airlines retro collection. And once again, thank you so much, Ed, for this model. I really appreciate this model as well. So this is model number 2 from Mr. Pokey Aviation. So he's got the American ERJ 145 and the Chrome 757 for me. So once again, there is going to be more of Pokey Aviation models from that person. Yeah, there's going to be more models from Pokey Aviation in this video. So yeah, a lot I'll add. So
Other than that, really nice model, and I'm really glad to have this for my American Airlines retro collection. We'll be moving away from retro models for the meantime, but we're gonna be going through another engine models, and honestly, I was kind of like on a mixed opinion if I want to get this aircraft or not, but who knows if this model is already sold out, so I ended up getting this model, and I believe I've either purchased this during day 2, if I were to guess. I'm guessing it was day 2. Yeah, it was somewhere around day 2 of the convention, so yeah, but this should be a very nice special livery for this airline, and I'm really glad to have this for my collection. So coming into the frame, we have the engine models, 1/400 scale, Alaska Airlines Boeing 737-800 in the Disney Toontown livery. Looking forward to having this. Now, Alaska had a Toontown, like a previous Toontown livery before they paint this one on an 800, so yeah, it looks really nice, and I have seen this aircraft at Sacramento and Seattle Tacoma, so yeah, it's a really nice livery from Alaska Airlines, and it's really nice for them that they're making this livery to promote Disneyland Resort in Southern California. So you got the Alaska Airlines logo right there, Boeing 737-800 tiles right there. I love the box art. You got the characters like not Minnie Mouse, Daisy Duck, Donald Duck, and Goofy. Follow us, Disneyland Resort, and the CGI image of the plane, 1/4 scale collectible model, Sidecast Mel. Doesn't show the registration anywhere, which is quite surprising for this box art, because usually engine models would do like these registrations at the front side of the box. But you got your bottom, right, top, and left, and as we look at the back, I like on how they designed this warning hazard. So they placed a warning hazard, and then you also got the exclamation point right there. But apparently there's no registration present on, well actually there is, on the top box. So the registration of the plane is November 565 Alpha Sierra. And the item number of this model is 58222. So yeah, really nice model, and I'm just looking forward to having this in my collection, and maybe I can use this in a future airport update I do, because I do have that Pacific Northwest airport update that's currently on plans right now. But as I take all these stuff out, we got the collector card from Engine Models, looking very different as compared to the previous ones, and the model collector card as well, which I do like the fact they add this on this particular model, and here is the barcode that you can scan on. And here is the model itself, looking very nice in 1/4 scale. I kind of like forgot on where I got this, but I believe it's either Final Approach Collectibles or a Text and Airplane store. But I'm guessing this could be a Final Approach Collectibles order. And yeah, looking very nice right there. So let me check the QC, making sure nothing is broken. And here it is, looking very nice. And man, honestly, Engine Models, they did a fantastic job on this. And yeah, really nice to have this for my Alaska Airlines collection. So safe to say, really glad to have it. It's a very nice model, and overall Engine Models did a stunning job on this, so really proud of their work right here. And here's the Engine Models 1/4 scale Alaska Airlines Boeing 737-800 in the Disney Toontown livery. This is a phenomenal job from Engine Models, and yeah, it's just a really nice livery, and of course Alaska Airlines did a phenomenal job on this livery. And yeah, really nice that Engine Models was able to make this in 1/4 scale. So because of all the aspects for this special livery, I will have to expedite this just like what I did for the previous aircraft. So let's get into the review. Of course, carpet windows and nose shape of the plane. Of course, Engine Models does a nice job on those. Nose landing gear, nose landing gear door, L1 boarding door, and the one-wheel titles. You got Disney, like one of the Mickey balloons right there. Follow us to Disneyland Resort. And there's your windows, Alaska Airlines logo as well. Moving on to the middle, all your various like aspects of the aircraft in the middle, top antenna, and then the emergency exit doors, CFM 56-7B engines right there. The main landing gear, which the tires are also, not really tires, the wheels are painted in light blue. There's your split scimitar winglet as well. This is showing the outer, which is basically light blue. And then you got some hills and more Mickey balloons right there. As I go into the wings, here are the wing details. Of course, Engine Models does a very nice job on the wing details on their 737s. And then moving on to the back area of the plane, you got your Wi-Fi dome, the Toontown titles, you got the aircraft registration, November 565 Alpha Sierra, you got Daisy Duck, Donald Duck, and Goofy on the tail. And as we move on to the back, to the empennage parts, you got your L2 door, APU, and the horizontal stabilizers, and of course, more Goofy tails, all the various like Disney aspects, and of course, Goofy himself, which apparently like this part of his, well, I would say like his mouth area, it kind of looks a little darker as compared to what it is on the actual aircraft. That's kind of like an observation I've noticed, but again, like it's not really too much I can complain too much, but I think that could have been much of a lighter color than just like a more, it's more of like a dark, nearly like a tan purplish color. But here is the front of the plane, also looking very nice as well.
And then moving on to the starboard section. Starboard section looks different. You got your cargo doors right there. So aft cargo bin somewhere right there, forward cargo bin's right there. But the main difference is you got Pluto, Minnie Mouse, and the star himself, Mickey Mouse. And as we go into the top of the plane, here's the top view of the plane. Looking very nice right there. All your various details. Bottom shows all your details as well. I do like the fact they added in molded in air intakes on this model. And then here is the front section of the plane and the back section of the plane right there. So overall, really nice model from Engine Models. They did a phenomenal job, and yeah, really nice to have this in my collection. And yeah, really cool livery from Alaska Airlines, and yeah, really nice to see this aircraft in person as well. So overall, great work Engine Models on this. And I forgot to mention that on the Scimitars inners, there's probably like the Chipmunks, Chip and Dale, so I guess that's maybe Chip on this side, maybe Dale is on the other side as well. But other than that, really nice model from Engine Models, and overall, really nice to have this in my collection to represent my Alaska Airlines Special Livery collection. So great work, Engine Models, on this model right here.
The next model is an airline and aircraft I wanted to feature for quite a while, but I believe it's been like years since I last featured this airline and aircraft, and while I was at the convention, I know I wanted to have this model for my collection because, again, it sure has been a while since I last featured this airline and aircraft, so I'm just looking forward to featuring this in this mass unboxing. So, coming into the frame, we have the Gemini Jets, 1/400 scale, WestJet Encore, de Havilland Canada -A Q400. Looking forward to having another Q400 in my collection. The last Q400 I have is the Alaska -A Q400 in the Washington Dogs livery, and the Q400 is really, I will say, like, not really featured too much on my channel. I only have, well, before getting this one, I just only have one, which was that Alaska Q400. So it's really nice to feature this. In addition, this is my first WestJet model since 2021 with that 737-800. So yeah, been a while since I last got a WestJet model, but this is my first time featuring this model in the WestJet current livery. So this model came out in November 2024. And I'm just looking forward to having this in my collection. So it's a really unique aircraft for, you know, like Canada, of course, because like I do want to like expand further for every airline. So just looking forward to having this. So you got the Gemini Jets 25th anniversary logo. You got 1998 to 2023, even though that already passed. Made for collectors by collectors, kind of like your same old box design for Gemini Jets, WestJet logo, 1/4 scale. Now, I think back then, I think Gemini Jets still calls them the Bombardier Q400, but technically, I believe Bombardier got hold of the Q400 before de Havilland Canada did. So nowadays, I would just say it as the de Havilland Canada -A Q400. As always, you got the bottom, right, top, and left side of the box. If I could just position like this. Here is the back, the left side, and here is the back. As always, nothing too much of the back to go over. As well as gets features, bullet points, social media pages, WestJet licensed products right there, both in English and French, and the 2024 Gemini Jets copyright label right there. Once again, this came out in November 2024. And the item number of this model is GJWJA 2272. So yeah, really nice. And let's open up the pamphlet, and there she is, looking very nice. And yeah, it sure has been a while since I last featured a Q400 on my channel. And here is the description of the de Havilland Canada / Bombardier Q400, so you can pause and read. And it also talks about the registration. And let's get into the unboxing. So yeah, WestJet Encore is more like the regional brand for WestJet, since they mainly operate like turboprop planes like Q400s. I think maybe Saab 340s. I don't think the Saab 340s, but mostly the Q400s. But as you can see, looking very nice. Let me make sure that the wings are intact and the horizontal stabilizers too. And there she is. Yeah, like honestly, it sure has been a while since I last got a Q400, and safe to say that this model is a great addition to my international lineup, especially for the regional side of things for WestJet and just Canadian airlines in general. So overall, really nice model to feature in this mass unboxing, and overall, Gemini Jets did a fantastic job on this. And here's the Gemini Jets 1/4 scale WestJet Encore de Havilland Canada -A Q400 in their current livery. Looking very nice here for Gemini Jets, and honestly, again, it's been a while since I last had a Q400, and safe to say the model has not changed, or the molding in this case. But still, I think Gemini Jets did a fantastic job on this model, and again, really nice to have this for my collection. So let's get started with the review. You got your cockpit windows and then your nose shape. Kind of like nearly representable to what it is in real life. Nose landing gear, nose landing door. I guess that could be, well, there's the emergency exit hatch right there. I'm guessing that could be the de Havilland Canada titles, and probably that could say operated by WestJet Encore.
And then over here, you got the Canadian flag alongside the proudly title, so it's proudly Canadian. You got your L1 boarding door right there. You got the WestJet titles right there, and your windows, which I think Gemini Jets did a good job on the printings. And then moving on to the middle of the plane, you got your Pratt & Whitney Canada PW1150A turbofans, or not turbofans. I'm thinking about turbofans since I have a lot of those, but these are turboprops. And what I do like about this model is they actually spin, like the blades actually spin, but don't spin them too much, otherwise they'll fall. That same goes for the other engine as well, which that's really nice on how Gemini Jets is able to add those spinning turboprops, which I think that's a really cool feature. You also got the main landing gear as well, and then there is your wing of the Q400, as you can see. I'll also go into the details as well of this, so let me just go zoom out more fast. And then here are the wing details right there. You got your de-icing boots, you got your flaps, and all your fairings right there, which is pretty nice. And yeah, Gemini Jets did a good job on the details on the Q400's wings. And then moving on to the backside, there's your ventral fin right there, there's your L2 door, and then there's your cargo hold right there, and then there's the dorsal fin of the plane. And then moving on to the back area, the empennage area of the plane, you got your aircraft registration, Charlie Foxtrot Oscar Echo November. There's your APU right there, and then this is where the livery starts. So as you can see, it has like a nice turquoise blue, I guess turquoise or sea green color, and then it features the WestJet logo right there overlapping the tail. And then there's your T-tail right there with the horizontal stabilizers, which also features the de-icing boots. So in case this aircraft flies in cold weathers, these de-icing boots can really come in handy to get rid of ice. And then moving on to the forward section, you can see, I guess that's part of the plane's registration numbers right there, if I were to take a guess, or maybe the ship number, I'm not really quite sure. But as you can see, there's the front, really nice details on the front, and yeah, no need to explain more. And then as we get into the starboard section of the plane, there's your R1 and R2 doors. Now, I'm not sure if this can also count as a door. Again, I don't really see quite, I'm not really quite sure if this is actually a door or a window, but let me know, because I'm not really too familiar with this aircraft. But as you can see, that's your back, and yeah, nothing really to go over on the back. Or not really the back, the starboard section, so there isn't that much details to go over. But anyways, here is the top right there, so no antennas or details on the top, but just your red beacon light, no standing hole as well, but you can see a tiny Gemini Jets logo right there, alongside some extra details at the bottom. Here is the front view of the aircraft. Yeah, pretty much nothing really changes on Gemini Jets' Q400 mode, so looking nice on the front, and here is the back view right there. So probably spend, this recording portion, I guess I spent about 30 minutes talking about the model. Again, it's been a while since I last had a Q400, but still, I think Gemini Jets did a great job on this beautiful WestJet Q400, despite having, not having a Q400 in years. But overall, really nice model, and I'm really glad to have this. I might try to feature this model in future airport updates if I would let's say, have this route fly to Vancouver or Calgary, well, mainly Calgary. But other than that, really nice model, and I'm really glad to have it for my Canadian collection. Alright, now let's shift gears to wide-body aircrafts now. Now, of course, I really love covering these wide bodies because of how unique they are, so this is going to be a really interesting unboxing for sure. But I got some really cool wide bodies to take a look at. So we're going to start with our first model, yet another model from Poke Aviation, and I saw this, and I saw this actually looks really cool, so I wanted it for my collection, and Ed was actually going to sell this, so I was the perfect candidate for this model. So coming into the frame, we have probably one of my favorite models to add from, or models I've ever traded, which is the Gemini Jets 1/4 scale United Airlines Lockheed L1011-500 TriStar in their Sol Bass livery. What a cool model this is. So yeah, he had this in his collection for quite a while. Thankfully, I think there should be any problems, but I think this should be a nice asset for my United Airlines collection. And yeah, United had some L1011s back then. I think they were all bought from Pan Am. I think some of them, or maybe all L1011s from Pan Am. But yeah, this is actually really cool. Hang on, let me check to make sure the registration. Yeah, maybe these could all be bought from Pan Am. So I think United ended up using these planes for their long-haul European operations. So yeah, looking forward to having this. This is actually a 2018 model. So going back to 2018 Gemini Jets time frames. So yeah, this is actually a really cool model. I don't know what month it was, but all I know it's a 2018 release model from Gemini Jets. So as always, This is kind of like your older Gemini Jets box art made for collectors by collectors. So yeah, nothing really too much. You got the United logo in their Saul Bass era, 1/4 scale diecast model aircraft, Lockheed L1011-500, and the Lockheed L1011 TriStar logo as well. You also got your bottom of the box, right, top, and left side. And then here is the back of the box right there. As well as gets features as always. You got your Facebook page right there. Lockheed Martin licensed product right there. 2018 Gemini Jets copyright label and made in China. And the item number in this model is GJ. If I can find it, hang on. There it is. So the item number is GJUAL 1689. And the box is showing some wear and tear, but again, like, Ed has this model for his collection for quite a while. So yeah, really nice to have this for him. And take a look at that. So really, really nice stuff from Gemini Jets. And my first Gemini Jets L1011. Majority of the L1011s I have in my collection are all engine models. So it's really nice to get an L1011 from a different manufacturer. So here is a description of the red aircraft and the L1011 itself. And yeah, let's get into the unboxing. So yeah, honestly, really cool model right here. Once again, thank you so much, Pokey Aviation, for this model. This honestly looks really, really cool. And wow, my good, whoo. Gosh, Gemini Jets actually did a nice job on this L1011, honestly. Wow, this honestly looks really, really cool. And yeah, I'm honestly really, really impressed on this model. Man, this is just really, really nice from Gemini Jets. And yeah, the livery, the Saul Bass livery on this aircraft looks absolutely, honestly, it just looks really nice. So yeah, here it is, the United L1011. It honestly looks really, really cool. So I think I have the, if I were to take a guess, I think I have the, what is that? I think the DC-10, the 747 SP, and the 767-300 in the Saul Bass livery, so the L1011 is a nice addition. I think that's all the Saul Bass I have before getting this one, but other than that, really nice model, and Gemini Jets did a fantastic job on it. And here's the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale United Airlines Lockheed L1011-500 TriStar in the Saul Bass livery. What a stunning model this is from Gemini Jets. Once again, it's really nice to have this for my collection, and once again, thank you so much, Ed, for this lovely model. And yeah, safe to say that I'm really glad to have this at my disposal. So really cool model indeed from Gemini Jets. So let's get started with the review. You got your cockpit windows right there, and the nose shape of the L1011, which I think Gemini Jets did a good job on. You got your R1 and R2 doors right there. Not R1, L1 boarding door and L2 boarding door right there. Nose landing gear and nose landing gear door as well. And then some extra details like pitot tube, sag ports, and all that. You got the colors of the Saul Bass livery, so you got a orange cheat line, red cheat line, and navy blue cheat line. You got the small United Saul Bass tiles right there. You got your top antenna as well. And then as we move on to the middle, you got your RB211 engines. Now, this is kind of like a minor issue, like a minor kind of like issue in a way, but I believe he added, I guess, super glue. I guess that's super glue, excuse me, because I believe the #1 engine ended up falling off on this model, which I'm glad he was able to fix, but other than that, that's kind of like a little minor, at least it's not like, you know, quite too noticeable. I kind of looks a little noticeable when I look at it like this, but it shouldn't be way too noticeable. And then you also got your main landing gears right there, your windows, and then all your details on the wings and your wing joint as well. As we get into like the details of the wings, so here are the top wings. I do like the fact that the fairings are actually, like, the tip of the fairings are actually painted yellow, which I think that's really cool. You also got your fairings and all that, so all your various like wing details on this L1011, which I think Gemini just did a good job on doing. And then as we go into the back side of the plane, now the L1011-500 is a shortened version of the L1011-1. So yeah, that's quite different. They just shortened the fuselage. I mean, despite the name 500, they just shortened the fuselage on this aircraft, which I thought it was going to be like, you know, quite longer, but I guess they wanted to make an L1011 that's a little shorter compared to the -1 and all the other variants. Anyways, you got your L3 door right there, your US flag, and the aircraft registration, November 514, Papa Alpha. So United Airlines took all of Pan Am's L1011s, all 6 of them, and they mainly used them on their Pacific divisions. I think it's like an agreement they had with Pan Am. Anyways, there is your empennage area of the plane. So you got the S-duct engine, so this is the #2 engine, so this is where air would come in, and it goes through here all the way to the second engine right there. So I do like this design on the L1011, which I think it's really unique for an L1011 to have. They would also have this on the 727 as well. And then as we look at the tail, here is the tail. You got your United Tulip logo right there and some really nice details on the horizontal stabilizers. So great work, Gemini Jets, on that. As we move on to the front of the plane, as you can see, here is the front, looking very nice. You can see some fan blade details, and then you can really see some details on the number 2 engine, since the engine's all the way at the very back. But as we go into the starboard section, as you can see, here is the starboard section, R1, R2, and R3 doors. There's your forward cargo bin right there, and your aft cargo bin right there. And as we go into the top view of the plane, here is the top view. I do like the fact that there's some red beacon lights right there, so 2 beacon lights. And then moving on to the bottom, you got your bottom right there. One-piece mold for the wings, which is nice, which honestly it's really nice. There's your Gemini Jets logo right there, your sand hole, and Gemini Jets used to add some bottom antennas back then. So I do like the fact there is a bottom antenna, but I believe there is one missing antenna. I did not notice this or look even further, but there is also one bottom antenna that was supposed to be there. But of course, what the problem with Gemini Jets adding bottom antennas is they would tend to fall off, which it is what it is. I mean, like, at least this model, there's not too many like major issues with this model. But as we look into the front, as you can see, here is the front, looking very nice, and I actually do like that ground flex configuration on this aircraft, so that's really nice for Gemini Jets to do. And I was trying to like make sure to hold that wing so it does not come loose. But as we move into the back, here is the back view of the plane right there. So once again, thank you so much, Pokey Aviation, for this. This is a really cool model to add to my United Airlines retro fleet. And overall, this is a very nice model to add to my United, or just L1011 collection in general. So really nice model right here. Thank you so much, Ed, for this. And overall, what a nice model from Gemini Jets. The next model up is something I wasn't expecting to get, but a friend of mine actually gave this to me. Now, honestly, I was not expecting to get this, but this model is like really rare, and the uniqueness of this aircraft and this livery is really interesting. So yeah, this is something really cool. It is an old release. So with that being said, let me bring it into the frame. So coming into the frame, we have the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale American Airlines Boeing 777-300ER in the chrome fantasy livery. This is really unique, probably one of the rarest models Gemini Jets has ever made, and it is another from Pokey Aviation, as I actually got bamboozled because he actually purchased this model, I believe, during day 1 of the convention, but at day 3 he surprised me by actually giving this model to me, because basically that model is actually for me. I honestly was not expecting this. This is literally not in my bingo card from the convention, but it is a nice gift for my friend Ed, because he really likes me. Like, he appreciates all what I do for him, and honestly, it was really generous for him to actually like give this to me. So this is honestly really cool. So thank you so much, Ed, for this. This is really cool. So I don't have an American Airlines 777-300ER in my collection before, so it's really nice to have a unique one in a fantasy livery. So of course you got your Gemini Jets brandings, their older style right here, made for collectors by collectors, CGI image of the plane, old American Airlines logo, and your old American Airlines titles, Boeing 777-300ER. Now, I believe Gemini Jets had I will say like a misunderstanding on when the livery is going to be debuting, because the current livery debuted in January 2013. This actually came out in July 2012, so they made this before the current American Airlines livery debuted. So I believe it was like a misunderstanding on when that livery is going to be coming out, but hey, it's honestly really cool. And yeah, most of the American 333 fleets have like the current standard livery, except for November 735 Alpha Tango, which is in the Centennial flagship DFW Roundel livery, which it's kind of like close to that retro livery in a way. But it honestly would have been actually really cool if a chrome livery, like a American 333 in this livery, existed. So you got all the sides right here, no need to really explain more. And then here is the back side right here. So as you can see, 2012 Gemini Jets copyright label right there, Boeing licensed product, American Airlines trademark right there. Social media pages and everything. Well, not really social media pages, but you got your eligibility against bullet points. And as I look for the item number, the item number of this model is GJAAL 1177. So yeah, this honestly looks really cool, and there's like a sticker right there, 65 November 717 Alpha November. But as we open up the pamphlet, there is the model side, and honestly it looks really nice. And then here is the description of the plane. You can pause and read, and you can check out their website for new releases right there. Really like this old design from Gemini Jets right here. Anyways, let's get into the model. So yeah, really interesting fantasy livery. And honestly, like, it is really cool to have. It's in their old Gemini Jets 777-300ER mold, and yeah. And honestly, ooh, wow. Okay, this is actually really, really cool. So it is a one-piece mold. Let me check the horizontal stabilizers and the tail, and look at this. This, once again, is not on my bingo card from the convention, but given how cool this is, and this is from a friend of mine, I thought, why not get this? So yeah, really cool model right here. And yeah, Gemini just did a fantastic job on this model, despite this livery not existing. But again, it's a fantasy livery, so I tend to like fantasy liveries. And this is one example of a really nice fantasy livery right here. So great work on this, Gemini Jets, and once again, really nice to have this for my collection. And here's the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale American Airlines Boeing 777-300ER in the Chrome Fantasy livery. With this model being like a Chrome Fantasy livery, as I like to speak, this looks so cool to have, and yeah, Gemini Jets did a really nice job on this, despite this livery not existing, but the closest we can get is the flagship DFW livery. So, other than that, honestly, it would have been much more cooler if American ended up doing this in real life. So, with that being said, not gonna waste further time, we're gonna get into the review. Got the cockpit windows right there, you got the nose shape of Gemini Jets' American 777, or just a 777 mold in general, which it looks nice for its time. I think they may have improved just a little bit on the nose shape on recent releases. You got your nose landing gear and nose landing gear door containing part of the ship number of the plane. Nose landing gear, again, like similar to like the cockpit windows, they made some improvements on those. L1 boarding door and the L2 boarding door, and then there is your one roll tiles right there. You got the very nice comb on the Gemini Jets model, which I ended up cleaning just to make it look shiny. But yeah, there's that. You got the, of course, iconic colors of the American Airlines Chrome livery, navy blue, white, and red, forming a cheat line from the forward area to the plane to the aft area. Here's the American Airlines titles, which I honestly think if they were to make the Chrome livery on this aircraft, I think the American titles would have been extended all the way to, like, let's say over here close to the L2 boarding door, which, I mean, it's, again, this is a livery that does not exist in real life, but that's kind of like how I would think of it. I think having, like, just by looking at this, it kind of looks like the titles are just a little smushed, but yeah, that's how it is. Anyways, moving on to the engine, or like let's start off with the engine, but we're in the middle section. You got the GE90 engine, which of course Gemini just did a nice job on the clearance from the ground, which is nice. You got your LC door right there, emergency exit indicators right there. There's your main landing gear as well, and of course your windows, as always. Now, as I give you guys some details of the wings, let me zoom out, like so. Here is the details of the wings. So as you can see, real nice details on the Gemini Jets wings, looking very nice. I can see pretty much the spoilers, ailerons, and flap details right there. And as we go into the back area of the plane, so here is the back side of the plane. Of course, you got your L1, or not L1, L4 and L5 doors. No antennas on this aircraft, which, of course, it's an old mold, which makes sense. And of course, if I can focus, let me focus in again. I mean, I don't know if you can see the registration from here, but the aircraft registration is November 717 Alpha November. So I'm not sure if the Chrome livery actually had the registration over here, but yeah, again, like, it's a different placement right here for this model in general. And as we move on to the empennage of the plane, you got your APU right there and your horizontal stabilizers, and of course the iconic American Airlines Chrome livery with the old American Airlines titles and your US flag on the top part. And I do like that red detail too. Now, I'm not sure if this is like the actual placement, but because like I know they have the 222, so maybe this could be like the accurate representation of the printing of the tail. So yeah, but of course, with this being a fantasy livery, I can't really say this is all true. Anyways, as we move on to the front, you can see some really nice. I actually really do like how they were able to add this white dot on the spiral part of the GE90 engine. So I really like that attention to detail from the Gemini Jets right there. Under that, front looking very nice right here. And as we move on to the starboard section, of course, your R1 and all your R doors. Forward cargo bins should be somewhere right there, and your aft cargo bin should be right there. You have two on the aft side of the plane on the starboard section. And as we go into the top view, here is the top view. No need to explain more. You got some pretty details right there. Bottom also look very nice as well. You got the Gemini Jets logo right there and your stain hole. And of course, the model, the wing itself is a one-piece mold with all these older Gemini Jets releases. Here is the front section of the plane. You can't really see it, but you can see some really nice ground flex configurations. And as we move on to the back, here is the back view right there. So probably I would spend 4 minutes on this portion of the video of reviewing this aircraft, but again, it's really unique. And once again, thank you so much, Pokey Aviation or Ed, for this one right here, once again, wasn't expecting to get this on the convention, and yeah, not on my bingo card, but it's a really nice model to have, and overall, this is a really unique Chrome Fantasy livery, or just a Retro Fantasy livery to have in my collection. So, great work, Gemini Jets, on this. Now let's move on to some international wide bodies. Alright, now let's get into the international wide bodies. We're going to start things off with a really unique airline. Now, I have not featured this airline. I would say, for this particular airline in general, I have featured, but I don't have that many models of them. And I just found out to have a really nice model for my collection. Now, I believe this is a Flounder Approach Collectibles purchase, from what I can remember. But this is a really nice model, and I'm really excited to have this particular airline of this aircraft in my collection. So, coming into the frame, we have the engine models, 1/4 scale, Cathay Pacific Airbus A350-900. Super excited to have get a Cathay A350-900, as these do fly to San Francisco. Mainly, I would see them during the afternoon hours of the operations at SFO. They would mainly service to Hong Kong, but at nighttime they would send the 777s in. So, really nice model here, and yeah, Cathay A350, really cool model, and yeah, they haven't made multiple of these, so I'm not sure when this model was released, but other than that, really nice model. Super excited to review this. So, of course, you got the Airbus A350-900 tiles right there, CGI image of the plane. Of course, a really nice box art from engine models right there, 1/4 scale, collectible model, stock smell, Cathay Pacific logo, and the aircraft registration, Bravo Lima Romeo Foxtrot, which that's a really interesting placement for the registration right there. Wasn't expecting them to place it there. And of course, you don't see the engine models logo anywhere, as they've been doing that recently on most of their boxes. Top, right, or bottom, right, top, and left. And then here is the back side. And then you got your warning hazard right there. Cathay Pacific titles, so same thing as the front. And the number of this model is 39077. So, super excited to add a Cathay A350-900, and yeah, since I have the 777, which is also in their standard livery as well, I thought why not get the Cathay A350, and there she is inside. Really nice. Here is their CRP card, which it looks different as compared to the previous ones, but as we take her out, and yeah, this looks really cool. Now the 777 had a different kind of shade of blue, and wow, so ooh, wow, this looks so nice. And there she is, the Cathay A350. Let me make sure that it's not broken. I do want to check these because, of course, I came from Atlanta, so I want to make sure these are models intact. And she is intact. And wow, this also looks so nice. Engine Models did a fantastic job on this. And yeah, a really unique model. So I'm really diversifying my Cathay Pacific fleet with this model. So, of course, Cathay Pacific, they do have the A321neo, which is their only narrow body, but it's really nice to have this A350 in my collection. Oops. And yeah, a really nice model here, and once again, really glad to have this in my collection for my Cathay Pacific fleet. And here's the engine models, 1/4 scale Cathay Pacific Airbus A350-900. Looking very nice here from engine models, and yeah, this looks really nice, and overall they did a fantastic job with this. So really glad to have another Cathay Pacific model in my collection. So I have the 333 and the A350-900, and hopefully I could get the A350-1000 in the future. You got the cockpit words right there, your nose shape of the plane, of course the iconic Raccoon mask, and of course the nose shape as mentioned. They did a very nice job on it, and yeah, it looks really nice for engine models. Nose landing gear and nose landing gear door, Romeo Foxtrot tiles right there. You got the Cathay Pacific logo, L1 boarding door and L2 boarding door right there, each of them containing the One World logo on each side. And then you got the Cathay Pacific logo in that really nice Times New Roman font. And then there's your top antenna, and then you can see just a little bit, there's a bottom antenna right there. And of course, with this gray, now I've noticed on my 777 that the gray looked a little different compared to this one. I think for this model, I think the gray looks much more accurate to what it is in real life. So yeah, not sure what was up with engine models on the 333 with the gray, but for the Cathay A350, I think that looks more representable. Now, of course, in the CGI image, I noticed that this part is like a full blue, like a sky blue, but yeah, that's kind of like a CGI image thing. But yeah, for the model itself, I think this is a more accurate representation of the gray. But as we move on to the middle section of the plane, you got your Rolls-Royce Trent XWB engines with some very nice detailing. You can see the main landing gear right there. And of course, your windows right there, looking very nice. There's your LG door and your back antenna right there. And then there's your Wi-Fi dome as well. And as I give you guys some details on the wings, oops, hope I didn't damage it. But as we move into the wings, you can see some really nice details on the wings. Of course, you can still see spoilers, ailerons, flaps, and everything else. And yeah, I like the spinning details from engine models. And of course, you can see the winglet right there, as I can focus it right here. you can see the Cathay Pacific logo right there, and then of course like that, it's of course that gray, like not really gray, it's like a sea green color on the Cathay Pacific winglets. Of course, that's kind of like what it is on the tail seat, which I'll get to in a moment. But as I set her down right like so, let's go into the back. So here is the back view of the plane. You got your other and back and center right there. You got your L4 door and the aircraft registration, Bravo Lima Romeo Foxtrot, and the Swire logo, which is probably like a parent company for Cathay Pacific. And then as we move on to the empennage area, you got your APU and the horizontal stabilizers, and the beautiful Cathay Pacific logo on the A350's tails, which I think NG Models did a fantastic job on the printing. And then as we move on to like the front section, of course you can see the front section right there. There's your emergency exit hatch. So you can see some fan blade details on the A350's engines right there, so looking very nice right there. And then of course as we move on to the starboard section, of course same thing as always, your R doors and then your forward cargo bin and aft cargo bin right there. But as I go into the top view of the plane, here is the top view of the plane. Of course you got your antennas and Wi-Fi dome and your printed beacon light. Moving on to the bottom, you can see some really nice details on the A350 right there. There's your stand hole right there. And of course, on the port section, you can see the Bravo Lima Romeo Foxtrot registration on the bottom of the wing. As I go into the front, so here is the front view of the plane. Looking very nice with that really nice ground flex on the wings. And on the back, here is the back view over there. So really nice model right here from NG Models. Really nice to have this. And yeah, building up that Cathay Pacific fleet. I believe the only model I need to have is the A350-1000. But I'm also looking forward to hopefully get that Cathay A350 Retro livery they just debuted for their 80th anniversary. So hopefully that's in the future. I'm not sure if that's released as of now, as of this premiere. But still, it's a really nice model to have. And yeah, NG Models did a nice job on the Cathay A359. So really nice model right there. Really glad to have it.
This next wide body is a unique one. Now, I was on the fence on whether I should get this model or not. I know this manufacturer has never made an aircraft out of this airline before, so when they released that, I thought it was really unique for them to release, and honestly, like, I decided to get it anyway because somebody told me that this could be the only airline out of this manufacturer to make this, so I decided to get it anyway. So, coming into the frame, we have the NG Models 1/400 scale, Emirates Airbus A350-900. Super cool to actually see Emirates or NG Models do an Emirates model. This could be their only Emirates model they have ever made. This model came out in September 2024. And yeah, I was hoping they made a 777-300ER since they had that mold. But I guess they decided to stick with the Emirates A350 since that's their newest addition to the Emirates fleet. They have the A380 and the 777 in their fleet. But now this is the newest addition, the A350. So really unique for my collection, I'll say, and it's nice to really diversify my Emirates fleet since I have the 777. All I just need is the A380. So let's get into the box review. You got the Airbus A350-900 tiles in gold. You got the CGI image of the plane, the CGI image, and unlike NG Models, they have a really unique box style of the Emirates flag, as shown on the tail right there. But for Gemini jets, since they have a licensing agreement with Emirates, they have these unique box where it's just all red and there's like a square cutout. So that's what you would see in most Gemini jets Emirates boxes, but NG Models does not have a licensing agreement with Emirates, so therefore you see this kind of style of box, which is kind of like just your normal NG Model style box. Emirates logo right there, registration Alpha 6 Echo X-ray Alpha 1/4 scale collectible model, die-cast metal right there. Here is the bottom, right, top, and left, and here is the back side of the box. You got all your various like warning hazards right there, made in China, and the number of this model is 39072. So let's get into the unboxing. So once again, really nice to see NG doing their Emirates model, probably their only one. And honestly, like looking at the model itself, it actually looks really nice. And NG Models did a really nice job on the printing of the Emirates logo. So here is the CRP, no need to really explain more. And then here is that card right there. Warning, do not hold on the palm. And let's get her out. So yeah, like really cool. So I don't know if this thing is gonna fly to the States at all, or maybe like in the future, but currently right now they would mainly service to various like countries like Asia and Europe, so that's kind of like the start for them. But we'll see if they bring this plane to the States soon. And there she is, and honestly this actually looks so nice. Let me make sure that the quality control is on point. Okay, no wings, there we go. And yeah, look at this. NG honestly did a very nice job on their first Emirates model right there. I like the reflectance on the gold right there. It looks really, really cool, honestly. Like,
This is a really cool model from NG Models. Once again, first Emirates model they ever done, and probably their only Emirates model they ever will do. So yeah, really cool model right there. Oops, come on, and let me just like focus it like so. There we go. So yeah, really cool model right there. Really nice to see NG Models doing this model, and overall, it's a really nice model to have for my Emirates collection. And here's the NG Models 1/400 scale Emirates Airbus A350-900. Once again, this is a really unique model NG decided to make, and overall, it's really nice to see them make their first and only Emirates model in their collection. We'll see if they make the 777 in the future, but highly unlikely because of, you know, the licensing agreements on that, but still, really cool model to add to my Emirates collection. Well, just only Emirates. I just only need the A380, and that's it. But still, really nice model to have. So you got the cockpit windows right there and the nose shape. Of course, NG also has a very nice nose shape, but the A350 nose landing gear door containing the X-ray Alpha registration prefix, L1 and L2 boarding door, and then you got the Emirates titles, which I like on how shiny the Emirates titles is, because you know you got like some, like this shiny part right here. The gold kind of looks really saturated on this model. I'll say not too saturated in a way, but just about right. I think the lighting will appear different when I take this out on sunlight, but still, I think NG Models did a really nice job on the Emirates titles, and yeah, really cool right there. Next up, we got the middle of the plane. You got your Trent XWB engines right there, alongside your Emirates symbol right there, and of course, you got the nice ground clearance from the engines to the ground. Nose landing gear, not nose landing gear, main landing gear right there. There's your LC door. There's your top antennas. I think there was a one top antenna right there, one top antenna right there. And as I give you guys a look at the wings, here's a little in-depth look at the wings. So as you can see, as usual, NG Models does a nice job on the various like details on the wings right there. So no need to explain more. I've gone through that on the Cathay A350 already. And then here is the A350's winglets. So here, if I can focus. Okay, this should focus. Come on. Yeah, you can see so on the outer winglet, it shows the Emirates logo. So kind of like the red background and the Emirates logo right there. But on the inner winglet, you can see like the tail of the Emirates logo on the inner side. So it's kind of like the logo you would see on the tail, which I'll go into in a moment. Moving on to the back area of the plane, there's your Wi-Fi dome, your other back antenna, there's your L4 door, and then you got the aircraft registration Alpha 6 Echo X-Ray Alpha. And then moving on to the empennage of the plane, APU and horizontal stabilizers as usual on this A350. And of course, you got the Emirates revised tail, which NG Models did a very nice job on the coloring alongside the printing. So really nice right there for NG Models right there. So yeah, really cool. And yeah, and as we go into the front, let me just zoom out just a little bit. You can see some various like details from the fan blade details and all that. Emergency exit hats, nothing to go over too much. And then moving on to the starboard section, of course, you got your R doors, you got your forward cargo bin and your aft cargo bin right there. And as I go into the top view of the plane, here is the top view of the plane. Of course, no need to explain more. You got all your details right there. Bottom, you can see the Emirates logo right there. If I could just like maneuver it just a little bit. Here is the Emirates logo right there. And then on the port wing, you can see the Alpha 6 Echo X-Ray Alpha registration prefix printed over there. And then all your various details. As we go into the front, here is a front view of the aircraft right there. And moving on to the back, you got your back view of the plane right there. So overall, really nice job from NG Models on their Emirates A350. And yeah, Gemini Jets has made one. I believe Aviation 400 has also done one as well. But NG is more unique since they never made an Emirates model before ever since their launch. And overall, it's really nice to see how far they've come. And yeah, probably their only Emirates model in general. But overall, really nice model right there, and really nice to have it for my Emirates fleet building. All I just need is the A380. But other than that, really nice model from NG. And now we get into some really unique white whales I've got. Now, I won't really consider this model a white whale. It's not really on my priority, but it's a model that I've been wanting to having for quite some time ever since this model was released. So it's not really exactly a white whale in a way. It's just a model I've been wanting to have in my collection for quite some time. But I'm just looking forward to having this now. This could be probably one of the rarest models as of this time, because like this was released and I believe a lot of collectors wanted this, and I believe it's already sold out on NG's website, but it's really nice to actually have this. So coming into the frame, we have the NG Models 1/400 scale Lufthansa Boeing 747-8I representing in their older livery. Really nice to finally have a Lufthansa 747-8 standard livery. And of course, this model in particular is popular since they wanted the older livery more than the current livery. Not gonna lie, the current livery also looks nice on the 747, but I believe many collectors, since they have seen this aircraft more often, I guess they decided to like get it. And yeah, it's already sold out on NG's website, so I'm really glad to have this rare model in my collection. So you got the Boeing 747-8 tiles right there. See, you got an image of the plane. Of course, you got two Lufthansa logos right there. Lufthansa logo, 1/4 scale collectible models die-cast metal, Boeing licensed product, and the aircraft registration is Delta Alpha Bravo Yankee Mike. I actually have seen this aircraft in real life at San Francisco International Airport during one of my spotting sessions, so it's really nice. You got the bottom of the box, right, top, and left side of the box. And then of course here is the back. Now I ended up putting this model on hold because, you know, like I was kind of like on bias because of course I want to get some models because I was trying to like, look for other retailers that sells this model at a cheaper price. But I believe I got this from Final Approach Collectibles, and this could be their only 747s they have in like the entire convention. So I was able to get it from them. So let me just take out this sticker like so, and of course continue on with the review. So of course, same as the front, warning hazards, Boeing license product right there, and the item number of this model is 78010. So this is kind of like one of NG's first 747s they ever made. So yeah, really nice to have this, and let's get into the unboxing like so, and there she is. Now the CRP ended up getting a little dented during like the not really transit, whenever I put this model inside the box, but yeah, it is what it is right there. I can try to like at least fix that, but as we get into the model, and yeah, really nice to have this. I do have Yankee Tango from NG Models as well, so it's really nice to also have this one in the older livery. And as I take her out, man, wow. Now NG Models does a really nice job on their 747-8 molds, and this model is no exception. So as I check all the various like things and all the stuff right there at the bottom, and there she is. Coming in intact, we had the Lufthansa 747-8i. Wow, this honestly looks really cool to have in my collection, and yeah, really nice to have this, and overall this is just a stunning model for me to add to my Lufthansa collection. So diversifying my Lufthansa fleet right there, and yeah, this model is very nice, and yeah, NG Models did a wonderful job on this model right here. It's a really cool model to have once again. And here's the NG Models 1/4 scale Lufthansa Boeing 747-8 lowercase I in their previous livery from 1989. Really nice here from NG Models. Once again, really nice to have another 747-8 for them, and overall, the overall model looks really nice, and NG Models did a fantastic job on it. So, alright, so let's get into the review like so. So let me just focus it. Alright, let's go. You got the cockpit windows right there, and then you got the nose shape of the 747. Of course, one of the iconic features of the aircraft. Probably here could be like Lufthansa's first class products or business class right there. Nose landing gear door containing part of the Yankee Mike registration prefix, Lufthansa logo, and your Star Alliance logo, and there's your emergency exit hatch, Lufthansa billboard tiles right there, L1 boarding door, L2 boarding door, and then your upper door right there, Boeing 747-8 tiles right there, and then aircraft's name, which I will provide a text on what the aircraft's name is, but probably it's named from a German city, so yeah. Alright, moving on to like the middle section of the plane, you got your GENX engine, so this will be engine number 1 and engine number 2. There's your L3 door right there, and your gray Wi-Fi dome. Kind of like odd, or some kind of like way odd because of the different color, like the color difference on this Wi-Fi dome, but I believe some Lufthansa aircrafts have a gray Wi-Fi dome. So yeah, nothing really too significant, but yeah, this kind of looks odd on a white fuselage. Anyways, here is the wing of the plane. As you can see, nothing much of the wing details right there. You got your rake wingtip, all your various like spoilers, ailerons, flaps, and everything, your printed details and your fairings. Overall, looking very nice there from NG Models on this model. And as we move on to the back side of the plane, let me just zoom in a little more. You got your L4 and L5 door right there, your back antennas right there. You got the aircraft registration, Delta Alpha Bravo Yankee Mike, and your German flag right there. And then moving on to the empennage of the plane, you got your APU and your horizontal stabilizers, and the good old Lufthansa tail, of course, like when this livery came out in 1989. So you got the Lufthansa logo right there, and the Yankee Mike registration prefix right there, which NG Models did a very nice job on putting the details on this aircraft. As we move on to the front, now some might say that the cockpit windows during the first iterations of the cockpit windows on the 747-8s, it kind of look a little too big, but from what I'm seeing with the small, I think they have changed it to make it just a little small and just about right. So there's that. Alongside that, you have some, I know you can't see it, but you can see some engine fan blade details and all the various details on the GENX engines. And then moving on to the starboard section of the plane, let me just zoom out like this. So of course you got your R doors right there. There's your number 3 and number 4 engines right there. You got your forward cargo bin right there, and your aft cargo bins right there. And as I give you guys a top view of the aircraft, let me just focus it again and then zoom out. Here is the top view of the plane. Of course, no need to explain more right there, all your various details. Moving on to the bottom, there's your set of landing gears. So 2 sets of main landing gears in the fuselage and 2 sets of main landing gears on the wings. There's your stand hole, and I do like the fact that they have air intakes are molded into models, so really nice. You don't see the Delta Alpha Bravo Yankee Mike registration prefix. I'm not sure if this is like a printing error or this is kind of like the same Lufthansa would usually do on their aircrafts, but there's no registration on one of its wings. So I'm not sure, once again, I'm not sure if this is like a printing error or something, or that's kind of like the standards Lufthansa planes that you would often see. But anyways, as we move on to the front, here is the front section of the plane, and then moving on to the back, you had the back section of the aircraft right there. So overall, really nice model from Engine Models, really nice to have another Lufthansa 747-8. Now I'm after getting the current livery, either Yankee Alpha or Yankee Charlie. I'm not sure if I hit the nose landing gear too hard. But other than that, really nice model for my Lufthansa collection and my international collection, and overall, really nice model to have from Engine Models, and yeah, really nice model right there. Now, this is not the entire model, because like, that's pretty much all of the 1-400 models out of the Final Approach collectibles bag, but I also got a couple of models in my suitcase as well, so I will go into what's in my suitcase, and there's more than that, trust me. There's gonna be more. Of course, this is gonna be a giant mass unboxing, so yeah, stick around, you guys, because this, once again, is gonna be a long video. So with that being said, let's get into the models from my suitcase. So yeah, just looking forward to seeing what the rest of the models are. So with that being said, let's get into my suitcase and see what the models are there inside. Alright, so now we're going to move on to the next set of models. Now, this all came from my suitcase because I'm not going to fit everything in my Final Approach collectibles bag, so I decided to fit the rest of them in my suitcase. So I got a handful of models from this second batch, and overall, this is a really cool set, I will say. I think we're getting into the better ones in a moment, but we're going to start off with a retro aircraft, and this is a really cool aircraft. I always want to add this to the specific airline retro fleet. And yeah, just looking forward to having this. So, coming into the frame, we had the Aero Classics 1/400 scale Delta Airlines Douglas DC-8, the first DC-8 ship number 1. Looking forward to having this, and really cool how Aero Classics decided to come up with this, because this is the first Douglas DC-8 that Douglas has ever produced. So, really unique on how Aero Classics decided to choose this. It's an older release. I need to do a model review out of this so I can know what year this came out, but I got this model for $35 from a vendor, or like a vendor table, and I think he was selling some models for cheap. So getting this model for $35, and despite how rare this is, that's a really good steal right there. So with these collectible shows, you can get some really good deals. Now, I believe I got this during day 3 of the collectible show where all those discounts are happening. I think he only sell them in just that price since day 1, but yeah, can't complain. But let's get into the review of the box. We got Aero Classics right there, limited edition historical aircraft series, following ship number 1. You got Douglas DC-8 towers right there, Boeing licensed product, 1/4 scale. You got the square cut out of the aircraft right there, so you can see the aircraft inside. You got the aircraft registration, November 8008 Delta, which is the registration of this particular DC-8, but not only the first DC-8 operated for Delta, but it operated for other airlines too. So you got Charlie Foxtrot, Charlie Papa November, X-Ray Alpha, Delta Oscar Echo. So you can see where this, because like this aircraft really did have a nice history when this first debuted. So as you see on the bottom of the box, you can see all the airlines that operated 1961 to 1962. It operated for National, Transit International operated from 1962 to 65, and then during the summer of 65, it operated with Lufthansa, and then from 1965 to 66, you got Canadian Pacific, 79 to 82 is Aeromexico, and as you can see, registered again as November 8008 Delta, which is the registration of the first DC-8, and it was operated with Delta Airlines from 1966 to 1979. And is there any, and here, well, there is, I don't know what other airlines operated, but you can see the top side of the box, probably, I'm not sure this, well, of course, this website no longer exists. Well, I think it does, but I think it's different, but yeah, that's that. And then here is the full description of the first DC-8, ship number 1. You can pause and read. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but probably in a separate video when I do this model review out of this model. Anyways, moving on to the back, you got the house livery of the DC-8 right there. 1/4 scale historical aircraft series, following ship number 1, flight testing. So once again, this is in the Douglas House livery right there, Douglas DC-8 tiles right there. And yeah, really cool model. Once again, Aero Classics choose this registration. I mean, it's really cool how Aero Classics decided to choose this registration for this special purpose. But as you can see, here is the beautiful Delta DC-8 in the widget livery. Of course, I had to get a widget aircraft because I like the livery so much. And yeah, and here it is. And take a look at that. Wow, that looks really awesome. Let me make sure to check that no parts are broken. And no, she's not. And take a look at that. Wow, that looks really awesome right there. Aero Classics did a really nice job on this model. But yeah, really cool model. Really glad to have this. So I have 2 DC-8s in my collection for Delta Airlines. I did unbox the DC-8-61 on a separate unboxing video, but this is technically my first Delta DC-8 I ever got. But under that, really nice model from Aero Classics. And here's the Aero Classics 1/4 scale Delta Airlines Douglas DC-8-50, the first DC-8 prototype aircraft in the classic widget livery. What a nice model right here from Aero Classics, and they did a very stunning job on this particular model. I know they're not really have all the various like details on like Gemini and NG would do, but still, this is a really nice model, and I'm really glad to have it for my Delta Airlines retro collection. So let's get started with the review of the model. So you got your cockpit windows right there, and then you got your black anti-glare black sheet right there, and then you got the black nose right there. Well, of course, like not really like fully cover this part of the aircraft since most of Delta's DC-8s have this design on the front. You also got the classic Delta Airlines widget logo right there, nose landing gear, and nose landing gear door right there, pitot static systems right there, you got your L1 boarding door and your Delta titles, and of course you got the McDonnell Douglas logo right there and the Delta fan jet, which they call them these DC-8 the fan jets because of the technological advancements this aircraft has to offer. And as you can see with the Delta widget livery, you got a navy blue cheat line right there that runs on the forward area to the aft, and a center red cheat line. Same goes for like the placement right there. And let me just zoom out just a little bit so we can go into the middle. Here is the middle section of the plane. You got your emergency exit doors right there. You got all your engines. These are the JT3D engines. And yeah, these are like the aircrafts that would operate, but the DC-8-70s would operate with CFM engines. And as you can see your window placements, which I think they did a good job on the puttings of the windows. And then as we go into the wings, so here are the wings right there. So looking very nice on the wings. You can see some rudder details and everything, so no need to really explain. You also got some slats too and everything, so on and so forth. And then moving on to the back, you got your L2 door right there. There's your US flag right there, a slanted US flag. And you got Delta Fanjet. Yeah, that says Delta Fanjet. And then you got the aircraft registration, November 8008 Delta. And then moving on to the empennage, the DC-8's also known to have no APU, so they would have like a air starter to start the aircraft, so you don't see an APU anywhere. But you got your horizontal stabilizers right there. And of course, the classic Delta widget logo with the Delta Fanjet titles and your aircraft ship number right there, 800. Looking very nice here from Aero Classics right here. And then as we move on to the front, as you can see, front section also looks really nice. You can't really see that many details on the engines, of course, of how small they are, but they're still there. And then as we move on to the starboard section, let me just zoom out just a little bit. We'll zoom out even more once I get into the top part. You got pretty much the same look as what it is, but the forward area, the R1 door is situated on this side, but the aft door is kind of like, I guess, maybe in a different direction. I'm not really quite sure. But yeah, those are there. And maybe your aft cargo bins, will be here and over here if I were to take a guess. So maybe they're in the forwards or the port side, but not really quite sure. But as we go into the top view, here is your top view right there. Not much on details right there. You can see just only one beacon light right there. Here is your bottom as well. Okay, so the cargo holds are on the starboard section of the plane. But here's your bottom section. Again, not much on details, but you can see the stand hole right there, and the wing is a one piece. Here's your front section of the aircraft. Of course, looking very nice right there. And as I move on to the back, here is the back view of the plane. So overall, really nice model from, I was thinking, because I was going to say NG or Gemini, but Aero Classics, because I know Gemini has a DC-8 mode, but NG does not. But yeah, this is a really nice model from Aero Classics. Really nice to have this in my Delta Airlines widget collection once again, and my Delta Airlines retro fleet. And overall, this is a really nice model right here. So it's gonna pair up with my DC-8-61 that I got from Aero Classics from a few releases back. But other than that, really nice model, and what a special registration that Aero Classics decided to do. And overall, a really nice model right here. Okay, so now we move on to the modern retro side of things. Now, we got some more models from Poké Aviation. Once again, he traded so many models with me, so I ended up bringing most of his like not really most of his collection home, but a lot that he was trying to like sell. So this is another model from him. So yeah, this was an oddball, by the way, so I was not expecting to get this, but hey, it was a surprise. But hey, at least I got this from my buddy Ed. So let me take a look at here. Let me show you guys right now. That's gonna be the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale Southwest Airlines Boeing 737-700 in the Illinois 1 livery. I have not seen the Illinois 1 on the 700. That aircraft is probably flying for a Vail right now, or maybe a return to its leaser. But this is quite an oddball. I was not expecting Ed to give me this model, but hey, he's trying to sell it, so he decided to like ask me if I wanted it, and yeah, the rest is history. So really cool model right here. I was not expecting to get this once again, but should be a nice model for my Southwest collection. So let's get started with the box. So of course you got your Gemini Jets logo right there, made for collectors by collectors. Of course, like a different box design for the Southwest models. It doesn't feature a flap. Southwest logo, Boeing 737-700, and you got to see a CGI image of the plane. And then you got your top, bottom, right, and left side of the box, and so on and so forth. You got your Gemini Jets logo right there, all your back stuffs right there, bullet points, Boeing licensed product, Southwest trademark, and this is a 2020 Gemini Jets release. This model, of course, it came out in 2020, but I kind of don't know where exact. But yeah, really interesting model right there. The item number of this model is GJSWA 1952. Now, I know some collectors had some, you know, like I think some of these models came in with defective features, and I believe this could be a defective model if I were to take a guess. Yes, it is. So as you can see, looking very nice though. It's nice, but the only downside to that, as I go into the look into the things in a moment, as you can see, there is no tires on this model. So I don't know what happened to the tires, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, like, I couldn't even find them in the box, but still, this is a nice model. I mean, I already have the Illinois 1 on the 800, but yeah, once again, quite an oddball from my buddy Ed. But other than that, this is a nice model. I can't really complain too much about that missing tires on the nose landing gear, but still, it's a really nice model to have, and yeah, really nice to have it for my Southwest collection. And here's the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale Southwest Airlines Boeing 737-700 in the Illinois 1 livery. Looking very nice here from Gemini Jets, and yeah, this honestly is a really oddball to my collection. Again, I have the Illinois 1 on the 800 from NG, but it's quite surprising that I now have the Gemini Jets 700 version. So yeah, let's get started with the review. So we're gonna start with the review like so. So we're gonna start with the cockpit windows right there, and then you got the nose shape of the plane. I will say, I know collectors have pointed this out, but the cockpit windows kind of has a weird looking printing. I'm not sure why it's like that, or why they made the cockpit windows a little too big. And maybe it has to do with the nose shape of the plane. I don't know. It kind of looks wonky for some, like it looks weird for some collectors, as I like to say. And then there's your landing gear, your nose landing gear right there where the tires was supposed to be. And then you got your ship number on the nose landing gear door, Illinois 1 titles. You got your L1 boarding door, your Southwest heart, and of course you got your bald eagle, part of the flag of the Illinois right there. And then you got some banner that's the eagle is holding. And as we move on to the middle, as you can see, you got the shield of the US flag right there, so looking very nice. The Illinois 1 is a really nice livery, and honestly, I prefer the 800 a lot more because of its length. You also got your top antenna right there, your emergency exit door, your single emergency exit door. You got your details right there. There's your CFM 56-7B inches right there, and then you can see on the bottom, you can see on the outer side a brown nose landing gear. And then moving on to the wings, of course you got your wings right there. Not really going to complain too much about the wings. Of course, Gemini Jets is known to have some really nice wing details right there. But I do like the fact they also added in the brown fairings too, so that's really cool. Oop, kind of sits a little tail heavy at times. But as we go into the backside of the plane, you got your Wi-Fi dome, you got your L2 door, and then your horizontal stabilizers there, your empennage. And if I can see the registration, I think that's registered November 9016 Whiskey November. I might have to like look at 9018 Whiskey November. So the aircraft registration is November 9018 Whiskey November. And then as we move on to the empennage, you can see the sun right there, part of the Illinois flag. Not sure why there's some residue over here. I'm not sure what's going on there. You got your APU, your horizontal stabilizers, and the beautiful Southwest Airlines tail, which is designed for these special liveries right there. So you got the Southwest tiles, US flag, and this unique design right there. Looking into the front, yeah, it kind of looks a little awkward when I look at it in the front. But you got your fan blade details right there. And yeah, no need to complain much about the fan blade details. You got your landing lights as well. But yeah, that front looks kind of weird when I look at it. But yeah, don't know why Gemini Jets decide to change the cockpit windows on this aircraft. But yeah. But other than that, it's quite an interesting thing. And apparently there is like a chip on the winglet. So I'm not sure what happened there. But again, Ed had this model for quite some time. But I'm glad to have it for his collection. I'm not sure if I want to try to fix the nose landing gear thing. So that's kind of like something I want to think of. But as we move on to the starboard section, of course, same thing as the front. So your R doors and everything. Forward cargo bin right there. Aft cargo bin right there. And as I give you guys a top view of the plane, here is the top view. Of course, all your various details, so on and so forth. Bottom section also looks nice as well. You got your Gemini Jets logo right there in your stand hole. And apparently we do have a missing antenna right there. So a missing front antenna. But again, these quality controls, I mean, it's what it is for most collectors. I mean, I've gotten used to these kinds of things already, so no need to complain. Here's the front section. Apparently, we do have some wing flex, like very high wing flex on the starboard section of the wings right there. And as we move on to the back, here is the back view of the plane. No need to complain much about the horizontal stabilizer printing. So yeah, once again, quite an interesting oddball. I mean, like, I will have to think of a way on how I could get or retrieve or like kind of like fix the nose landing gear, because it kind of looks weird how it's seated like that. I will have to get some tire replacements for this model, but under that, thank you so much Poke Aviation for this. It's a really nice model, and yeah, once again, I'm gonna have to come up with some ideas on how I can come up with a nose landing gear for this 737-700. But under that, really nice model, and let's see where I can like use this. Maybe in some retro airport updates I do, but who knows. But still, really nice model. We got another mod from Poke Aviation and another Southwest aircraft to add to the lineup. Now this is another oddball. He also had this in a collection for a while, but he was also selling this. And again, like same goes as like some of the models I have from him. He decided to reach out to me if I can have it, and it's like, okay, then the deal's a deal, and I have this model for my collection. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with this, but who knows. But coming into the frame, we have another Gemini Jets model, and that's gonna be the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale Southwest Airlines Boeing 737-700 in the Slam Dunk livery. Another oddball for my Southwest collection. I was not expected to get this. Of course, this livery probably doesn't exist as of today, but this is a livery that used to exist back then. But really cool livery, I will say. I believe this is promoting the NBA for our ticket. Yeah, NBA, but yeah, really cool livery, I will say. Again, this livery didn't last too long for Southwest, or it did, maybe, not sure, but yeah, here's that livery right there. Limited edition 1/400 scale aircraft right there. This could be like the actual image of the plane surrounded by the sky background. Southwest Airlines logo, Boeing 737-700, Gemini Jets logo, made by collectors, and this could be the licensed trademark product right there. And then as we go into the back side, so you got the top, bottom, right, or bottom, right, top, bottom, and all that. And then back is just blank. There's some wear and tear that's over there on the box. Boeing licensed product 2006 Gemini Jets release right there. So this is probably like an older release, and then the products and everything and all that. And if I can look for the item number of this model is GJSWA 461. And yeah, this is another model that does not feature a pamphlet, so let's get into the model. And of course, like, you got a yellow cradle. Of course, this model is pretty old. And this model also came with some deficiencies. As you can see, I'll say this one might be worse because there's no landing gears and all that, so I'm not sure how I'm gonna do this. But yeah, here is the model itself. Other than that, like, let's see. Okay, we do got a loose horizontal stabilizer, but I think Ed was able to fix that by just by gluing it. Yeah, I don't know how badly beaten up this model is, but yeah, I mean, it's a really cool model despite the lack of landing gears. It's still a really nice model. It kind of looks something similar to my high-end 737, I think 737-300 that Ed got me back in Airliners 2023. But still, even with all the deficiencies, it's a really nice model. And yeah, let's see what I can do with this model if I were to replace it, or fix it in this case. But still, really cool model. And here's the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale Southwest Airlines Boeing 737-700 in the Slam Dunk livery from the NBA. Really nice model here despite the lack of landing gears, but and honestly, it looks kind of weird when it's seated like that. But still, this is a model from Ed, and yeah, I can't really appreciate him giving this to me. I mean, it's a really interesting model, quite an oddball, but still, really nice model to have. Anyways, let's get into the review. So you got your cockpit windows right there, and then your nose shape of the plane. Not really gonna complain too much about the nose shape. It looks different as compared to what you see today. You got your slam dunk 1 tiles right there. You got the nose landing gear and no tires on this one. Nose landing gear door containing the ship number, L1 boarding door as well, and then you got the basketball, the NBA logo right there, and the basketball hoop. Of course, this is a livery that promotes the National Basketball Association of the US, of course, like, and the NBA. I could also think of the Emirates NBA livery that they also debuted. I think that could be a similar, not really a similar livery, but it's the same thing. They're promoting the NBA basketball team. This is what Southwest was doing also. But as you can see, you got your single emergency exit door. No antennas on this aircraft. You got your beacon light right there, your CFM 56-7B engines right there. Looking very nice. And then this is where the landing gears, the main landing gear was supposed to be. And the wings also show some beaten up, like some wear and tear as well, so you can see all like the scratch marks right there. But as we get into the wing details, not really gonna complain too much on the wing details. Same thing as before. You got your blue fairings right there, and yeah, just like a little rundown and look of it. And then moving on to the back area of the plane, you can see a really nice orange line right there, and then a border, the light blue border. You got the aircraft registration November 224 Whiskey November, your L2 door. And then moving on to the empennage, you got your APU and horizontal stabilizers, your US flag, and the Southwest Airlines canyon blue tail, which honestly, it's a really iconic tail for its time, and yeah, really nice tail. And then moving on to the front section, as you can see the fan blades a lot more clear. But yeah, as you can see, there is no main landing gears, which again, I'm not sure what happened there, but hey, it is what it is. I will also have to like come up with something to fix this, or I don't even know. Because like this aircraft is kind of like really badly beaten. But as we move on to the starboard section, R1, R2 doors right there, forward cargo bin and aft cargo bin, and honestly, this is probably like the worst thing I've seen on the model. Look at that bad wear and tear on the starboard winglet. Yeah, this model has seen better days, but I mean, like, I don't know if I want to keep this model because of how badly beaten up this is. But as we move on to the top, here's your top right there, top view. You got your beacon light. Bottom also looking very nice right there. You got your Gemini Jets logo and stand hole, and then once again, no tires on the landing gears, but hey, it is what it is. This is also one piece mold too, and then your blue fairings. Here is the front section of the plane. So technically, yeah, that's honestly a really rough sequence right there. Again, Ed has this model for like a while, so may have had like suffered a lot during his time in his collection, I'll say. And then here is the back view, by the way. But other than that, it's still a cool model. I believe I'm gonna have to come up with something on how I'm gonna fix this. I don't know if I'll be able to fix this at all, but because of the deficiencies, I have no idea. I don't know if it has some kind of like purposeful use. But still, other than that, Gemini just did a good job on this. But yeah, I believe this model has gone through a lot on Ed's house. So yeah, it may have fallen, it may have gotten some scratches on other models. So yeah, either way, it's similar to what I did with some other models, like older models I have. Not the Gemini Jets, because those weren't Gemini Jets, but still, it's a cool model. And regardless enough, I'm really glad to have, I'm just really fortunate enough to have this. Once again, thank you so much, Ed, for this. But we're not done with Ed models. We got another one coming. Okay, last Southwest model for this unboxing. I know Poke Aviation has been, I've gone through a lot of models from Poke Aviation, and this is like second to last one. So looking forward to see what I can do with this. I'm not sure if I have any plans on doing this, but we got a really unique retro model. Now, I believe this could technically be a retro modern classic, as mentioned before, like maybe those other two were modern classics. It could technically be a retro in a way, but we're gonna get to that model in a moment as I bring it into the frame. So coming into the frame, we have the Gemini Jets 2, 1/4 scale, Southwest Airlines Boeing 737-500 in the desert livery, or just mustard livery as some people like to say it. But another interesting model, again, another model from Poke Aviation, another trade from him, and yet another oddball Southwest model. So yeah, quite interesting on how I'm getting these from Ed, but still, regardless of the case, it should be an interesting model to add to my Southwest retro collection. Now, I heard the model inside. Apparently, I believe there is no bottom on the model itself. So I'm just eager to see how I'm gonna take that out. So let's get started. You got limited edition right there, diecast 1/4 scale. The actual model image of the plane surrounded by clear sky. Lower, just clouds in the background. Southwest Airlines logo, Boeing 737-500 made for collectors by collectors, Gemini Jets 2 logo, and your Southwest license product right there, and your Boeing trading mark product as well. You got the bottom of the box, right at the box, top and left side of the box, and the back shows nothing. 2004 Gemini Jets copyright label. I believe this model came out somewhere in 2004, and the honor number of this model is GJSWA 487. So yeah, it's quite an interesting model. Now, okay, there is a bottom, like there is the model itself, but it's kind of like a little loose in a way, but still really cool to have this. And apparently there is some wear and tear. Well, there's like a big scratch or just a big dent over there on this side of the fuselage, but as you can see, there's also no main landing gears as well, so I'm gonna have to come up with something on this, but still. And apparently we also have a loose wing. It's I believe it's trying to come out. I don't want to pull it out right away because I don't want to, like, you know, I want to try to make this unboxing. I don't want to waste further time and try to like super glue this thing back together. But as you can see, here is the model itself, looking very interesting to say the least. I mean, like, it has no landing gears. It does not have any main landing gears and all that. I mean, I could try to fix that horizontal stabilizer if by ever the chance, but still, it's an interesting model from it. And other than that, still a cool model though. Really nice to have this. And here's a Gemini Jets 2 1/4 scale Southwest Airlines Boeing 737-500 in the mustard desert livery. It's a really interesting model to say the least, and despite all the deficiencies this model has, I mean, this is a really rare model, and similar to the other two models I reviewed, it probably has been there for Ed, like in Ed's collection for quite some time. It just happened to be into many places to say the least. But other than that, let's get into the model review like so. You got your cockpit windows right there and your nose shape. I think the nose shape on this one in particular, it just looks kind of wonky. I'm not really too much of a fan on how like the curvature part from this side to here runs, but it's an old model, so what more can I say? You got your eyebrow windows right there, your black anti-glare paint, black paint right there. You also got the color of the mustard livery. You got your L1 boarding door right there. Nose landing gear door, the ship number. You got the one sticker right there, which I'm not really quite sure what that means, but I believe it's kind of like maybe something to do with Southwest in a way. I know there are some mustard liveries that had this, and then there is the paint scratch right there. I mean, it is what it is. There's no replacement of that. By the way, this model is rare. No antennas as well. You got your single and to exit door, your CFM 56-7B engines right there, and the wing is one piece. But as I look into the wing details, you can see all the wing details right there. No need to go into further much details. That's what it is. There's your aircraft registration, November 504 Sierra Whiskey, and your L2 door. There's your US flag on the dorsal fin. And then moving on to the empennage of the plane, you got your APU and your horizontal stabilizers. Once again, this poor horizontal stabilizer appears to be loose. And then you got the Southwest Airlines tail, which is almost similar to the Canyon Blue livery, but once again, this is the desert livery, and yeah, an iconic tail during its time. And then here is the engines. You can see the fan blade details of the CFM 56 engines. Again, I mean, it looks really nice for Gemini Jets right there. And then as we move on to our starboard section, you got your R doors for cargo bin and aft cargo bin. And as we go into the top view of the plane, here is the top view. Of course, you can see some details like the beacon and everything. Here is the bottom. Again, no main landing gears on this model. One piece wing mold, Gemini Jets logo, and your stand hole. Front section of the plane, as you can see, looking interesting. And then moving on to the back, let's just do this. Here is the back view of the plane. So overall, it's a really nice model despite the lack of the landing gears and the deficiencies. But I will have to try to get some main landing gear replacements from Aero Classics if I can. But other than that, really nice model, and once again, thank you so much Poke Aviation for this model right here. All the 3 Southwests, those are all from Poke Aviation, but still, really nice model. We still got a few more retro aircrafts to cover, so this is not really the end of retro planes. So the next retro plane I have is a really nice one from my collection. Now, I don't have any planes in this livery like that, not that many, but I'm just looking forward to having another one, and I think the overall livery looks really unique for its time. So I decided to get this. So, of course, with the Delta Flight Museum, Atlanta theme, why not get another Delta retro aircraft? So, coming into the frame, we have the Gemini Jets, 1/4 scale, Delta Airlines McDonnell Douglas MD-88 in the Ron Allen livery. Looking forward to having this. So, I believe I also have the 767-400 in this livery, so I think that could be my only Ron Allen livery as of that time before getting this one, but I'm just looking forward to having this one also. So yeah, a really nice livery. This came out in the Gemini Jets, I think it was, February 2025. I originally was trying to get this at the Spring SFO show, and firstly I thought why not save for Airliners 2025, and this is where I get this model from. So let's get started with a review. No need to explain too much about the Gemini Jets box. 25th anniversary, 1998, 2023, even though it's already 2026. See the image of the plane, McDonald's logo, 7080, Delta Airlines logo, which they could have at least have the Delta Airlines logo during the Ron Allen time, but I don't know why they ended up choosing the modern logo. And then you also got your SkyTeam logo right there. So that's your front side of the box. Here is the bottom, right, top, and left. And then here's the back side of the box. Bullet points right there. Social media pages, Boeing licensed product, Delta Airlines trademark product, 2024 Gemini Jets release right there, or the copyright label, despite this model being released in 2025. And the honor number of this model is GJDAL 1124. Let's look at the model inside the pamphlet. There she is right there. And yeah, looking very nice right there inside the cradle. And then here is the description of this aircraft and the MD-88 aircraft in general. So yeah, you can pause and read. And let's get into the unboxing. So yeah, really nice to add another Delta Interim aircraft to my collection. Technically, the real name is Interim, but I know some people like to call it the Ron Allen livery. And yeah, it really looks nice in this aircraft. Like, they also did the Colors in Motion 1, 2, and now we're getting one in the Ron Allen livery. And overall, this looks nice. Let me make sure that the model is intact during transit. Hopefully nothing came broken, not the wings or the horizontal stabilizers, and no antennas have fallen off. So here it is, the Delta Ron Allen MD-88. Looking very nice here for Delta Airlines and Gemini Jets in general. But under that, really cool model to have in my collection. Another awesome retro aircraft from my Delta Airlines collection. And overall, this should be a really nice asset for my Delta retro fleet. And overall, just position it like this. Overall, really glad to have it. And yeah, really cool model over here from Gemini Jets. And here's a Gemini Jets 1/400 scale Delta Airlines McDonnell Douglas MD-88 in their Ron Allen Interim livery. What a nice model from Gemini Jets right here. They did a fantastic job on this, and once again, really nice to add another Delta MD-88 in my collection. So I did unbox the MD-88 modern livery, the upward and onward from NG, so it's really nice to unbox another one from Gemini Jets in the Interim Ron Allen livery. So let's get into the review. Your cockpit windows are right here, and then of course you got the nose shape of the MD-88's, or the MD-80's nose. Overall, I think Gemini Jets did a good job on it. You got the nose landing gear, landing gear door. Here's your front ventral fins right there. And then this is where the livery starts. You can see a red lines right there, your red part of the aircraft, and then most of this is a navy blue cheat line, so it runs all the way to here, all the way to the back of the plane. And then you got your L1 Boeing door, your SkyTeam logo right there, and then your Delta Airlines logo, so Delta in navy blue, Airlines in the sky blue, and then there's the old Delta Airlines logo. So many of these, like, I would say, I think this started during like mostly in the Colors of Motion area, but the widget had different variants. So one of them is a soft widget, this one is a hard widget. So this one is showing the hard widget. Not sure if some of these Ron Allen planes have the smaller widget, but yeah, or the soft widget. And then here are your windows right there. Of course, looking very nice. Your pitot stack details right there. Your middle section of the plane, you got your emergency exit doors, your cantilever wing, and all your various like stuff right there. And then on the bottom, it should show the main landing gear. But as I give you guys a top view of the wings, here is the wing details right there. As you can see, no need to really explain too much, other than the fact that Gemini Jets did a fantastic job on the wing details. There's your fairings right there, and then there's your main landing gear too. And then moving on to this side, kind of close to the back, you got your US flag right there, aircraft registration, November 9025, Delta Lima, your L2 door right there. There's your JT8D engines right there, of course, making those iconic sounds when they take off. And yeah, one of the most iconic sounds in aviation during its time. And then moving on to the empennage part of the plane, you got your screwdriver empennage right there. Of course, these are on the most modern MD-80s right there, the latest MD-80s. And then, of course, maybe this could be the APU. And then on the bottom, that's where the air stairs will come down. And of course, you got your Delta Airlines Ron Allen tail with the Delta Airlines titles and your ship number. And then it got some of the red parts as well on the tail. And mostly navy blue background. And then there's your horizontal stabilizers, which shows off an aircraft's T-tail. Moving on to this side of the plane, I know you can't really see it that clearly, but there we go as I zoom it out. Here is the front view of the plane. As you can see, looking very nice on the cockpit windows, and then you can see just a little bit of fan blade details. I know you can't really see them that much on this angle, but yeah, those are there. And then moving on to the starboard section, you got your R doors right there. So only one door. So there's your small R1 door right there. 4 cargo bins should be, there's 2 4 cargo bins on this side, so one over there, and then there's your aft cargo bin right there. Now, as I give you guys a top view of the plane, here's a top view of the aircraft. Looking very nice right there, all your details and so forth. Here is the bottom. I do like the chrome reflectance on this model right here on the belly of the plane. There's your stand hole and your small Gemini Jets logo right there. Two-piece mold on the wings too. Here is your front view, if I can try. There we go. So here is the front view of the plane. You can see just a little bit of the fan blade details, a little more. And then moving on to the back side of the plane, here is the back side of the aircraft right there. So overall, really nice model from Gemini Jets. Really nice to have another Delta MD-88. I hope they can try to make the widget livery on the MD-88 in the future, because I would love to see that from Gemini Jets or engine models if ever they can release their MD-80 modes more quite often, I'll say. But I don't know, maybe Gemini Jets could be the ones who can make the widget livery first, since they've been pumping out these like Delta MD-88s recently. Well, not really recently, but back then. But I would love to see Gemini Jets make a Delta MD-88 widget livery or engine model. So hopefully that comes in the future, and overall I still want to pick that up. But for now, I have this, the colors of motion, and the upward and onward tail. So overall, really nice to build up my Delta MD-88 fleet. And now let's get back into the modern aviation realm with our next model. Yet another model from Poke Aviation he decided to trade with me. And this is from an old Gemini Jets release. Now, I did have a model out of this before, but I ended up selling the other duplicate. So, because I wanted to have this aircraft in for this airline fleet, I decided, you know, like, maybe I should, because he has this in his collection. So, I thought, why not get it? So, overall, I'm just looking forward to having this once again. And that's going to be the Gemini Jets 1 fronted scale Delta Airlines Boeing 757-200. Looking forward to having this. Now, I do have the NG version of this from 2022. This particular one is an older Gemini Jets release, and he had this in his collection, and he decided to, like, you know, like he wants to trade this model, so I was up for grabs to this. So really nice to have this 757-200 right here. And yeah, this is a different configuration unlike my NG version, since the NG version, which the one I have, is a Gen 1. This particular one is a Gen 2. So let's get into the box. So you got the older Gemini Jets box design right there, meant for collectors, by collectors, editing, so on and so forth. So you got your Delta Airlines widget right there, Delta Airlines logo, SkyTeam logo, Boeing 757-200, 1 fronted scale die-cast small aircraft. You got your bottom of the box, right, top, and left. And then here is the back side of the box. 2018 Gemini Jets release, so probably during the time where Gemini Jets, you know, quality is questionable nowadays. Boeing licensed product, Facebook page, Delta Airlines trading product right there. And the honor number of this model is GJ, where is it? There it is, GJDAL1692. And as I give you guys a look at the pamphlet, there it is. Should be fine for what it is. I don't think there should be parts that shouldn't become broken. And here is the description of the 757 and this aircraft registration, so you can pause and read. And let's get into the unboxing. So yeah, really nice to have this. Once again, thank you so much, Ed, for this. And overall, it should be a nice direct comparison to my NG version from 2022. And as I take her out and take a look at, wow, honestly, it looks really, really nice. Of course, this being a one-piece mold, which it is. So let me just look at the horizontal stabilizers. Hopefully nothing comes broken. Antenna's looking good. No antennas at the bottom, and there she is. Looking very nice here for Gemini Jets right there. So really stunning model right there. Really nice to have a Gemini Jets version. So once again, this is a nice direct comparison to my NG version. I will have to do like a NG models Gemini Jets comparison on this particular aircraft. But overall, it's a really nice model. And overall, I'm really glad to have this one for my collection. And here's a Gemini Jets 1 fronted scale Delta Airlines Boeing 757-200. Looking very nice here from Gemini Jets during its 2018 times, and overall, despite this model not coming broken, I'm really glad to have it. Either way, Ed has this model for his collection for quite some time, and thankfully it was still intact ever since. So yeah, really cool right there. So let's get started with the review. You got your cockpit windows, and then you got the nose shape of the 757. I personally think Gemini Jets could have at least done a little bit better on this on the nose shape of the 757, but still, I think this is good for Gemini Jets standards right there. Heater tubes and side ports right there. You got your L1 Boeing door, SkyTeam logo, and all your various like decals right there. Delta Airlines logo as well. Nose landing gear door, containing part of the containing the plane ship number. And then you also got the L2 boarding door, which technically speaking, this could be the main boarding door on the 757s. You also got your top antenna right there. And then moving on to the middle section of the plane, you got your emergency exit doors right there. So this aircraft is a Gen 2 because of this configuration. The Gen 1 757s don't even have this, so that's the big difference right there. You also got your Pratt & Whitney PW2000s engines right there, which have nice ground clearance from the base of the engine to the ground. You got your main landing gears right there, your Wi-Fi dome, and your back antenna as well. And as I give you guys a look at the wings, here are your wings right there. Overall, Gemini Jets does a really nice job on these wings. You can see all your details right there, your fairings, canoe, your fairings, flap slats, and all so on and so forth. And then there's your winglet right there, also looking very nice from Gemini. And then moving on to the back, here is the back view of the plane. You got your US flag right there, aircraft registration, November 551, November Whiskey, a former Northwest Airlines aircraft. And then there's your L3 door. And then moving on to the empennage, you got your APU right there, your horizontal stabilizers, and the Delta Airlines upward and downward tail with a very nice widget and your ship number at the top, which Gemini just did a good job on putting all the details on the tail. And then here's your front view of the plane. As you can see some fan blade details on the Pratt & Whitney engines, which looks very nice from here. And then as we move on to the starboard section of the plane, you got your R doors, of course, your forward cargo bin, which is right there, and your aft cargo bin right there. And as I give you guys a top view of the plane, top view looking very nice as always, so you can see some details from there. You got your Delta Airlines logo on the underbelly of the plane and your stand hole, and then there's your Gemini Jets logo too. And y'all, yeah, all your details right there. And then here is the front view of the plane right there, also looking very nice. And as I give you guys a back view, here is the back view of the plane. So overall, really nice model. Once again, thank you so much, Ed, for this. We're not quite done. I believe we got one more model. Yeah, this could technically be the second to last model or trade from Ed, Poke Aviation. So this is the second to last one, and I'll go into the last one in a moment. But for now, really nice model right here, and I'm really glad to have it for my Delta Airlines collection. And now we move on to the last Delta narrow body for this massive unboxing. Now, I do want to end this off on a high note because, of course, last year was Delta's 100th anniversary year. So why not get a special aircraft to add to the offer? And yeah, I always wanted to have this. It's a very beautiful livery from Delta Airlines, and if you guys know what it is, you probably know what it is. And that is the engine model's 1/400 scale Delta Airlines Airbus A321neo in the 100 years livery. Looking forward to having this. Now, I already had the A350, I already did an unboxing on that, but I did purchase the A321neo first, and of course I purchased it on day one. Now, originally I was gonna get the A350 on day 3, however, I think other things happened in the way, and I ended up not purchasing that during the show. So instead, I ended up purchasing after the show instead from Final Approach Collectibles. So really nice model here, just looking forward to having this. And yeah, I believe this came out maybe in the March 2025 releases, if I were to take a guess. March 2025 or April 2025 releases from engine models. But yeah, it's a really nice special livery, and overall I'm just looking forward to having this. So you got your Delta Airlines logo right there, Airbus A321neo, keep climbing together. The CGI image of the plane, 100 years logo for Delta Airlines, 1/4 scale collectible miles, die-cast metal, and aircraft registration November 589er Delta Tango. I did see this aircraft at San Francisco International Airport back in April 2025, and it's a really nice special livery, and yeah, really nice to see this aircraft in person. And overall, I think engine models did a fantastic job. I mean, there's like some simple colors right there, but still, it's a really nice job from engine models for this box design. You got the bottom of the box, right side, top side, and left side. Paid $48 for this box, or for this model, and of course the back side shows the same thing. Warning hazards over there, and all your barcodes and everything. And the item number of this model is 13130. So let's get into the unboxing, and yeah, just looking forward to having this. So it'll be a nice complimentary thing to my Airbus A350. What am I saying? Okay, it's a nice addition. That's a better way to say it. It's a nice addition for my Airbus A350 that I have. So here is the aircraft card right there. I think this could act as like an aircraft trading card. So you have this, and on the back you can scan the barcode. So really cool that Engine Models has this, as well as the CRP. Of course, no need to explain more of the CRP. You guys know what it is at this point. But as I take this model out of the cradle, wow, honestly, like the mold itself, it looks really nice, and yeah, really cool. Wow, I really like the saturation, like how saturated the color is on this model. It's like really good, and there she is. Wow, this honestly is it's really a fantastic model right there from Engine Models. Panda Malls also did this too. Theirs is also good, but it's kind of like neck and neck between these companies. So yeah, here is the NG version right there, looking absolutely stunning. So yeah, really cool model right there, and overall, it's a really awesome model from NG, and it's really nice for them to actually make this model for Delta's 100-year anniversary back in 2025. So really cool model right there, and overall, it should be a fantastic asset for my Delta Airlines collection. And here's the NG models 1/400 scale Delta Airlines Airbus A321neo in their 100 years livery. What a stunning model this is from NG. This is a fantastic model, and overall, like the color and the mold itself, it's just spot on right there. So really nice model, and yeah, they did a fantastic job on this model right here, alongside the Airbus A350. So let's get into the review. You got your cockpit windows and the rack and mast right there, and then your nose shape. Of course, NG models does a spot on job on their nose shapes, like the A320 family. Pitot tubes and sag ports right there, nose landing gear door right there, and then your ship number, L1 boarding door, Delta Airlines logo, your tiny Delta Airlines logo, which basically it's shrunken like that to make room for the 100 years logo right there. So looking very nice right there. And yeah, Delta, they started off as a crop dusting company, and then they turned to be one of the global airlines you see today. So really awesome to see Delta move from this direction. And then you got all your various liveries right there, from a blue, blue colors, blue stripes and gray stripes right there. There's your emergency exits, and then there's your Pratt & Whitney 1100G engines right here. And then there's your emergency exit wings right there, and then all your emergency exit stuff right there. But as I go into the wings, here are your wings right there. So here are your various details right there, which I think NG did a fantastic job on. And yeah, no need to complain too much right there. And of course, you got your winglets right there. If I can try to just zoom in just a little bit. Yeah, there are your winglets featuring the Delta Airlines widget logo in a much more different fashion right there to celebrate the 100 years. And then moving on to this side, you got your L2 door right there. There's your US flag, and then your aircraft registration, November 589er, Delta Tango. There's your back antenna, there's your bottom antenna, and the front also shows the antenna right there. And then moving on to the empennage, you got your L3 door right there. There's your APU right there, and then your horizontal stabilizers, and the Delta Airlines upward and onward, or I should say upward and onward, but this is more their centennial tail, featuring a silver Delta Airlines widget. There's your ship number right there, and then your rudder details, which I think that's one of NG's plus on their A330, or not A330, A321, A320 family molds, is the rudder details. So great work, NG models, on that. Here's the front section. You can see some fan blade details, and I noticed this, but there's no rims, green rims inside the engines, which you will commonly see on those Pratt & Whitney A321neo engines, which I don't know why NG models decides not to include those, but Gemini just did include those, so I'm not sure what happened there. But still, again, it's just like a minor thing I noticed, but either way, it's not really too major or anything. Anyways, moving on to the front section, or the starboard section, you got your R doors right there, forward cargo bin, and your aft cargo bin right there, and then there's your bulk compartment. And as I give you guys a top view of the plane, here is the top view. Of course, no need to explain more about the top view. And then here is your bottom view right there. There's your Delta Airlines logo on the belly, and then your stand hull and all your various details, so on and so forth. And as I give you guys a front view of the plane, here is another look at the front view. Looking very nice right there. And then here is the back view. If I can try to put it like this, there you go. So here is the back view. So overall, what a stunning model from NG right here. Really nice to have this, and overall, it's a nice addition alongside my A350 in that same livery. So overall, really nice job here from NG models. And once again, Delta Airlines, they are the first US airline to reach this milestone. So really awesome for them to do that. American and United are also going to be celebrating their 100 years this year. So they also got their liveries as well. So overall, really nice model right there. And I'm really glad to have this for my Delta Airlines collection. The next model came quite a surprise to me. Now, alongside with some of those Southwest, I was also not expected to get this airline, and despite how unique this airline is, and despite this manufacturer not making this is actually a really rare model. So I was able to have this in my disposal, I will say. And why not show it to the frame right now? Or why not show it to the screen? So we got the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale Viva Air Airbus A320. Quite an interesting airline, I gotta say. And yeah, I never heard about this airline until this pop up. Now this is the last trade I had with Poke Aviation. So yeah, a lot of models, but this is the final one. So I guess that's enough, going through all of those. But yeah, really nice to have us. Now, this is actually a company exclusive. No model manufacturer besides Gemini Jets has made this, so this is quite a rare model for sure. So let's get into the review. So the only main difference is you don't see the Gemini Jets logo anywhere, because it's basically like, I guess it's a licensed product, and probably the airline didn't want the Gemini Jets logo to be featured. You also got the VivaAir.com tiles right there. Now this airline is a Colombian-based airline. I believe they were bought from Avianca. So yeah, probably this airline does not exist anymore. So yeah, here are your top, bottom, sides, and oh yes, yeah, no need to explain more. And then you got the VivaAir.com titles right there. No description, nor anything in particular. No social media pages, no as well as it gets features, no copyright label, nothing. So quite interesting right there. The honor number of this model though is GJBVC 1845. So as I take a look at the aircraft's pamphlet, here is the aircraft right there. So look at very nice and with run scale right there. And then here is the description of this particular aircraft labeled in Spanish. So yeah, really interesting on how Gemini Jets were able to come up with this design. But other than that, it's a really interesting model for sure. And yeah, once again, like, not an airline I was expected to get, but hey, it's here. But yeah, once again, another model from Poke Aviation, the final trip from him. And there she is, looking really interesting, I gotta say. Again, it's like something I never expect to have, but there it is. Look at this beautiful model, I gotta say. And yeah, no need to explain more. Again, this is a model I was not expected to get, but still, it's a really nice trade I had, and this aircraft is sitting a little tail heavy. Let me just fix that as I sit down my camera. There she is, and yeah, it's a really nice model for sure. And yeah, really cool to have this in my collection. Once again, a really, I gotta say, like, rare model from Gemini Jets. And yeah, really cool to have this in my collection once again. And here's the Gemini Jets 1/400 scale Viva Air Colombia Airbus A320 in this really interesting looking breast cancer awareness livery. Yeah, this is a really interesting model from Gemini Jets. Not expecting them to do this, but this is a company exclusive from Viva Air. And yeah, really nice to have this. It's a really rare model that hasn't been seen in the Gemini Jets database for reasons. I'm not sure if it is though, but this is indeed a rare model and a company exclusive. So really cool to have this. Anyways, you got your cockpit windows right there. You get the nose shape. Looking, I mean, to me it looks as identical to what it is in real life. I'm not sure if that's because of this white piece right there, this white part of the delivery right there. So there's the white radome, there's your static ports, pitot-static systems right there. You got your Colombian flag and some text right there. Most of them are labeled in Spanish, so I'll see if I can try to pronounce these Spanish words to the best as I can. You got your L1 Born door right there. You got the VivaAir.com tiles right there. Now, I don't want you guys to be mistaken with Viva Airbus, because that's a different airline and they're from Mexico. This one is Viva Air, and they're an airline once again from Colombia. You don't see any antennas anywhere, so that's one thing to note from this model right there. There's your emergency exit doors right there. There's your CFM 56-1, I think CFM 56, I believe there were like 7A, not 7As, I think 1A alphas I'm not really quite sure, but those are your CFM 56 engines right there. I'd like to look at the box, but yeah, maybe those are CFM, I forgot or 5, I think 5A, maybe 5A, if I were to take a guess. Kind of was thinking about it on top of the head, but I kind of forgot a little bit. Anyways, here are your winglets right there. Now, yes, I do have to have this jetbridge centerpiece right there, because this aircraft, when I sit this on top of the box, it is tail heavy. So that's why that's there. You also got the VivaAir.com tiles on the winglets, the pink winglets. And then as I go into the details of the wings, I'll just zoom out. Here are the wing details right there. Of course, they're looking very nice for Gemini Jets. On their A220s, you got all your various details right there. So no need to really go into further, since I've done this on the previous models right there. And then moving on to the back, you got this, I guess, the breast cancer symbol right there. And then you got the name, if I could try to pronounce this correctly, I think it's Takate. I'm not really quite sure how I would say that, but I tried my best, so don't take me for granted for saying that. Anyways, this aircraft was registered Hotel Kilo 5273, and then you got the Airbus A320 tiles right there. And then moving on to the empennage area of the plane, you got your L2 door, your APU, and your horizontal stabilizers, and the Viva Air tail with some various circles and inner circles or pink circles inside of white circles, and then of course you got your Colombian flag on the top left corner of the tail. Moving on to the front section of the plane, so let me just zoom out just a little bit. There we go. So here's the front section of the plane. You can see some fan blade details on the CFM hinges, which of course they're quite a little too big on this model. I believe this model probably was released somewhere around 2018 if I were to take a guess. But yeah, really, I mean, these are just old Gemini Jets molds. Probably they have improved on some recent releases, but not to the fullest potential. Anyways, you got your starboard section of the plane. You got your R doors right there, your forward cargo bin and your aft cargo bin and your bulk compartment right there. And as I give you guys a top view of the plane, here is the top view. Of course, nothing really to go over since there's no antennas, but you got the beacon. There's your bottom details right there. So of course, same thing as the top. There's some details right there. You got the Viva Air logo on the underbelly of the plane. You got your stand hole, which is situated right there instead of the middle part. So basically right here. And then of course, you got your Gemini Jets logo right there. And then moving on to the front, here is the front. We do have some wing flex on the starboard section of the plane, but that's nothing really to go over too much since models during that time had this kind of issue. And then here is the back side of the plane right there. So really nice model right there. Once again, an airline that I was not expected to get, but at least I had this trade from Poke Aviation. And unfortunately, I did not point this out earlier, but yes, we do have a missing inner tire on the port side of the main landing gear. So that's one thing to note, but other than that, most of the model is completely intact. I'll see if I can try find a spare tire to place on this model. But other than that, really nice model right there, and overall really nice to have it. And once again, thank you so much Poke Aviation for this model right here. So this is the final model trade from him. So I believe I had a total of 8 trades from Poke Aviation. So quite interesting how he's able to give majority of those models to me. But other than that, this is a really nice model, and yeah, really nice to have this airline. It's nice to get some really interesting diversity. So once again, this airline no longer exists. They ceased operations in 2023. Probably they might be bought from I'll say maybe Avianca if I were to take a guess. But yeah, really cool model. And I also want to mention that I forgot to mention this earlier, but yes, I do have a stand hole right here, or just a simple stand. I wish I could have pointed this out earlier before I even started this unboxing, but as I take it out, this is the stand right here, and I could just set this onto the aircraft. So all I just gotta do is just place this in. I mean, I don't want to do it right now because that's gonna be time consuming, but yeah, that's the stand. Final Approach Collectibles gave me that for free. But under that, really nice model to cap off all the inner bodies right here, and yeah, really nice to have this. And once again, thank you so much Ed for this model right here, this trade. It's a really interesting trade, but I'm really glad to have it. Anyways, that's it for the 1/4 narrow bodies. Now we get into the rest of the models, the 1/4 scale models with the wide body section. So let's move on to our wide bodies. And now we shift back to wide bodies once again. Now this time I'm gonna start with modern first and then retro last, because I got some really cool retro models. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing what the first model from the modern era is. And yeah, this one in particular, I believe I got this from Final Approach Collectibles during day 3 of the show. And I don't have this particular aircraft type for this airline, so I was thinking maybe they should do this, or maybe I should get one of these. So thankfully I was able to get this, and yeah, looking forward to see what I can do with this. So coming into the frame, we had the engine models 1/4 scale, Delta Airlines Airbus A330-200. Now, I do have the A330-300, so this A330-200 is going to be a nice addition to the 300 I have. So, yeah, looking forward to having this. I have seen some Delta A330-200s in the past spotting sessions I do. And yeah, really cool model. This is from Engine Models. This came out on their December 2024 release set. So I got the Delta Airlines logo right there, Airbus A330-200 tells it there, CGI image of plane, Delta widget, and then your solid navy blue background. 1/4 scale collectible models, November 857 November Whiskey is the registration of this plane. You got the bottom. Well, I actually really do like this gradient right here. So if you can't even see, there's a little snippet of red that's appearing on the box right there. So I like that. So here's the bottom, top, or not top, right, top, and the left side of the box. And then here is the back side. It's kind of hard to see because it kind of looks like it's solid blue, but there is indeed some gradient. So I think this could be a darker blue gradient over there. It fades into a blue, and then you got just a little bit of red right there. So that's really nice on how Engine Models was able to do this for this box. You got the warning hazards, barcode, and the number. This model is 61096. And yeah, just looking forward to having this. Box is a little beaten up because of course I had to like stuff this in my suitcase, but I hope the model is intact. But under that, there she is right there. And here is the warning hazard. There's the card as well. Kind of like your usual card for engine models out there. This is a different style. This is their previous style of formatting of the CRP. But as I take the model out, alright, and as I take out all the plastic and everything, let's get her out. And yeah, this is honestly a really nice model. Really nice. Oops. Hope I didn't damage the main landing gear. But as I check the model for no broken parts, okay, we're good on those, the wings, the tail, and the antennas are there. So here it is, the Delta A330-200 from NG Models. And yeah, NG Models does a fantastic job on these A330s they do. So really nice to have another one for my collection. So yeah, a really cool model right here from NG, and a nice addition to my Delta A330 I had previously from 2021. So here it is, the Delta 332. What a nice job from NG Models right there, and overall I'm really glad to have it for my collection. And here's the NG Models 1 front-end scale Delta Airlines Airbus AC30-200. I guess there's really no further explanation to go into, but this is yet another great mold from NG Models, and honestly, it's really nice to actually have a Delta AC30-200 in my collection. So this would be good for my Delta AC30-300 I had back previous years ago. So yeah, back in 2021. But yeah, looking forward to having this, and let's see what I can use for this. So of course you got your cockpit windows right there, you got the nose shape of the AC30 right there, which NG Models did a fantastic job on. Nose like the radome, all your printed details, P2, SAG Force, SkyTeam logo, L1 boarding door, L2 boarding door, and then each side has the Delta is the most awarded airline stickers right there, so you can see those. And then you can see the Delta Airlines titles, your top antenna, and then your windows. This is where probably Delta 1 would be at. And then moving on to the middle section of the plane, of course, you got your other windows right there, your Pratt & Whitney PW, or yeah, they're PW. I think they are the PW 4000s, if I would take a guess. But yeah, those are similar engine types that operate the 777, but these are different Pratt & Whitney PW 400 engines. And then there's your main landing gear right there. There's your SIN LT door, and yeah, there's your wing joint as well. So NG Models did a really nice job on those wing joints and the wings too, because they include the landing light. And then here are your wings right there. No need to really explain more. There's a little bit of grease. I guess that's like grease that's on the inner part of the wing. I'm not sure why that's there, but I will have to clean that off. And of course your AC30 winglet right there. So yeah, don't really need to go into further explanation on the aircraft's wings. So other than that, really nice job from NG right there. There's your back antenna as well, your top antennas, your top back antennas, your Wi-Fi dome, your US flag, and your aircraft registration, November 857, November Whiskey. And then there's your L2 door right there, not L2, L4 door. And then moving on to the empennage of the plane, there's your APU and your horizontal stabilizers, and the Delta Airlines upward and onward tail with the widget and your aircraft ship number, which NG Models did a nice job on the printing. And then moving on to the middle section, so here is your middle section. I like the details you're seeing on the Pratt engines right there, so you can see some fan blade details, and then here's your cockpit windows right there, which NG Models did a nice job on the printing. And then moving on to the starboard, no really go into further explanation about the starboard. It's the same thing as the starboard. Yeah, starboard. I know, I believe somebody commented on my video that how I say starboard is different, like how I say starboard, because I said starboard, but then somebody pointed out that I need to do some pronunciation, so I need to get used to that. Anyways, you got your forward cargo bin right there, and your aft cargo bins, and your bulk compartment right there. Gosh, I cannot talk. Been talking so much. I do need to take a breath at any times. But as we move on to the top, here is your top view of the plane. Of course, there's your details. And then here is your back. You got your Delta underbelly right there, the Delta logo on the aircraft's belly. There's your stand hole as well, and all your details at the bottom. Here is your front section of the aircraft. Of course, no need to explain more about the front section. Other than that, the front section is looking good. And here is your back section right there. So overall, really nice model from NG Models. Really nice to have a Delta AC30-200. It will work well with my AC30-300 that I also have from NG. And overall, it's another nice model to have in my collection for my Delta Airlines fleet. I know they don't really send these to the West Coast, other than not really California in general, but I would often see these in Seattle. But yeah, really nice model, and if ever I do maybe a fictional airport in the Pacific Northwest, maybe you might send this aircraft somewhere. But other than that, really nice model, and I'm really glad to have it for my Delta fleet. The next Delta wide body is a really unique one. Now,
I believe Gemini Jets also did this too. However, I was kind of like on defense on that because I found a cheaper option because I believe the Gemini Jets one was a lot expensive than this particular one. Now, I also don't feature this aircraft from this manufacturer that much. I just only have one. So, yeah, I sort of like diversifying my fleet of models for this particular aircraft. So, coming into the frame, we have the Panda models, 1/400 scale, Delta Airlines Boeing 767-400ER in the BCRF livery. A really unique livery for Delta Airlines since they are partners with the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. And yeah, really nice to see Delta Airlines paint this or apply this special livery on this aircraft. Now, they did, or Gemini Jets did, or maybe Panda models, but I know Gemini Jets did the BCRF livery that's all pink. This is the current BCRF livery for Delta Airlines, and honestly it looks really nice, and of course a really special meaningful livery for Delta's partnership with BCRF. So you got the Boeing 767-400ER tiles right there, you got the CGI image of plane widget logo for Delta Airlines and the Delta Airlines logo, the BCRF logo, Breast Cancer Research Foundation right there. Registration to this aircraft is November 845, Mike Hotel, 1/4 scale. As you go into the bottom, here is the bottom paid. I think that says, okay, it's, I believe, okay, it's, I don't know how I can read that, but $40. I believe the Gemini was more expensive, so this is I decided to opt for this Panda models because it's cheaper. The Gemini Jets, I don't recall how much it was, but I believe it's around $57 to $60 from what I remember. But here's the bottom of the box, right side of the box, top of the box, and left side of the box, and here is the back. Different style, you got the breast cancer logo right there, the pink ribbon, and then you got the same tiles, Boeing 767, warning hazards, made in China, and the under number of this model is 62422. And of course, Panda models does have a really nice 767-400ER mold. A good example to that is my, what is that? My SkyTeam 764 that I have already. So it's really nice to get another Panda 767-400 for on my disposal right here. So as I take her out, it kind of felt a little, I'll say, like slippery when I hold the model. I'm not sure if it is like now, but as I look into the wings, and of course Panda models, yes, I did check this, but I'm just double checking to make sure nothing comes broken. And just recently, Panda models, of course, has been improving their quality, which is a good example for this one. So here it is, the BCRF Delta 764, and honestly, that actually looks really nice right there. And Panda models did a fantastic job on this model right here. So really nice to actually have this. So really cool model and special from Delta Airlines, and overall this is a really nice special livery to promote their partnership with the BCRF Foundation. So really nice to see this Delta right here, like really nice to see this from Delta, and overall really nice to have this for my collection. And here's the Panda models, 1/400 scale Delta Airlines Boeing 767-400ER in the Breast Cancer Research Foundation BCRF livery. What a nice model from Panda models once again. I think they did an excellent job on this particular aircraft, and overall the livery on this model looks really nice. So as always, we'll get into the review right now. So we'll get started with your cockpit windows right there, and then your nose shape. I think Panda models did a fantastic job on the representation of the 767's nose, almost similar to what NG does, because to me, the Panda and an NG 764 molds are neck and neck into each other. So they have like something similar. They're almost like nearly as good as like the NG version is nearly as good as this Panda version right here. Anyways, you got your nose landing gear, nose landing gear door, you got your SkyTeam logo, your L1 boarding door, and your L2 boarding door, your Delta Airlines logo, and the BCRF logo right there. Of course, Delta's partnership with the BCRF Foundation. And then moving on to the middle, so this is where the ribbon starts. So it starts all the way from here at the bottom of the Delta logo, and it wraps all the way, make that loop, and it goes all the way to the back area of the plane closer to the tail. Now, I can say, I believe the red, it kind of looks almost like a red, because when I look at the images on Google of this special livery, the ribbon kind of seems a bit more pinkish than red. I think an example to that, what Gemini Jets did with this particular aircraft, I think that's as accurate as what it is in real life. But to me, it kind of looks like the red almost blends in with the red on the Delta tail, which, I mean, that's kind of like the only difference I'm seeing or something to note on. But
Other than that, I still think Panda models did a fantastic job on applying the ribbon onto this aircraft. I'm not sure if it does appear different on sunlight conditions, but we'll see. I might have to try to think about that. But as we move on to the middle of the plane, you got your top antenna, there's your Wi-Fi dome right there, and your second Wi-Fi dome. Something unique for Panda models to do is adding 2 Wi-Fi domes. There's your wing joint right there, you got your landing lights, and your CF6 engines right there with perfect accurate size proportions. There's your main landing gear as well. There's your tiny or thin LT door. And then here is the wing. A really nice representation of the 764's wings. And as I go into some more wing details, here are your wing details right there. As you can see, Panda also did a nice job on adding all the details right there. You can pretty much see the flaps, slats, and everything, like all the wing details, your fairings and everything. And here is the rake wingtip of the 764, almost similar to a 777's in a way, but I think the 777 had a much different rake wingtip than the 764, but still a really nice representation of that from Panda. And as we move on to the back, you can see some more details right there. So there's your cargo hold right there, your bulk compartment. There's your L4 door. You got your aircraft registration, November 845 Mike Hotel, and your US flag. And then as we move on to the empennage, there's your APU and your horizontal stabilizers and a regular Delta Airlines upward and onward tail. Let me focus it again. Come on. It's gonna take a bit. This is kind of like the best as it can, but you can see the Delta Airlines widget tail and your aircraft ship number. Now, unlike this one, the previous livery had most of the Delta Airlines widget all pink. So the background was pink alongside the Delta widget. That was on their previous BCRF livery. Again, as mentioned before, this is their current BCRF livery, which I haven't seen in real life yet. It'll be cool to actually see one, but maybe I should go to LAX at some point in order to see this aircraft. But as we move on to the front section, you can see some details on the CF6 engines, which I do like. I believe I can see some fan blade details as well. So that's really nice attention to detail from Panda right there. Under that, that's your front view of the plane. And as we move on to the empennage, nothing really to go over. It's pretty much the same thing. There's your forward cargo bin and your aft cargo bin right there. And as I give you guys a top view of the plane, here's the top view of the plane. Of course, you can see this is where the ribbon joins in, where the ribbon joints are, so it joins wind with the other ribbon right there. So under that, there's your top view right there. And here is the bottom view right there. You can see the Delta Airlines belly on the aircraft's underbelly, like the Delta Airlines logo on the aircraft's underbelly, alongside another joint of the ribbon right there. So really cool on how the ribbon is overlapping the underbelly. So pretty much the ribbon pretty much wraps around the entire airplane itself. So that's really cool on how Delta Airlines was able to design this livery. Alongside the bottom antenna, I forgot to mention, but there's the bottom antenna. Here is the front view of the plane right there, looking very nice as well. And then moving on to the back, here is the back view of the aircraft right there, looking very nice as well. So overall, really nice model. I know I spent nearly 5 minutes for this portion of the video just reviewing this model, but of course it's a special livery. I want to try to get into a bit of details on this livery, but hopefully that doesn't take this long for the other aircrafts I do, like the other remaining aircrafts I do. But other than that, really nice model, and overall really nice to see this partnership with Delta Airlines and the BCRF Foundation. So really nice work for Delta Airlines right there, and overall I think that partnership is going strong. And also it's really nice to have this model from Panda. So nice model right there. And that's gonna do it for most of the modern Delta wide bodies. Again, I do have one Delta Retro. I'm gonna save that for last, but we're gonna move on to the United wide bodies next. So with that being said, let's move on to the next clip. Alright, now let's move on to the United wide bodies. Now, excluding the L1011, I just only got 2 modern wide-body jets, and they're all 787s. So this is the first one. Now this is, I believe, one of the models I've been wanting to have in 1-for-1 scale for a while. I do have a 1-to-200 counterpart of this, but this is in a really different livery, I'll say. But this should be a really nice addition to my United collection, and overall this should be a really nice model to add to my United wide-body fleet in general. So coming into the frame, we have the NG models, 1-for-1 scale, United Airlines Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner in the stunning Evo Blue livery. Really nice to have this. It's really cool that United now has a Evo Blue 787-8, as that's the last aircraft to be painted into the Evo Blue livery, and really nice to see NG models do this for their April 2025 set. They also did a second one, like the other one, the first 788 in the Evo Blue livery, but there's only a few there's like a difference between that model. But I got this model because yes, I want to try expanding my United wide body fleet. I almost said Delta for a moment, but I will make sure to get a couple of more Delta wide bodies and United wide bodies at the same time. So you got your United logo right there, Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner tiles. You got the CGI image of the plane, a really nice box art from NG representing the United logo. 1/4 scale collectible model die-cast metal. Registration of the plane November 45905. They did the registration of the first 787-8 Dreamliner in the Eva Blue livery as well. Here is the bottom of the box. Paid $55 for this model. Right, top, and left. And then here is the back side. No difference. Boeing licensed product right there. Made in China, warning hazards, and the item number is 590032. So yeah, really nice to have this. I do have a 1-200 United 788 Intercontinental livery from Hogan Mall, so it's really nice to actually have my first United 787-8 in 1/4 scale now. So really cool model right here. And yeah, really nice to see NG do this. Now, I may consider getting the Gemini to, you know, do a comparison, but maybe that might be in the future. Maybe that might come in the future. I hope they still have those available, but the NG version also looks really nice too, and here she is. Wow. Really stunning model right there from NG, and yeah, might be a little slippery, but I'll take care of that. But under that, really nice model right, and man, that looks stunning right there. Absolutely stunning. Always love the United Airlines Eva Blue livery, especially when it's on the 787. I think that livery looks really stunning on the Dreamliner. So overall, really nice model right there. Really cool to have this in my collection, and overall, NG Models did a fantastic job on it, and yeah, really nice to have this with my United wide bodies. And here's the NG Models 1/4 scale United Airlines Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner in the Eva Blue livery. Once again, a stunning model from NG Models. Really nice to have this with my United wide body fleet, and overall, this should be a really nice asset if I were to do some domestic flights, because I know United Airlines would send these 787-8s on several domestic hubs, mainly hub-to-hub operations. So let's get into the review. Got your cockpit windows there, Star Alliance logo connecting people uniting the world, and no shape of the plane, which NG Models does a fantastic job on. Your pitot tube, side port details right there, your nose landing gear, nose landing gear door containing the plane ship number. Of course, with the United Eva Blue livery, you got the navy blue swoop that runs from the forward area to the aft area of the plane. Your big United billboard tiles as well. You got your L1 boarding door and L2 boarding door, top antenna, and your gray Wi-Fi dome, which is kind of like an odd color for an aircraft with a white fuselage. And of course, you got your gray underbelly as well. And then as we move on to the middle of the plane, you got your General Electric GE-NX engines right there. Of course, having that nice proportion or nice size accuracy in 1/4 scale. Main landing gear right there, and no emergency exits on this aircraft, but you can see your wing joint with the landing light and all your various like slide details right there. And as I move on to the top view of the wing, you can see all the various like details on the wing. So of course, NG Models does a nice job, and then there's your rake wingtip of the 787, which NG Models also did a nice job on. And as I set her down, let's move on to the back side of the plane. Let me just zoom in as well. Alright, so as we move on to the back side, you got your L3 door, L4 door right there. You got your bulk compartment right there, your Dreamliner logo, your aircraft registration November 45905, and your US flag. And then there's your plane ship number. And then moving on to the empennage, you got your APU and your horizontal stabilizers. And of course, the United Eva Blue tail, which NG Models did a fantastic job on printing on the Dreamliner's tail. Now this is the difference between this one, because this part of the dorsal fin is gray. The one NG did, the first Eva Blue 788, this part is all blue, which is the reason why I want to try to get that Gemini Jets version, because Gemini also did this version as well and did the exact same as what NG did. So I'll try to get the Gemini Jets version at some point. But as we move on to the front area of the plane, you can see your fan blade details right there, looking very nice. No need to explain more on this. I think it's kind of like pretty much the same as all the other aircrafts that I've reviewed in this unboxing. But as we move on to the starboard side of the plane, nothing really to go over. You got your forward cargo bin and aft cargo bin right there. So yeah, pretty much the starboard is pretty much the same as always with other airplanes. And then here's the top view of the plane. Of course, you got your top antennas, your back antennas right there. Forgot to mention that, and all your various details. Here is the bottom of the aircraft. You got your gray underbelly, and then as I said here, there's your air intakes right there, which I like on how they're molded in. And then there's your stand hole as well, also looking very nice. And then all your front bottom details right there. Here is a front view of the aircraft once more. You can see that nice ground flex config for the wings. And of course, you got your aft area, the aft area of the 787, looking very nice as well. So really nice to have this from NG. Of course, they have a really stunning 787 mold. both the Dash 9, Dash 8, and Dash 10. So yeah, it's really nice to have a United Evo Blue 788. So pretty much I have all of the Evo Blue 787s, the Dash 8, Dash 9, and Dash 10. So really nice that I've accomplished this, which is really cool. And of course, I forgot to mention, here is the CRP. Different style compared to the other CRPs I have, but no, it's kind of like the same concept at this point. But still, really nice model right there. We got another United 787 to go over, so let's get into that. I guess I should have checked before I record, because it turns out I actually have 3 modern United wide bodies. So we're gonna save the other 787 later, but I do got 1 United wide body to add to my United collection, and I have a similar livery to this. I also want to get this too, and honestly, like, for Gemini Jets to release this model, I think it's a really nice addition from their release choices, and overall, I'm just looking forward to having this particular aircraft for my United collection. Another special livery, by the way, which is going to be the Gemini Jets 1 fronted scale United Airlines Boeing 767-300ER in the Star Alliance livery. Really nice to have this. Now, I have not seen this particular aircraft, or maybe, oh yeah, no, I have not, especially in the Evo Blue livery, but I have seen some United 767s. I can think of Delta when it comes to the 767s, but United also operates some 787s too. But really nice to have this, and yeah, looking forward to using this at some point on some of my airport updates. Now, I do have the 737-800 in the Star Alliance livery from Gemini Jets from February 2025, so it's really nice to add this addition to go along with it. So of course, no need to really explain too much about the Gemini Jets box. It's pretty much your Gemini Jets standard box, CGI image of the plane, United logo, everything, all that, Boeing 767-300ER, so don't really want to go into deeper, like anything deeper. Box is a little beat up, so of course, with all the traveling I've been doing, going back to Sacramento, it kind of like gets a little beaten up, but as you can see, as well as gets, Boeing license product, United trademark, 2025 Gemini Jets copyright label right there, and the honor number of this model is GJUAL 2313. And as I open up the pamphlet, here's the beautiful model inside, looking very nice, and yeah, really nice to have this. And of course, you got the description of the 767 right there and this aircraft registration, so you can pause and read. And let's get into the unboxing. So yeah, I want to try to expedite these Gemini Jets boxes because I don't want to be like repeating the same thing over and over again. So yeah, that's why this one felt a little expedited compared to normal. But as we take out the model itself from the cradle, there she is. And yeah, Gemini Jets did a fantastic job on this. And yeah, really nice to have a 763 Star Alliance. I think, yeah, Gemini Jets is by far the only manufacturer to make this. So yeah, of course, with Gemini Jets' release diversity, I think this is a really nice addition to my United collection. So yeah, really nice to have this. Really stunning model from GJ. And yeah, really nice livery on the 767. So yeah, it's been a while since United has done this. Gemini has done a United 767. Probably like the last time they did it was somewhere around 2019, 2020. But it's really nice to see them do another one again. And here's the Gemini Jets 1 fronted scale United Airlines Boeing 767-300ER in the Star Alliance livery with Evo Blue engines and winglets. Looking very nice here for Gemini Jets. Really nice to see them do another United 767. And yeah, it's been a while since they last made one, because I think the last time they did one was somewhere around 2019 when they did the standard Evo Blue 767. So really nice to see them knock this aircraft out of the park right there. So yeah, really nice. So you got your cockpit windows right there, nose shape of the plane. Of course, Gemini Jets does a decent job on the nose shape of the 767. Nose landing gear and nose landing gear door are right there. And there's the aircraft shell number, Star Alliance logo, connecting people, uniting the world tiles right there. You got your L1 boarding door and your United billboard tiles right there, your United logo. And then there's your top antenna as well. And here are your windows, which I think Gemini Jets also does a nice job on the printing of the windows of the aircraft. You got your big Star Alliance tiles right there. So it wraps, or like pretty much like it's placed from this side of the fuselage all the way to here. So really cool on how like the Star Alliance livery is designed. Moving on to the middle section of the plane, you got your GE CF6 engines with some nice ground clearance as I run my pencil down. You also got your emergency exit doors right there. There's your back antenna right there and your Wi-Fi dome. And then all your various like details right there. And then there's your wing joint. So this wing is a one piece, so you can see that little gap from the fuselage and the wing joint. So yeah, of course, this is the old Gemini Jets mold. United or Gemini has been using this for quite a while, and they haven't updated the 767 ever since. So all they just did is add antennas, and that's it. But even so, this mold is also really good. Anyways, you got your wing details right there. No need to explain more. The wing details are really nice from Gemini Jets. And then here is the winglet of the 763. Of course, looking very nice as well. And accurately and size proportional as well. So really nice that Gemini Jets was able to replicate that in 1/4 scale. As we move on to the back, you got your bulk compartment right there. You got the aircraft registration, November 653 Uniform Alpha. There's your US flag, there's your L2 door, and then over there's your plane ship number. And then moving on to the empennage part, you got your APU and your horizontal stabilizers, and the Star Alliance logo with the 5 triangles with a black background on the tail, which Gemini Jets does a really nice job on the printing of the Star Alliance logo. As we move on to the front, as you can see, let me just zoom out. So here is your front view of the plane. You can see some fan blades at the CF6 engines, which they do look nice, as you can see. And then there's your cockpit windows that there, of course, looking straight. And yeah, no need to explain more on that. As we move on to the starboard side of the plane, there's your R doors, there's your forward cargo bin, and your aft cargo bin as well. And as I give you guys a top view of the plane, and just, there we go. So here's the top view. No need to explain more much on the top view. There are your details right there. Bottom also pretty much the same as well. You got all your bottom details. There's your Gemini Jets logo and your stand hole. And of course you can see that gap between like the connection area from the wing to the fuselage. So of course, once again, old Gemini Jets mold, but still a good mold, I gotta say. And then here is the front view of the plane. Another look at it, which does look nice. And then moving on to the back. Let me just adjust this. Here is your back side of the plane. So overall, really nice model from Gemini Jets, and yeah, really nice to have a 767, another United 763 in my collection. I do have the NG Evo Blue Standard 767 300ER. Now I'm getting the Star Alliance logo. So a nice pair to my 737-800 I also have. Now all I need is to get the 777, and hopefully Gemini Jets soon can make the 757 Star Alliance livery in the future. It's gonna be nice additions, but other than that, really nice model, and yeah, real nice job from Gemini Jets on this United 763 Star Alliance livery. Now let's move on to our third United widebody. And the third United widebody is another great addition. This is yet another special livery, and I've been going around the collectible show looking at this model for some cheaper options within the past few days of the collectible show, but on day 3 I decided to purchase this, and there was a cheaper option that I found. So yeah, really cool, and this should be a nice asset for this particular airline. So coming into the frame, we have the Gemini Jets 1/4 scale United Airlines Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, and the feature is SAF livery. This is a really cool livery from United Airlines, a really interesting one, I gotta say. And yeah, it's really nice that United Airlines is promoting sustainable aviation fuel, since that's the new generation of aviation fuel for most airlines. Many airlines are now sticking with SAF to, provide a much more cleaner flight experience and help the economy, or help the environment basically. So yeah, a really nice special livery. I did see this special, in fact, at San Francisco International Airport. I think that was back in 2024 is when I saw this livery. It was newly delivered during that time, so it's actually really cool to see this actual aircraft in person. Hopefully I can get a much more nicer spotting photo when she, takes off for land. But as we go into the box, no need to explain too much about this. This could be probably the last Gemini Jets box I review. So you have all your various details of the standard Gemini Jets box, CGI image of the plane, Boeing 787-9 United logo, and all your various stuff like that. Here is the bottom of the box, right, top, and left side of the box, and here is the back side of the box. Of course, you got your same thing as before, as well as guest features, social media page, bullet points, Boeing license product, United Airlines licensing product right there, and your 2025 copyright label right there. I believe this aircraft came out somewhere around Q2 of 2025, if I can remember. And the under number of this model is GJUAL 2333. As I open up the pamphlet, like so, here is the aircraft inside, looking very nice. And of course, here is the description of the aircraft and registration, so you can pause and read. But we're gonna get into the unboxing right away. Of course, I had to expedite this since there's nothing too much to go into. And yeah, just your same old Gemini Jets standard box, nothing really too special. But as I take out the model, this is a 2-piece mold, so they use the Gemini Jets, or not Gemini Jets, the Jace Wings mold out of this. But of course, I still want to check to make sure that nothing comes broken during transit. And she's not. And look at that. Looking very nice in 1/4 scale. Gemini Jets did a nice job on this, and overall, the colors are really vibrant on this model. So that's what I really like right here on this model. So really cool right there. Nice job from Gemini Jets, and overall, a fantastic model to add to my United Airlines collection. And yeah, really cool special livery from United, promoting the sustainable aviation fuel, a new generation of fuel for aviation. So overall, really nice to have this model, and overall, a great addition to my 787 collection. So far I think I have 3 789s for United, and this is a nice addition to that lineup. And here's a Gemini Jets 1/400 scale United Airlines Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner in the Futurist SAF livery. One nice model here from GJ. I think this model is absolutely really nice to have in my collection, and overall, it's a really nice special from United Airlines to promote of course, sustainable aviation fuel, which is a greener option instead of regular aviation fuel. So let's get into the review. As always, you got your cockpit windows right there, your nose shape of the plane, which I think it looks very nice for the Gemini JC mold. You got your nose landing gear, nose landing gear door containing part of the plane ship number and ETOPS logo, Star Alliance logo, and the Connecting People Uniting the World titles, all your various like static ports and printed details, repeater tubes as well. You got your United billboard tiles as well, your top antenna and your Wi-Fi dome. Now the difference between the standard livery and this livery is you don't see the gray underbelly, nor does navy blue swoop. But that's because like this particular livery is built in a specific form, which I'll point into the middle. So as you can see, here is the middle of the plane. You got your GENX engines right there, the Futurist SAF tiles right there on the engines, and then you got your wing joints, you got your landing light and all your various like details right there. Now this is where the livery starts. So the livery features like 3 different colors of green. So you got this one, which is kind of like more of a sea green when I look at it. Then you have this one, which kind of nearly is identical to like a tealish color. And then of course you got your green, your dark green color right there. And then moving on to the back features a sky blue color. And then from here to all the way to the fuselage, or not fuselage, the empennage portion of the plane, it's all blue, which it matches the exact colors as what it is with the United livery. So really cool. And then as I go into the wing details, here are your wing details right there. No need to explain too much other than Gemini Jets did a fantastic job on the wing details. There's your rake wingtip. Of course, Gemini Jets does a good job on the rake wingtip details as well. Moving on to the back side of the plane, as I zoom in again, you got your L3 door and L4 door, and then you got your registration of the plane, November 24999 or November 24988. And then there's your US flag, your Dreamliner logo. Somewhere around here is the bulk compartment of the plane. There's your ship number. And then moving on to the empennage, you got your APU and your horizontal stabilizers. And of course, the United Airlines Evo Blue tail, which I think Gemini Jets did a good job on printing, or in this case, like the color and the printing itself. And then there's your dual antennas back then, your dual back antennas. Moving on to the front section of the plane, you can see some really nice fan blade details. You can really see the fan blade details clearly on the GENX engines, which I think that's a really cool addition to this model in general, like this model to be exact. And then there's your cockpit windows up there, and I don't think I placed it in plane straight. There we go. So there's your cockpit windows and your emergency exit hatch. And then moving on to the starboard area of the plane, of course, you no need to go over since it's pretty much the same thing. Your R doors for cargo bin and your aft cargo bin. And as I go into the top view of the plane, here's the top view. No need to go over too much as well, but you got your details right there. Here's your bottom view of the plane. You got your stand hold, Gemini Jets logo, and all your various details. I do like on how the air intakes are molded in. Moving on to the front, here's your front view of the plane. Of course, really nice front section of the plane. No wing flex or anything, although there might be some JC Gemini molds on the 787 that might have these. I ended up getting one with no wing flex, so that's good. And then moving on to the back, here is your back view of the plane. So overall, really nice model from Gemini Jets. Really nice to add this to my United Airlines collection. So I have 3 1/400 scale United 789s. 2 of them are in the standard livery from Gemini and Aviation 400. And here is a great addition, the recent addition, the Futurist SAF livery from Gemini Jets. So a really nice model, a really nice pickup of this particular aircraft. And yeah, might use this in future airport updates I do. But other than that, really nice model from GJ, and I'm really glad to have it. So that pretty much wraps up all the models for this mass unboxing of Gemini Jets. So that's all of the Gemini Jets models I have for this mass unboxing, but we got 2 more wide bodies to cover. So with that being said, let's move on to the next clip. This next model might surprise you all, and this is not what I was expected to get, but yes, I did got this particular model. Now, I wasn't really intended to get it during like the convention. I was like, maybe I have this in my fleet. Am I okay with this? But, I just want to try something different, kind of like diversify my model fleet, and I got this. So, quite an interesting grab, I gotta say. But coming into the frame, we have the Phoenix models, 1/400 scale, Hawaiian Airlines Airbus A330-200. Yes, another Hawaiian AC-3200 has been added to my collection since I have the Gemini and the NG version. Now, the reason why I decided to get this is because Phoenix models, kind of like during the start of ever since 2023, has been making US registered models. So Phoenix models is now advancing into like the US market, and I gotta say, I think many US collectors are pleased to see Phoenix models do this. Normally they would do like Asian and European models, but seeing them going into the North American market, well, they did it before, but just like ever since 2023, they started making more and more of these like US airlines. So it's really nice to see them do this. So yeah, I decided to get this because of course I want to see how Phoenix does on this Hawaiian AC-30. Again, I had the Gemini NG, got this model from Squatchy's diecast hangar, and overall I'm just looking forward to having this aircraft since I have 3 Hawaiian AC-30s. It's interesting on how I got this one, but yeah. Anyways, you got the Airbus A320 styles right there, $58. You got the CGI image of the plane. You got the old Hawaiian Airlines logo, which not sure why Phoenix decided to go for the old Hawaiian logo instead of the current one. But yeah, it's what it. I mean, like, that's how they do their boxes, so can't complain right there. You got the old Hawaiian Airlines titles right there. I do like the box art design. Yeah, looking very nice. And then you got some various like colors of the Hawaiian livery right there. One front scale. And then you got the aircraft registration, November 3999 Hotel Alpha. Probably one of the aircrafts I have worked on during my work shift. You got the warning hazards right there. On the number of this model is 04629er. Here is the right, top, and left side of the box. And the backside shows a different style. I do like this gradient between purple and magenta. Kind of like a magenta, kind of like more of like a violet purple. I do like this fade between these colors. And then of course you still got the old Hawaiian logo. And then there is the CGI image of the plane. Kind of like similar to like an NG box. But yeah, really nice. There's some wear and tear on the model, of course, with all the traveling I had to do, but I can fix that. But as we get into the unboxing, here is the model itself, and kind of looking into like various different aspects of it. It looks really interesting. Now, Phoenix models, of course, they're kind of known to have outdated molds. This is one of them, and yeah, I know they have updated some of their molds, but you know, I just want to give this a try. Maybe I want to see how Phoenix models does with these AC-30s. I never have a Phoenix AC-30 before, and yeah, safe to say this is a really nice model, and there she is, looking very nice. And yeah, just it looks so interesting seeing Phoenix do a Hawaiian AC-30. But yeah, that's how it is in the collecting. That's how it is for collecting. You get different diversities of model manufacturers of the same aircraft and livery, and yeah, there's no exception to see how there might be like different possibilities you can imagine. But other than that, this is a really nice model from Phoenix, and I think they did a great job on this Hawaiian AC-30, so looking forward to using this model in the future. And here's the Phoenix model's 1/400 scale Hawaiian Airlines Airbus AC-30-200. Totally not on my bingo card during the convention, but it's really nice to have a Hawaiian AC-30 from Phoenix, and they did a really nice job on this model, so really nice to have it. So that makes 3 Hawaiian AC-30s in my collection, so now I have 3 of them, of course the other being a Gemini and an NG. Anyways, let's get into the review. Your cockpit winners are right here, and then your nose shape of the plane, and your nose landing gear, nose landing gear door with all your various details. Airbus AC-30-200 styles right there. You got the aircraft's name, which of course Hawaiian names their 332s after constellations that the ancient Polynesians would travel throughout the islands. L1 boarding door, L2 boarding door, your Hawaiian flag, Hawaiian logo, Hawaiian titles, your top antenna, and then there's your bottom antenna as well. There is also your Wi-Fi dome, which I also like. I actually do like the fact that Phoenix would mold in these Wi-Fi domes, so that's really cool. They featured those. And then moving on to the middle, you got your Trent 700 engine with some real nice ground clearance. You got your Hawaiian lei, which is kind of like similar for the Gemini and NG. There is that gloss resemblance on the Hawaiian lei, but I think this is slightly a little better. It might be similar to the NG when I look at it, but yeah, that's that. I do want to mention on some outdated Phoenix molds, they don't really feature a forward extended piece of the aircraft's belly on this part. So that's kind of like that for some of their previous molds, but I know Phoenix has been updating their molds to feature those. But outdated molds like the A330-200, you can see something like that. So I hope they do update the A330-200 mold in the future for Phoenix. Anyways, as we move on to the wings, here are your wings right there. Of course, no need to go into further explanation. You could slightly see the spoilers and ailerons and everything and all your various details. And yeah, so on and so forth. As we move on to the winglets, so let me just zoom in on the winglets and focus it. So here are your winglets. Now, I've noticed on the gray flower on the winglet, it kind of looked a little bright. Not sure if that's coming from my eyes, but it kind of looks just a little bit bright. That same goes for what it is on the inner winglet. I'm not sure if it's coming from my studio lights, but I believe the color on the gray on the winglet could have been just a little bit more darker. That same goes, but looking at the outer, it kind of appears that the entire winglet is all white. So I think just a little bit of darker gray could have added that realism to what it is of the aircraft in real life. Anyways, moving on to the LC door, the thin LC door, then there's your L4 door, and then there are your antennas right there, your bottom antennas as well. You got your US flag and your aircraft registration, November 3999 Hotel Alpha, and then moving on to the fuselage, you can see all the various color, the purple flowers that really makes this Hawaiian livery alive. There's your APU and your horizontal stabilizers, and of course you got Puolani on the Hawaiian Airlines tail, and I do like this gradient or fade from purple to magenta. I think Phoenix Malls did an excellent job, and it looks exactly what it is in real life, so that's really awesome on how Phoenix was able to replicate that. Anyways, moving on to the front section, you can see some fan blade details on the Trent 700 engines. Of course, they're not really see-through, but they're molded in, so that's that. And of course, you got your cockpit windows on the front. And then moving on to the starboard area of the plane, let me zoom out. Of course, you got your R doors, your forward cargo bin, aft cargo bin, bulk compartment right there. And as we go into a top view of the aircraft, here's the top view. No need to explain more, but you got all your details right there. Bottom is kind of like the same thing as well, but I do like on how they added in 3 back antennas over here. So that's really cool on how Phoenix Malls was able to do that. And of course, you got your stand hole as well. Moving on to the front section, let me just position it like this. So here we go. So here is the front section. Of course, it looks very nice. Now I can say that from looking at it just a little bit more, it kind of feels like maybe it's the starboard or port, but there's one wing that kind of has just significant amount of wing flex. Not too bad though, but yeah, just by looking at it from this side, it kind of feels like the port, or maybe I would sometimes see the starboard section of the wings. So yeah, but it's an old mold once again, but yeah, I can't complain. And then moving on to the back, here is the back view right there. And of course, you got a really nice placement of the horizontal stabilizers. So overall, really nice model from Phoenix. It's really nice to have this so I can give it a direct comparison from my Gemini NG. But even so, despite this mold being outdated, this is still a really nice model to have. And yeah, overall, it just looks really nice with Phoenix models. So yeah, really nice to build up that Hawaiian fleet since I used to work for Hawaiian as a ramper. So yeah, I also was gonna go for the DC-10 from Squatchy's diecast. That's also in the Hawaiian livery. Not really the Hawaiian DC-10. They also had those. Not sure why I passed that up, but hopefully I can get it soon rather than later. But yeah, that might be during the next collectible show if I were to take a guess. But still, really nice model from Phoenix. And now let's move on to our final 1-400 model. And now we move on to our final 1-400 model for this mass unboxing. Now, of course, with the Delta Flight Museum housing in the spirit of Delta 762, I was trying to look for a 1-400 model out of that. But I believe there was not really much on the show. I know JJ Aviation has it in his collection, but as for the other manufacturers, mainly Gemini Jets, the only thing I can think of is Gemini Jets who does that. I believe that might have been the only one at the show, so I couldn't really find any significant Spirit of Delta 762 in the collectible show, so I decided to go for something different. Now, I believe I also got this from Squatchy's Diecast Hangar 2, but it's kind of like the aircraft itself is kind of similar to that, but just in a different variant. But it's really cool. It's really nice to actually have this, so I'm just looking forward to using this for my Delta Retro fleet. And that is going to be, it's also been a model manufacturer I haven't bought in a while. That's going to be the Dragon Wings 1/400 scale Delta Airlines Boeing 767-300ER in the stunning widget livery. Quite a similar resemblance to what it is on the Spirit of Delta 762, but this is a 763 and it features just a standard livery. And yeah, it's been a while since I last bought Dragon Wings. The last time I believe was somewhere 2 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, 2023, or maybe 5 years ago as of now, or not 5 years, 3 years ago. But yeah, it's been a while since I last had this, and yeah, it's actually really nice to have this particular aircraft. It's been a while since I once again have Dragon Wings, and yeah, though I can't find the 762 Spirit of Delta anywhere in the show, this is kind of a good alternate. But really nice to feature another Dragon Wings aircraft, and yeah, just looking forward to having this model. So you got the Boeing 767-332ER, Delta logo right there, the soft widget, which I wish they could have added in the widget livery, like the widget logo during the widget times. 1/4 scale Premier Collection, vintage livery. Of course, you got the actual aircraft photo itself, really nice right there. And then moving on to the bottom, here's the bottom of the box. This is the skyline right there. I believe that's Atlanta, Georgia. All your various like copyright labels. This is a 2001 release. And then here's the top and the left side. Now, I'm not sure what airport this is, but maybe that could be Hong Kong. And of course, Dragon Wings, though not really like, well, the back side is pretty much the same. And though Dragon Wings, they're not really, in a way, I mean, like, they're not really full-on detailed. They are, like, I think this could be one of the first 1-for-100 model plane manufacturers to ever exist. So they don't really have that many details. So, yeah, but still really nice to have it. Here is your stand right there. So looking very nice. And then here is the little pamphlet on how you can place the landing gears. So you can place it on the up gear configuration or no gear configuration. But here is the model itself, and yeah, it looks really nice. And let me just take her out. Some of these cradles have like a firm fit, but luckily this one is not really a firm fit. And as I take her out, man, wow, that looks so nice. Wow, that looks so cool. One-piece mold on the wings. Let me check the horizontal stabilizers. And there it is, and man, that looks really stunning to finish off the 1-for-1 section. This aircraft does not feature any winglets, but still, this is a really nice model. And despite the lack of details from Dragon Wings, this is a really excellent model to add to my Delta Airlines retro collection. It just looks stunning, I gotta say. It just looks really stunning. This aircraft, this livery, it's a really nice livery. So really nice to feature another Delta widget collection or Delta widget livery to my collection. And overall, this is going to be a nice asset to the Delta retro fleet. And here's the Dragon Wings 1/4 scale Delta Airlines Boeing 767-300ER in the 1960s widget livery. What a nice model for its time, and I think Dragon Wings did a really nice job despite the lack of details. So yeah, it's really cool to have a Delta 767 widget in my collection, so that's a really nice additional lineup to my Delta widget fleet. So looking forward to using these models at some point in the future when I do retro model updates or retro airport updates. Anyways, you got your cockpit windows right there and your nose shape, and which, yeah, like the nose shape of the 767, it's for its time, it looks nice. It's decent, let's say that. It's just decent. Nose landing gear door, all your details right there. Ship number of the plane, pitot tubes. You got the black anti-glare nose right there. The paint that overlaps this area of the front. You got your Delta widget logo, Delta Airlines title, your navy blue widget, and your sin red widget that runs all the way from the forward to the aft area of the plane. This livery actually debuted in 1959, although there's some iterations during like the 1980s. This could be like the 80s iteration of this livery. Moving on to the middle section, you got your emergency exit doors right there. I'm guessing these could be Pratt & Whitney engines from looking at the image itself. Those could be Pratt & Whitney engines or GE engines. I'm not really quite sure on that. I will have to, again, the model review will be coming up on this model, so yeah. You got your Delta Airlines widget logo as well. All your details right there. The wings, horizontal stabilizers, and the tail are made out of plastic, which is kind of like a thing for Dragon Wings. But the fuselage itself is made out of die-cast metal. But as you look at the wings, you can see all the wing details right there. Of course, they did a really nice job on the details of the wings. You can see some details as like spoilers, flaps, and all that. You can see those. And you got the non-winglet, yeah, there's no winglet on this plane. Most of Delta 763s, when they were delivered, didn't feature the winglets until some latest iterations when they added in winglets. When they, when things advanced for Delta Airlines, let's just say that. But as we move on to the back area, you got your L2 door, your italicized US flag, your aircraft registration, November 139er Delta Lima, your forward cargo bin, or not really forward cargo bin, the bulk compartment. And of course, you got the gray underbelly. I do want to mention that, which I think it looks good for what it is. I think like Dragon Wings don't have the capabilities of making this aircraft chrome, but it's good for what it is. But as we move on to the empennage, you got your APU, horizontal stabilizers, you got the Boeing 767 titles right there, and the iconic Delta Airlines widget logo with the Delta titles and the aircraft ship number, and I do love this rudder detail as well. Moving on to the front section of the aircraft, you got your fan blade details on the engines, which they appear different, of course, like Dragon Wings, since they're like one of the first die-cast small plane manufacturers, they don't really feature this level of details, but yeah, it's what it is. Here's your front of the air cockpit windows right there. And then moving on to the starboard of the plane, you got your R doors and your forward cargo bin and aft cargo bin right there. But as we move on to the top, let me just zoom out. Here's a top view of the plane. Of course, not really, in a way. Don't really see any details on the top, no beacon lights anywhere. Here's the bottom. You can see where the stand hole is supposed to be. 2001 Delta Airlines copyright labeled right there. And yeah, so on and so forth. Here is the front section, so here's another look. Do love that ground flex configuration, of the plane. And of course, you got the backside of the plane right there. So overall, really nice model from Dragon Wings. Really nice to feature this aircraft. And while I can't find the Spirit Delta 762 anywhere, this is a really good alternate to that. So yeah, a really nice model from Dragon Wings. And yeah, once again, sure it's been a while since I last had a Dragon Wings model. So yeah, a really cool model. Really glad to have it for my Delta Airlines collection. So that's gonna do it for the 1-400 models. I only got 2 big scale models, and I think they're all 1-200. So I'm gonna start with the first one. So with that being said, let's transition into the 1-200 models. Alright, and now we're down to our last 2 models for this unboxing, and all of them are gonna be 1-200 models. So we're gonna start off with our first one. Now, this is an airline I was thinking of trying to get. I did research about their business operations, and honestly, like, after reading them, I think this is a really cool airline. I do have a postcard out of this airline as well, so I'm just looking forward to having a model version of this. And yeah, wasn't expecting to get some 1-200 models. Now, none of them are actually die-cast metal, and these are also old too, so really cool to actually have these. And this 1-200 model has a really good price, so yeah, looking forward to having this. So let me just show you guys into the frame right now. So first up, we have this beauty right here. That's gonna be the Flight Miniatures 1/200 scale Hughes Air West Boeing 727-200. Yes, I am holding it like this, or having the box stand up like this. Here, I'll just have it on the bottom. But really cool to have my first Hughes Air West model for the first time. They are a really unique airline for the West Coast, as they are based out of San Francisco, which is basically the hub. That's how I found out, ooh, this is a really cool airline. And they mainly do like local West Coast operations, like mainly California, but you also got like airports like Seattle, Phoenix. So yeah, Hughes Air West had a really cool operation back then, and yeah, they're known for their operations here in the San Francisco Bay Area. So looking forward to having this model, and yeah, really cool to have this. I do have the postcard of a Hughes Air West 727 that I got from the SFO show in spring 2025, so really cool to have this as well. So not really gonna go into further details of the box. You got the aircraft itself right there, and then use some skies, like skies in the background. Hughes Air West logo made in China, and then yeah, pretty much everything's just the same. You got the Boeing 727-200 tiles out there, the aircraft's logo, and everything. So nothing really to go over too much on the box. Here is the barcode. I believe I paid a really good price on this. So these Flight Miniatures, when I saw these at the show, these are rare, by the way. So you won't find Flight Miniature models anywhere, but having them being sold at a really good price is a really great deal. Now, I'll see if I can try to, and yeah, there's all the aircraft that's coming out. I'll see if I can try to assemble this on camera, but if, let's say, if it gets a little too complex, I mean, I'm kind of like 2 minutes of the video, but I'm just gonna unbox these. Maybe I can try, I mean, I don't want to waste you guys' time, so I think I would, okay, there's like a lot of pieces, I gotta say, so I'll just unbox them and probably assemble them off camera so I can save time. But as we get into the details, so here they are. So here are all the details right there. This is the instruction manual on how to assemble the aircraft, so you got all these stuff right there. So that's all the details. You got the fuselage of the aircraft, which honestly it actually looks really nice. You got the stand hull. I'll just assemble the stand hull, or maybe I can try. Again, I don't want to like make this video too long, but yeah, I think I would rather just like assemble this aircraft off camera. Now, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with the last model for this one, but yeah, these are all like the various details right there. So here are your engines, there's the tail. So yeah, I will be right back, guys. I will have to jump cut this so I can assemble this off camera, and then we're gonna get into the review of the model. So with that being said, I'll be right back, guys, as soon as I finish the model. And here's a Flight Miniatures 1/200 scale Hughes Air West Boeing 727-200. What a nice model this is, and after setting it up, it looks really good as compared to what I see in the box. And honestly, the model itself was pretty easy to set up, but I think the stand kind of took a bit to set up because I'm not sure how it was like complicated. I'm not really complicated. It kind of just took a bit of time to actually set up the stand as compared to the model. But still, this is a really nice job for Flight Miniatures, and despite not that many details, the aircraft itself looks fantastic. So let's get into the review. You got your cockpit windows right there and your eyebrows, and then the nose shape of the 727, which I think it may kind of seem a little pointy, but I think it looks good for what it is. But yeah, it's a model that's made in the early 2000s, maybe 1990s, so yeah, you don't really see this kind of like level of details as compared to what you see with Gemini and NG models. You got your L1 boarding door right there, your Hughes Air West tiles right there, and all your windows, which I think they're really nicely printed on this particular model. You got your emergency exit doors as well, and then all your various components right there. There's your aircraft's wing. As I get into the top view, here are all your details, and the model does feel light. Again, this is made out of plastic, so it makes sense. But you can see all the the various details, all your components of the aircraft's wings. And then moving on to the back section of the plane, you got your L2 door, the Boeing 727-200 titles, or just Boeing 727 titles. And then you got the JT8D engines. You got engine number 1, engine number 2, and engine number 3 on the starboard side. And on the engines, on the side engines, you got the aircraft registration, November 721 Romeo Whiskey. And then moving on to the empennage of the plane, you got the nice Hughes Air West tail, probably like a symbol if I would take a guess, and the nice S-duct engine. So this is the number 2 engine, and then the other engine, or like the number 2 engine, is all the way at the back, which basically that's how these S-duct engines are designed. And then you can see the exhaust of the engine as well. And of course you got your T-tails representing the aircraft's horizontal stabilizers. And then as we get into the front, I'm not really going to go into much details on the front, but not sure if I can see just a little bit of turbo. I don't think there isn't really any fan blades I'm seeing on the model itself. But as we move on to the starboard section, or the starboard section of the plane, not sure how I know I got a comment, I think I mentioned this, I'm not sure I mentioned this before, but I got a comment on the proper pronunciation of starboard, so I'm trying to get used to that. But as we move on to the front, you got all your details right there. I'm not sure if the R door on this model got a little smaller, but yeah, that's how it is. But as we give you guys a top view, so here's the top view. Not really going to go into too much. The bottom view is pretty much the same. You don't see that many details, and of course I got the aircraft stand. And then here is the front section of the plane. And moving on to the back, here is the back section. If I could just place it there. Here is the back section of the plane. And then here is the stand itself. So it features the Hughes Air West logo and the Boeing 727 tiles right there. So overall, really nicely done from Flight Miniatures. I might consider trying to get more Flight Miniatures. They are a really unique brand in the 1-200 market, and yeah, despite this not so good level of details, this is still a really good model. And yeah, really nice to have my first Flight Miniatures model in my collection. So this is a really nice addition, and first Hughes Air West model as well. So yeah, really unique airline in the San Francisco Bay Area, excuse me. And overall, really nice to have a model of this. So hopefully I can try to get a 1-400 model in the future, but still, this 1-200 model will do for now. And now we move on to the final model of this unboxing. So let's get into the next video clip showcasing the final model. And now we move on to the final model of this mass unboxing. Man, from all the models I have gone through, quite seem a lot for this video, but we have finally reached the final model, and I honestly want to end this off with a perfect model. So this particular model is another 1-200 model. This is special for many reasons, and honestly, I was not expecting to get this model from the show, but I'll tell you why in a moment. But as I get this model into the frame, we have this right here, this absolutely beautiful EVA Air Cargo McDonnell Douglas MD-11 freighter in 1-200 scale from, I'm guessing it's a company called Rise Soon. I did search this up on MadBee on what model this is, but this is actually really interesting to grab. But I did not got this from the collectible show. I actually won this from the Saturday Night Banquet raffle. Yes, this was literally the first time I have ever won a raffle during an airliner show. And honestly, totally not on my bingo card, but I believe how it worked is I got a bag tag with certain numbers, so they call it the 4 digits of the numbers. I somehow was one of the individuals who won the model, or won a prize from the prize section, and I decided to go for this EVA Air Cargo MD-11 because I thought it's really unique, and since I have flown EVA Air before, thought why not get this? So that's really awesome. I was not expecting that, again, like not expected to actually win this, but hey, my number was called during the banquet raffle, the door prize raffles, and I won this. Well, I can choose which one is which one I like. There were like t-shirts, there were books, but I decided to go for this model. There were a couple of models, but I decided to go for this EVA Air Cargo MD-11 freighter. So that is absolutely awesome. Probably like one of the best moments in Airliners 2025 I have ever experienced. And yeah, it's so awesome to actually have this model for free. So that's absolutely awesome. So let's get into the review of the box. So you got a similar box design from the previous box I review, or the previous model review, which is the flight miniatures, Zug Airways 727. You got the sky background, the aircraft itself, EVA freighter, well EVA freighter in this case, MD-11 model, scale 1 to 200. And then let me see if the font size are similar. Okay, so they kind of, okay, so each side, well, here is the size right there. Well, the top and bottom kind of seem similar. You got scale 1 to 100, you got a star. I believe that could be the star right there. I think that indicates that these are one of like the things for the raffles thing. So here's that. And then here is the backside with the specifications. You got the instructions on how to build the MD-11. And yeah, I think this should be an easy build, I'll say. Like, maybe this should be an easy build. So I think I'll keep this video on raw, and then we'll also do the review on this video as well. So you got all the various details right there. You can pause and read. So let's get into the review, or I could just like do a video like this, like, you know, read the details. Wingspan is 51.66 meters, length is 61.21 meters, height is 17.6 meters. The cruising speed of this aircraft is 834.6 kilometers per hour. It might be different for miles per hour. Max range of this aircraft is 12,945 kilometers, and the gross weight of this aircraft, and I think they're referring to MC weight, is 273,000 kilograms. Again, it might be different, but this is a manufacturer based in Taiwan, so probably how they do weights is quite different. But as I go into the unboxing, here it is, and wow. Okay, so we got all these details right there. I'll start off with the Sam. So here she is, coming into the fruition, into the frame. Oh man, that honestly looks fantastic. Really nice to win this model at the raffle, and overall, despite this is kind of like similar to what it is with the flight miniatures. They don't really provide that much details, but even so, this is a fantastic model, and I'm just looking forward to displaying this at some point. But yeah, really nice to win this model from the raffle. Now I still gotta check on how much battery percentage my phone has, so I'm just gonna try to expedite this review. But you got your cockpit windows right there, you know shape of the MD-11, which I think it looks nice. Evergreen group right there, which is part of the airline. This is like the airlines group right there. You got the boarding door right there. You got the various doors. I'm not sure if that actually exists on the actual plane, but yeah, you got your forward door right there, your 2 forward doors. You got the aircraft registration, November 105 Echo Victor, which this was the registration before, I think, before transitioning into those Bravo registration, before Taiwan kind of became independent. Let me try adjusting my camera like so, kind of like this. Okay, maybe like this. Okay, there we go. So that's like the forward area of the plane. You got your forward cargo bin right there, your forward port cargo bin. There's your big cargo hold right there with some Chinese lettering. I guess this could spell EVA Air Cargo. There's your second door. You got the EVA Air Cargo. This aircraft is mainly all white, so there isn't really too significant. You also got the middle door right there, your emergency exit door, and there are your CF6 engines. This is engine number 1. The back side shows engine number 2, and on the starboard is engine number 3. And then here is the winglet of the MD-11, which I think it looks nice, though I wish there could be some additional paint. I think there's a lack of green on this smaller winglet, but yeah, this is just an old model. Rise Soon came out in 1988, so this is a really old manufacturer. So yeah, one of the oldest model manufacturers, and they still make models to this day, which I'm quite surprised. Anyways, here are your wing details on the MD-11, which honestly it looks really nice. You can see all the slats, flaps, and speed brakes and everything, so on and so forth. And then moving on to the back area, let me just zoom in closer. Here it is. So here is the back. You got your aft cargo bin right there, your aft port cargo bin. You got the McDonald's Douglas logos and the MD-11 logo. November 105 Echo Victor on this side of the aircraft, and your L2 door. And then moving on to the empennage, And moving on to the empennage, you got engine number 2, your horizontal stabilizers, and the back portion of the plane, and the EVA Air logo, this is their old EVA Air logo, which I do like. This is kind of one of the most iconic logos in aviation. So yeah, really nice to see the logo on the EVA airplane. And as I move on to the front section, so as you can see, here are your fan blade details, which you can see some fan blade details on both of these engines, which I really do like. So yeah, You got all those right there. And then the starboard section features the same thing, so nothing to go over too much. Anyways, here is your top view of the plane. No details right there. Bottom, same goes for the bottom. You can see some molded in details on the aircraft's underbelly. And as I go into the front, here is the front view of the aircraft. And then moving on to the aft, here is the back view. If I could just like, come on. Here is the aft view of the plane. And let me give you guys a look at the stand. Here is the stand itself. You got the MD-11 freighter, scale 1/200, and the EVA Air logo. So what a nice way to round off Mass Unboxing 18 with this model. Once again, really awesome to win this from the raffle during the banquet dinner. It's so awesome to feature this. And yeah, from all, honestly, I shouldn't have like kept this video on raw, me assemble this, because I was not expecting to build this model. Like, the building of this model will get complex, but still, it's a really fantastic model, and it's quite an awesome addition to my 1/200 scale lineup. And yeah, this is a really nice job from Rysoon. And once again, and just as expected, my phone battery died after I was giving my overall thoughts on this model. But once again, this is a fantastic model. Surprised on how I was able to get this during the banquet, and I can't thank Airliners International or just the Airliners International team for putting this up. And this was not my bingo card as well from the convention, but it's really awesome to have. So that is it for this mass unboxing. Man, that really took quite a bit, but we have finished our final model. So what I'm gonna do now is line up or put all my models together in the next video clip, and I'll count up the total models from this mass unboxing. And honestly, I could expect something big. So with that being said, I'm gonna line up all my models up, and we're gonna conclude this video from here. Alright, and here are all the models I got during the Airliners International 2025 convention in Atlanta for mass unboxing number 18. What a stunning lineup this is, from all the international airlines to retros and moderns and some 3D printed aircrafts and two 1/200 models. This looks awesome to see. And yes, I decided to go for a different location to provide some sunlight for you all for these models. So thought, why not do that? So now comes the total number of the models I got from the convention. So get ready, because this number is absolutely insane. So I've counted all the models. I did a couple of recounting and more counting, and I finally got the answer on how many models I got. So the total number of all the models from Mass Unboxing 18 comes at 32 models. Yes, you are hearing me right now. I unboxed a total of 32 models. This mass unboxing is the largest mass unboxing I have ever done, surpassing the 25 models I unboxed on mass unboxing number 10 during Airliners International 2023. Man, where do I even begin? And that includes the 3D printed aircraft that you see on the top left, on the bottom left. But man, 32 models I unboxed. That is absolutely crazy. But I have achieved this. I wasn't expected to get that many models during the Atlanta convention, but here we are right now. But this is absolutely awesome, really awesome. So let's go one by one of all the purchases or the stuffs I got or unboxed. So we first start here with some 3D printed models right here. So we got our Jet Set models, United Airlines GSC equipment right there, alongside their cargo accessory equipment, GSCs, right there, featuring the forklift, stairs, and all the various like stuffs right there, all the various like, you know, like cargo stuff, ULD loaders, and all that. Next up, we do got my 3D printed airplanes. We got the 3 FedEx 208 Cargo Masters from Tarmac Designs, alongside my 3D design deck FAA Challenger, I think 308, I kind of forgot, but this is the FAA Challenger. But yeah, really nice to feature this from 3D design deck. And let's get onto the diecast model. So we're gonna start off with all the models, the 8 total models that Poke Aviation gave me. So thank you very much, buddy, for giving me your models for me. And honestly, this is a really awesome lineup. So we'll start here with the American Eagle ERJ-145, Southwest 737. I'm guessing this was a 500 in the desert livery. Southwest 737-700 Slam Dunk. Of course, it is beaten up, but hey, it is what it is. We got the 737-700 Illinois 1 as well, looking very nice as well, though it is missing that nose landing gear, but I hope I can find a replacement for that. Next up, we had the Viva Colombia A320 in the breast cancer livery. It's quite an oddball as well from Ed, but he gave it to me. Next up, we do have the Gemini Delta 757, the 2018 release, looking very nice as well. Really nice to feature another Delta 752. And of course, we have the American 752 without winglets, a stunning model right there. And yeah, really nice to have an American 757 regular livery and the chrome livery as well. And this really cool fantasy livery as well. It's this American Airlines 777-300ER chrome livery. It's a really cool oddball, but it's actually really cool. Of course, I'm much of a fantasy person myself, so really nice to also have this too. Here are my Clipper models GCE equipment. Oh man, I forgot about the jet bridges too. I don't know why I decided to forget those, but those will be featured on the thumbnail. But these are all of the Clipper models GCE equipment. The jet bridges are also there too. Just forgot to put them on this lineup right here. But I'll make sure to include that on the thumbnail and the intro part of this video. So there's our Clipper models GCE. And then we get onto the diecast model. So we're going to start off with small and then we'll get into the wide bodies. We start off with this this United Express Bombardier CRJ200D of a blue liveries. Thank you so much FlyMDM or David for this model. Next up we got the WestJet Encore -A Q400. Also a nice addition as well. Really nice to have this particular aircraft. Come is kind of starting to happen again, but I'll take care of that. Okay, that should be good. Next up, we do have the Delta Airlines MD-88 in the Ron Allen livery. Also a nice stunner for my model collection as well. So really nice to feature this. And we do have the standard upward and onward livery on this MD-88 from NG models. So really nice to combine those into, just combine them. So we got the past and also a modern classic too, but this is also from the past too. Next up, we do have the stunning Delta Airlines Airbus A321neo in the 100 years livery. Marker mode again. Come on, there we go. So yeah, looking very nice right there. Really nice to feature this, and it'll go nice with my A350. Next up, we do have the Alaska Airlines 737-800 in the Disney Toontown livery. A stunning job from engine models, and really nice to also have this too. Next up, we do have the stunning Delta Airlines Douglas DC-8-50, I guess. It might be a -50, but this is a really stunning. This is from Aero Classics, the first DC-8 ever to be made. And yeah, really nice aircraft right there. We also got the United Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 from engine models. Also a nice addition to have as well. And yeah, it's a nice direct comparison to my Gemini version I got during the Airliners 2024 convention. And now we get into our wide body. So starting off with the United Airlines Lockheed L1011-500 TriStar in the stunning Saul Bass livery. A really nice looking aircraft. Another model from Ed. So thank you so much, buddy, for this. So technically I have 9 trades from Ed. So really cool. Next up, we do have the United Airlines 787-9 Dreamliner in the futurist SAF livery. A nice pickup as well, and really nice to diversify my United Airlines fleet as well. So I have a couple of special liveries, so this is a nice addition to that. Next up, we have the Delta Airlines 767-400ER in the BCRF livery from Panda Models. A nice, great addition to my Delta Special collection. And yeah, Panda Models did a really nice job. Although the red kind of seems a little different. Oh, I think the red, from looking at this angle, I think it kind of is resembling that magenta pink color. But again, it might appear different. So this is kind of like what I mean. I think with the sunlight, I think it kind of gives out that little bit of magenta color. I'm not sure if it might appear red or something. I'm not really quite sure, but it's just a little bit, or maybe just still red. But yeah, there is that BCRF livery. We do have the Dragon Wings Delta 763 in the widget livery, also looking very nice too. So a really nice addition to have that for my Delta Retro fleet and my Delta widget collection. We do have the Delta A330-200 as well, also a nice addition to my Delta Airlines wide body lineup. So I have the 300 and the 200 now, so that's really awesome. Next up, we do have the United Airlines 767-300ER Starliner livery. I do think this model looks very nice, and Gemini did a really fantastic job on this, despite their mold being outdated, but it's still good. It's not like Phoenix in a way, but it's still good. But yeah, really nice job for Gemini jets right here, and really nice to have it for my United collection for the 767s. And then we do have this United 787-8 Dreamliner, my first 1-400 United 787-8. Light is coming back once again. And yeah, this is honestly a really awesome model, and I'm really glad to have that for my United widebody collection, and 787 too. So I have both of the 787s for United Airlines. And now we get into our Hawaiian A330 with some very stunning sunlight coming in. Man, that looks awesome when it's out in broad daylight. So really nice right there. Phoenix Models did a good job on it. Despite this mold being outdated, I still think this is a really good job right there from Phoenix. And then we do want to have the Emirates A350 with that shine right there, especially on the gold. So here is the Emirates A350. Man, that looks awesome with the stunning lights. Wow, really awesome right there. So really nice to feature this model as well. And then also we have is the Cathay Pacific A350-900, also a nice addition to my Cathay Pacific fleet. So I have the Fantasy 777 and current delivery 777. Now I have this A350 to go along with that. And then here is the Lufthansa 747-8i in the old livery, also a nice addition, a rare model nowadays, but I'm really glad to have it for my collection right here. So yeah, really stunning model. And of course I got my two Airliners 2025 flyers right there. Now we get into the big scale aircraft. You got the Hughes Airways 727-200, looking very nice. Really nice to feature my first flight miniatures, and who knows if I can get more, but still a really nice model to have. And finally, we have this beauty, the EVA Air Cargo McDonnell Douglas MD-11 freighter, the one I won during the Saturday night banquet. And yeah, really want to say this for last because that was a really special win for me. So really nice model from Rysoon, and yeah, quite a complex setup right there, but yeah, was able to get it together or put it together, and she looks really nice. So yeah, that is it for mass unboxing number 18. Man, what a long video this is. Really glad to knock this out of the park. So yeah, really nice to feature all the models from Airliners International 2025, and yeah, looking forward to posting more Airliners 2025 content soon. But now we got our mass unboxing 18 right there, and honestly this is a stunning model right there. So make sure to stay tuned for the upcoming mass unboxing, which will be mass unboxing number 19. Hopefully that can premiere soon. But other than that, we got another mass unboxing knocked down, and I'm just looking forward to see what's to come for the upcoming mass unboxings I do. But yeah, really awesome model, and I'm overall really glad to premiere this video for you guys. And yeah, doing mass unboxings are really awesome. So looking forward to the next mass unboxing. So I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to my channel, and turn on the bell icon so you won't miss a new upload like this anytime soon. And if you want to see more of my mass unboxings, then you can click on that playlist and you can check out my model play unboxings too. But I would highly recommend checking my mass unboxings because I got a lot in that playlist. So number 18 is now coming into that list. So that's it for today's video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Good night.